Hello, fellow homebrewers. JP here, and I want to introduce to you the brand new Brew-Built X1 Conical Series available at More Beer. More Beer sells the highest standard in homebrewing equipment, and the Brew-Built Conicals are just that. They're made from mirror-polished 304 stainless steel, and they come with loads of features that you and I have been looking for. They have a full 2-inch bottom dump valve, which will eliminate your clogging issues, while the sturdy base includes 4 reinforced legs, just like those big Pro tanks do. More Beer also carries the Brew-Built line of options and add-ons like casters, pressure kits, and even external glycol chillers. So you can find out more about the new Brew-Built X1 Conical Unitanks by going over to morebeer.com for detailed videos on the entire line of Brew-Built Conicals. You can trust Brew-Built with your next fermentation, and you can trust More Beer to find the right conical for you. Brew-Built at morebeer.com.
The Brewing Network Sunday Session is brought to you by More Beer, featuring the new easy-to-sanitize threaded diffusion stone. Check out the new threaded diffusion stone at morebeer.com. Item number keg 590.
Feels like work. Shooting the shit for 2 hours, drinking beer and talking beer. What a wonderful experience.
Can we not have the barf bucket near my mixing board?
I think everybody could read the book.
I knew you were going to use this book as an excuse to quit doing this show.
Yeah. Mrs. Bub, if you want, I can mail you the Bub Timer.
Yeah, Newcastle, especially in the can. Have you ever had it in the can? No, I have not had it in the can.
Notice I closed my eyes and I concentrated really hard.
Now, live from the Brewing Network studios in Northern California, this is the radio program for home brewers, craft brewers, beer lovers, and beer geeks. It's your only source for live beer radio that brings expert brewers together with, well, expert drinkers. This is the radio program with a head on it. This is The Session.
So I have Tasty's arrogant bastard, or not arrogant, double barrel clone in front of me. Doing a retest here. What do you think on the retest?
It was the same result. No contest. We don't have a valid commercial sample.
We did 7 hours of Can You Brew It the other day.
Something like 10. Okay.
Well, there was a lunch break in there, I guess. We did 5 Can You Brew It shows on Friday. Did them at the Good Noon Hour, by the way. You were privileged to have
replaced
rare
air there.
The meat.
Yes.
And we did a whole bunch of Can You Brew It, and it was a Firestone extravaganza. And one of them was the Double Barrel Ale clone rebrew,
right,
which we put on hold because the sample we got tasted sour. The commercial sample we got tasted sour. And so Tasty brought over a different bottle today. And it's not quite as sour, but it still has a twang to it that your clone doesn't, does it?
Right. When it has a twang that Double Barrel that we remember and we're used to doesn't have either. So I don't know whether my beer is the beer or not, but there certainly isn't.
We might have no choice but to bring Shorty Brynelson in here to
with the beer in tow.
Yeah, let him.
Yeah, bring us.
This might be good for him. He might take a couple of these bottles and go
and buy one or something.
And go, shit, man! Why didn't you guys tell me this a while ago?
Well, it's not terribly bad.
Actually, the 12 ounce is really good.
It's much.
But it has a twang that yours doesn't.
Yeah, right.
My theory, which is worth about 8 cents in this room and any other room for that matter. You know, they do actual, and we talked about it on the show, they do actual primary fermentation inside of their barrels at Firestone.
Yeah. Some portion of the Double Barrel is fermented in the barrel. Right.
I find it difficult to believe that any barrel used over and over again doesn't have some kind of bug in, somewhere in the wood there.
It's going to be hard to clean. I mean, all the trouble you go to clean stainless.
Now, I'm not talking behind your back, Matt. These are questions I want to...
He doesn't listen.
Well, yeah, he'll get it.
He'll hear, hey, those guys are talking about you.
Well, he's a friend. I'm just saying, I want him to know I'm not saying this as a F your beers kind of thing.
No.
These are questions I want to ask his face. I'm just asking his face just doesn't have... Tasty's face is what's in front of me. So I'm just throwing out my theories is that, anytime you're fermenting in a barrel, you got to imagine that over time, there's going to be some junk in there. And so I'm thinking that the 22-ounce bottles that we got during the Can You Brew It Rebrew show been sitting on the shelf at the Bevmo a little while or something. I got mine at Monument, actually, but still. Coming from the same distributor.
Yeah, I got mine at More Beer, and all their beer goes right in the coolers.
Right. It's close, though, man. Jamil might be right that the base beer is right.
Yeah. It tastes like I remember Double Barrel. It tastes oakier, but Jamil says it's not. It's exactly right. So
yeah,
it's just different memory than mine.
Those of you listening to this right now, you're not going to actually get that Can You Brew It show for like 8 weeks or something.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry about that. But it's in front of me, so I had to talk about it. JP, what do you think about the beer?
I think it's really nice, and I think Matt Brendelson is nice, and everything they do is nice.
Listen to how nice JP is today.
Yeah, he's so polite today. No angst at all.
Yeah, I can fly planes now, and I killed my cats.
What happened? Did you start a medication regimen?
Yeah. I started with OxyContin, and then I go ahead and mix it with more.
Just take the edge off.
OxyContin, even.
It's been working great.
Wow. I like the new JP.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're real mellow, too.
You look really nice today.
Thanks. I bet you even like Bevo.
Hi, Bevo.
Hi, JP.
You're looking gorgeous.
Oh, sorry. That's my fault, Bevo.
Boo, you whore.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're looking very nice today, and I think your skin is radiant.
Thank you, JP.
Yeah, it's great.
Well, the new JP on the program today.
Nice.
He's going to be helping out. He's now he's a very well medicated JP. We all pooled together, and we bought him it was a gift basket of meds, and we thought,
and the hooker really helped.
Since he needed them all, we had.
I had some release I needed to get through.
The hooker's good too.
Thank you.
So glad to have you on board. We'll see how the show goes today with the new JP.
I love working at More Beer.
Really?
It's great.
You love everything about your life right now.
Everything.
Have you made any new friends this week?
Yeah, one's got his name is Jose.
Yeah, good.
Yeah. And
Jose
he's
number what?
Right. Jose 13.
I love everybody that works in the warehouse. I love everything.
What do you think about Tasty?
He looks really handsome. And his beer is to die for. The Firestone Walker clone. That's just great.
To die for, even.
To die for.
Wow. It's like a gay, happy...
But I don't want to...
It's like a gay happy
I'm going to have to hug out here real quick.
It's to die for, but I don't want to kill myself about it. That's how good it is.
Yeah, like to die for, but I really don't want to die because life is good.
I want to live.
Wow. Well, you're doing great.
Thanks, man.
I really like the new JP.
Keep up on those meds. Nice.
I mean, he's a little more boring. He's a little more mellow.
Yeah, we went out to light a fire in him. We'll see how the booze goes.
Yeah, fires can be dangerous. We should be careful about those.
Now, if I was a black man, what would you say then?
Hello, sir.
Wow, listen to the new JP.
How about this weather?
What about this climate crisis?
Yeah, what do you think about global warming?
Yeah,
we should stop
real,
it.
Right?
It's a big problem, isn't it?
I didn't even use toilet paper in the bathroom today.
If you had the chance
I want to save the world.
If you had the chance to vote for Al Gore again, what would you do?
Do it.
You'd do it?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Have you not seen The Inconvenient Truth?
I have. Did you like that,
I
new
felt
JP?
so inconvenienced
Yeah.
that I went out and I bought myself a biodiesel fuel car.
Wow.
Yeah, it's great.
So you sold the Volkswagen and you bought yourself, what, like some sort of biodiesel thing?
A Mercedes.
I
even like the Germans now.
Really? He even likes the Germans now. Wow.
Huh.
All right, well, we'll see how it goes. So far, I like you, JP.
So far, yeah.
Thank you.
I mean, you're saying all the right things. You're a little mellow, but you're really agreeable, and I like that.
Well, the OxyContin is really helping.
Yeah, that will make you mellow, that's for sure. I was out visiting my dad last week. In fact, I got to say this. Big shout to the BN Army East Coast Division. Wait till I tell you about how cool those guys are. But so I'm out at my old man's, and the back started acting up after a few days of sitting in cars and playing stuff. And I guess he had some neck injury a little while back. And what did he have? Forget what he had. Well, at least he thought he had it.
AIDS?
No.
Oh.
Something a doctor gave him.
AIDS?
Right. It is JP. I don't know. I don't know if it was OxyContin or what's some with a P.
Prozac?
No, it wasn't Prozac. Yeah, he's like, your back hurts. Here's a handful of Prozac.
It's going to bum you out. So here.
Anyway, some strong Percocet. Maybe that was it. He had Percocets, and he goes, My parents are like this. It's real funny. They've been like this since I was about 12. I get a headache. Oh, you want some morphine? They've always had like stuff like that around. And so my old man, it wasn't even that bad. I was doing pretty good actually, and I was on some Motrin, just some muscle relaxer type stuff. And he's like, "Hey, I think I have some Percocets. You want Percocets?" Sure. More for the plane ride home than anything else. A couple of Percocets and a Heineken. That's what you got to get at the airport or in the.
That's a party.
Or on the plane. It's a party. It's a sleeping party. It's a mellow JP party.
We lost your luggage. That's cool.
Anyway, he went looking for the Percocets and he didn't have any. He's got a crazy new girlfriend. She doesn't even speak English. I'm telling you, my old man's some kind of genius. 50-something years old. I think he's pushing 60. And starts dating this Brazilian broad. Shat.
Really?
Doesn't even speak English, all Portuguese, right?
Wow.
She comes over, say hi, meet the family, and he can't talk to her. Like, she really barely speaks English.
Hola.
They just whisper in the corner, and it's kind of disgusting. They're like two teenagers. They're making out over there.
Touching each other. And,
yeah! Well, actually, that's funny you say that. So we went out, me and my brother, for a little while. The Kate was with us, took off for a little while. We come home. Yeah, and they're like sitting in the same, love chair. And we hadn't met her yet.
Oh.
They were spending the night watching my nephew, Little Jay. And come home, his hand's all in her shirt. She gets up to introduce herself. She gotta put her shirt back up. Her tits out.
Awkward.
It was awkward. I was like, I'm gonna go to the kitchen for Oreo cookie or something that takes a few minutes to find.
Right. And could you give me some milk while you're there?
You walk in, your old man's feeling up some broad. Anyway, I'm proud of the guy. He's some kind of genius. So she doesn't even speak English.
Mom to you.
And yeah, exactly.
Good deal for your nephew too.
Oh,
great example there.
Yeah. He's going to learn right.
Yeah.
So I don't think we. So we all went out together the following night, and I think I said like 4 words to her. We said like cerveza. Or something. You try to, whatever you can. It's Portuguese, too. It's not Spanish.
Right, so you're doomed. You got nothing on it.
I had nothing.
How can you say I like your tits in Portuguese?
You can't. I couldn't. All I could say was, I saw your tits.
Yeah.
And City of God was really nice.
Right. Anyway, my dad, I'm telling you, this guy, he knows something we don't. He's a smart man. He does the whole online dating thing, and he's like, hey, you know what? I don't like talking to broads anyway. I'm going to get one that doesn't speak English.
He's a genius.
Good idea.
The guy's a genius, isn't he? And those Brazilians, let me tell you something. They age pretty well. Mm-hmm. Not like the white women. White women don't age so well. Well, Beav, let's face it. You've seen your mom, right?
Oh,
How old's your mother? She's pretty old, actually, right? She's not like the average mom.
No, she's how old am I? She's 66, 67.
Oh yeah, she's old. There. But this woman's like 50-something, and I'm telling you, the brown-skinned ones, they do a lot better than the white-skinned ones.
Mm. So how are you going to feel about sloppy seconds?
She wasn't that hot.
Okay.
Anyway, I'm just pointing out, the guy knows something that we don't. Go find... Shu, this might be the key for you.
I mean,
JP.
Right.
This might be the key for you. Go find somebody who doesn't speak English.
Okay.
I mean, this might be where you failed all these times.
Yeah.
You have.
They understand what I'm saying.
They understand what you're saying.
Yeah. If they had no idea, they'd
might
probably
do a
give
lot
you the
better without with a little language barrier.
They give you the benefit of the doubt.
Maybe my guitar should be my language instead of my voice.
Yes, it should. You should never speak.
Okay, thank you, Bevo.
You're welcome, JP.
So JP here in studio. I think we've got Schumann on the phone. Schumann, are you there?
Oh.
Yeah, I'm here, man. I'm just playing some guitar, man.
Playing some guitar, huh?
Yeah, it's my life. It's my life, and I figure I should be doing it. I should be out there. So I'm in a really shitty band right now, and then that'll probably break up, and I'll probably find another shitty band.
I've heard Schumann's band. I think it's really good.
JP really likes Schumann's band. He's finding this very confusing, I'm sure. Have you taken any chicks on a motorcycle ride lately, Schumann? That's your thing, isn't it?
I did. I took this broad out for a motorcycle ride, and she didn't have any helmet. I was like, I'll give you some helmet, and I fucked her.
Schumann.
God, Schumann.
You're vulgar like JP used to be.
Yeah, and I took her on a tour of her tailpipe, if you know what I mean.
Actually, no. What do you mean?
Well, that's what I do. And then I went camping and I fucking shot things. It was great.
Damn it. I should have cut you off a couple questions ago, Schumann.
Yeah, he's building up here.
Oh, sorry.
All right.
Is it being real?
The jig is up. So Schumann is in studio, believe it or not.
They wouldn't have known, ever.
They never. I could have gone through the whole
that was
show.
working.
No one would have known, right?
Yeah.
Why aren't you here, Jipper? What's wrong with you?
I'm coughing a bunch of nonsense.
You're what?
I'm coughing up a bunch of phlegm. I think I spelled it right to you.
It's called semen, JP.
Well, we
I don't even know you said.
I knew we'd miss you, so I made you call in for the feedback segment.
Yeah, my throat's all scratchy and fucked up and coughing a bunch of phlegm and hacking, and I know with all the allergies and nonsense, I'd just basically be doing what I do, but like 10 times worse.
Right. So like a couple more times an hour, I'd have to listen to you hack something, right?
Basically, yeah, but actually I would actually hack something up, and it's like dark green.
Oh.
So, yeah.
God, I just threw up in my mouth.
That reminds me of a discharge I once had.
Yeah, that's basically what I'm discharging right now. So the outbreak is almost over, I guess.
Just get some penicillin. You'll be fine, buddy.
All right. Well, let me do the feedback while I have you here, because a couple things were about you, as usual. I thought you might want to hear them,
Oh, good.
All right.
Am I writing in again?
I think you've wrote it, yeah. There actually was one. I think I deleted it. I was even sick of it.
Thanks for laughing. Appreciate it.
All right, here, let me play the theme. I have to do that.
Oh, my God.
You've got mail.
Kick ass.
All right, feedback's brought to you today by Seven Bridges Cooperative. You can go to breworganic.com and brew yourself some organic homebrew. The new JP really likes that sort of thing.
It's great.
Yeah.
I do. It's good for the earth and good for your body.
See? All right. Seven Bridges Brew Organic. So I actually have an email here to start things off. It's a feelings moment. I have an email from Schumann, who's obviously with us. Yeah, Schumann wrote in. He had a feelings moment that he wanted to express with the BN Army. So, let's see. Hey, Salty Balls, Schumann here. As much as I hate being associated with the train wreck that you call a radio show, I wanted to give a shout-out to the BN Army, and in particular, Bad Rock and his lovely wife, Vanna, for helping me out when my band was on tour. My brother, Shoe Light, who's the drummer in that shitty new band of mine, Trophy Fire, I'm ad-libbing a little bit.
Yeah, you're doing great.
Got severely delayed on a plane headed toward Denver. Was scheduled to arrive at 2:50. Long story short, he was so delayed due to tornado watches, a bitch hyperventilating in the bathroom that required an EMT, and an incompetent pilot that ran out of gas and had to refuel twice.
Twice.
I think while they were on the tarmac, though, right? Like he didn't run out of gas in the air.
No.
That's good.
Then my brother would be gone, and then it'd be even happier life for me.
So in order to make the show in time, they actually couldn't pick up the drummer, Shoe Light.
Mm-hmm.
So Bad Rock and Vanna came to the rescue. Those poor bastards circled the airport for more than an hour through shitty weather and even worse traffic. Missed the show, which is what they even had come out for, and had to ride in a car with my douchebag brother. And they still showed up with huge grins on their faces. You probably blew them.
Probably, maybe went skiing.
We ended up drinking at the Falling Rock and had a great time, and after all the bands were done. They even helped load our equipment into the band.
Damn right they loaded it up.
Took advantage of him.
Schumann says, who the fuck does that sort of shit? My answer? Bad Rock and his wife Vanna, and a lot of members of the BN Army. At the risk of sounding like a big gay pussy with a lot of feelings...
yeah, you could have left that part out.
Members of the BN Army have always been great to me, from my dad's death to supporting my music to simply a smile and a suck it, Schumann. I'm truly honored to suck it. So thank you from Schumann, and JP is an ass clown. Signed, Schumann.
Yeah, you like that?
Wow.
It's true about the BN Army, man.
Yeah, they're fucking troopers, man.
I was waiting for Schumann to bring up his dead dad in that fucking email.
Yeah, well, you know.
Had to happen.
You could smell it coming.
My dead dad? You can't smell anything. He's ashes now.
Oh, he had him cremated, JP. You can't smell him.
Yeah. You can taste it, though.
Didn't somebody in your family have to taste them?
Dude.
Did you guys dump them out and you blew back in somebody's face?
We dumped them in the ocean.
Yeah.
And we were right next to a rock to where there was a crazy wind coming up.
Yeah.
And before I dumped it, I saw John. And I actually thought about dumping it on purpose on him. And I'm like, nah, I can't do that with Dad. So I turned to John and I'm like, hey, man, the winds are kind of crazy around here. I think you're going to get nailed with his ashes if you don't move. And he's like, no, it's cool, man. I'll just stay right here. I'm like, all right, I warned you. And sure as shit. He was coughing and hacking. He had all. He's like,
Oh, your dad was giving him the finger from somewhere.
Totally. And you know, this is a family tradition now, because when my dad spread his mom's ashes like got a big gust of wind and blew right in his face too.
Great.
So I'm going to be blowing in somebody else's face when I die.
That's never happened before.
It's kind of a switch because she and the dad usually had his brother in his mouth.
Yeah. And how?
That is kind of a switch. That was payback. That's great. All right, let's see. What else do we have here? Justin, you beer bashing no talent hack. When Metropolitan Brewing was on the other week, you and Tracy were talking about dirty beer lines. How do you identify dirty beer lines? Is it a specific character, or do you already have to know the beer in question well enough to be able to tell that it's off?
Well, when there's foreign matter in the lines, then it's dirty.
Well, that's one way.
Foreign matter.
Now, this is a good question, and I will admit that it often helps that I know the beer in question. A lot of times that's what happens with us here, is that we go to a beer bar and we're trying some of our favorites, and we find out that it doesn't taste like our favorite. And we've learned to, instead of suspect that we got a bad batch of beer, we start suspecting the beer lines first. And that's just because more often than not, we've all had a lot of bad beer lines around here. But there are some other indicators, I think, that you can tell, even if you don't know the beer. And really, the most common one that I've noticed, and really, you know, my expertise is only in having drunk a lot of beer at different bars.
Repetition.
Is kind of a dish rag taste. You know, when you get that old sponge in your... Now, I don't make a habit of chewing on the old sponge that's in my sink, but you can smell it. And even you can smell it on your hands. If you've washed dishes with a dirty sponge, you can smell that smell on your hands. Yeah. And a lot of times, it's a similar flavor, in my opinion, that you find in a dirty beer line.
Sour. It's a sour
It's
smell.
a sour, and it's kind of rank, you know?
Yeah. And another thing, I mean, that's interesting you mentioned... a sponge, because, I mean, check your glassware, too. Sometimes, you know, you're smelling your glass, you're going, wow, that smells weird.
That's right.
So that's another thing, you know. But as far as the lines go, yeah, you'll just get off flavors and things of that nature.
So things like oxidation and stuff like that, cardboard flavor, that's not what I'm talking about. It's really much more kind of it's a little sour, like Tasty says. It's kind of pungent, and you really can tell. And it's just, you know, if you're drinking a pale ale that has a sour flavor to it, out of a keg, it's more likely that it's the beer line than it is the beer, at least in my experience. So it's really, it's kind of a twang, and it's a bit of a also, like, you know, you ever leave your laundry in the washing machine for a day or two because you forgot to put it in the dryer?
Never.
And then you go and you open the washer, and it's got that kind of stale, damp smell.
I just had a flashback of DJ Matt Boyd.
My old roommate used to smell like that permanently. And that's another character I get from dirty beer lines. So,
well, here's the deal. I mean, if you feel it's in question, just clean them. Or, you know, have a good program. You know, every couple weeks, replace the lines if you can. I mean, but just be cleaning them every couple weeks, even if you question it at all.
And if it's at your local pub, I think I've been saying this for a couple years now, don't immediately attack the brewer and the beer. No. Give the beer another shot somewhere else before you decide that that's what was wrong. Because a lot of times the bar owner isn't going to listen to you tell him that his lines are dirty.
I think this is charity work. I mean, don't serve in a fucking soup kitchen. Go take your spare time and go clearing other people's beer lines and really make a difference.
Schumann thinks you should go clean your local pub's beer lines.
Yeah, instead of donating to those assholes with the bell and the Salvation Army. Fuck those guys.
Santa?
Yeah.
All right.
Well, I'd like to know how that's feedback. Can I just ask that question?
Well, it was a question. I've encouraged questions on the feedback. Yeah. Right. Come on, JP. Boy, now he's back to being JP.
Just asking. No, I'm just asking a question.
No, I see. Good.
Well, that's in feedback.
Yeah. He's playing hardball.
So here's one you might like, JP. This one is feedback. Although I was a little confused by it. So, okay, it starts like this. Where the hell do I start, dude? I've been trailing your noisy wake for some time now and supporting you with 10 of your dollars. $12.03 of mine.
Wow.
I think he's an Aussie. I've nearly had a goddamn brain hemorrhage through the latter of 08 and 09 sessions where there has seemed to be a certain sense of humor cultivated. One that relies on soft bigotry as a crutch for the humor. I can excuse a little bit. Let's not pretend that anyone was born without a decent sense of prejudice. But it's been getting a little grating. And yes, I do have sand in my vagina. It hurts when I walk. Fuck you.
Yes.
That said, I'm in the middle of listening to the Moon River podcast right now, where I actually got a chance to listen live and got a little effed up. And that was fun. Tasty was on fire. A lot of 5 and a little bit of 2. As international audience member paying your ass and not for it, I feel a sense of entitlement to voice my opinion. It's not like you have a shareholder meeting or anything, so this is where I get to do it. You will get another $12.03 from me. Do you know a 6-pack of Bud over here is $15? That's from Aussie Bismarcky. So I feel like at first he's saying that we're racist. Mm-hmm. But then he says... And he's saying that it's too much. But then he says, I'm a racist, and I like that.
That's what I got out of it.
Yeah. I think this dude's dad never hugged him enough or something.
He's just trying to keep us from falling into his...
right.
His
And
thing.
then he said, did he say at the end you won't get another $12 or you will?
I will. I'll still get another $12.03.
I think that's a carry-on soldier.
I think that was like the worst compliment in the history of compliments.
Right.
Well, we're still searching for the compliment.
It was so backhanded that it was forehanded.
Yeah. How the hell did he do that?
He went all the way around. The backhand.
He gave you the full reach around right there.
Yeah.
I mean,
we should ask Darren how he feels about that.
We should.
Yeah.
So I don't know if we're
Well,
being
I like that.
if we're being too racist or not racist enough. I can't tell.
I don't know. All I know is I wish, that guy's probably not white, and I don't think we should listen to him.
All JP knows is that he wishes Africa would disappear.
I think the answer is we need to be tastefully racist.
Is that what the Aussies are asking of us?
Obvious,
That
isn't
means
it?
we need to be more racist.
I see.
Look, there's a reason the World Cup is in Johannesburg, instead of Nigeria. Okay, just saying.
Yeah.
What's the reason?
He's not saying, but he's saying.
I'm not going to say.
I don't know. What do you need from me? What do you want from me?
Now he's going to write another confusing email based on that comment, JP. He's going to write it, hey, I too like to dislike Johannesburg. Thank you.
And here's another 1203.
All right. What else do I have here? I like the show. Listen to everything. Brew Strong. Thank you. New Brewer.
Blah, blah, blah.
From Derek. We got a lot of international ones this week. Hey, guys. I wanted to say the Sunday session with Metropolitan Brewing was freaking awesome. Somehow you guys are getting funnier. I really appreciate you bringing on guests to talk about how they made the leap from home brewing to actually starting their own business. Most of us all have dreams of doing this for a living, and getting to hear others talk about how they did it, what it took, and the ups and downs is very valuable. Great questions and amazing show. Keep up the good work. You make my drives to and from work so much more doable. I'm sitting in effing L.A. traffic 2 hours a day. Cheers from Tim. Tim, a little advice. Kill yourself now. If you have to sit in L.A. traffic 2 hours a day, just get it over with. Just do it.
It seems like all of our listeners are like stuck in traffic with a razor blade to one artery, just going, I swear to God, if there's one more fucking break, I'm out of here.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, L.A. traffic, though, is the worst.
Yeah.
Here's my advice to beat L.A. traffic.
Move out of L.A.
Tomorrow morning, Monday morning, when you download this podcast, I hope you listen to this before you leave for work. Go out to your car in the garage. Leave the garage door shut this time. Start up the car. Put a hose from the pipe into your window. Turn on the show. Yeah, right to your face. Turn on the show. You're going to feel a euphoric sensation.
And that's good.
And that's a good thing. And
you will see God. Go to Him.
Just when you're about to go to God, that traffic situation's going to be fixed.
Yep. Permanently.
Yeah.
Just my advice.
But what I would do is I would duct tape it to the window, so that way, because sometimes people always think, oh, I'm about to kill myself. Oh, I want to live, and then they die. And this way, you don't get that. You're gone.
Yeah, it's either shit.
Take the hose off.
It's shit or get off the pot, isn't it?
Yeah, not like those pussies who jump off the Golden Gate Bridge and then walk up. They wash up on the rocks with like they're half broken. They'll never walk again.
Oh yeah.
You thought life sucked a minute ago. Now that you failed at your suicide attempt.
Seriously, no duct tape. No duct tape is a cry for help. Duct tape.
That means you mean it.
I mean, some of these guys are going like, I'm a failure, and then jump off the Golden Gate Bridge, and then they fucking fail again.
That's right. I think there's a whole movie about those people. There's like a documentary because now they want those.
No, that's impossible. JP would not let a film crew in there.
Those are the shit fucks who want to put up the big fence all along the Golden Gate Bridge. It's the survivors. It's the one because they go, now that I've survived, I've seen the light, and if only there was a fence there, I never would have jumped. I wouldn't be like this.
Right.
And my opinion is...
Don't take it out on everybody else because you're such an epic failure at life that you couldn't even kill yourself correctly.
That's my opinion.
I mean, that's come from Bevo who married Sammy.
And
she
loves Jesus a lot. And she's willing to say that about these failures.
I mean...
Epic failures.
Marrying Sammy was definitely a big failure, and she's lived with it. She's not killing herself, is she?
Right.
Well, I kind of feel like they're such a failure at life.
Yeah.
If they go to the bridge and there's a fence, they're like, oh, I can't do it. And then they're not smart enough to think about another way.
Yeah.
So maybe it will work.
I guess.
But you have to pay for it, or tax dollars will have to pay for people being miserable.
Right. Yeah.
Kind of like people who donate on a recurring month.
Hey, I love those people. Yeah, like if there's a fence there, like you're not just going to jump in front of a train or start dating Schumann. Like there are other ways.
Right. That's a slow, painful death, though.
All right. Here's another one. This one's from Israel, actually. I'm telling you, we got a lot of international ones here.
Israel.
Hey, Justine, love the BN podcast. Never listened live as I'm halfway around the world from Pacheco, but I download the podcasts regularly as they come online. I usually listen to the BN while riding to work on my 500cc moped. The one thing I want to bitch about is the excessive use of U.S. measurements, and even worse, Fahrenheit temperatures. Now, I have an iPhone app for converting these things so I can formulate my recipes in the units that I can understand. But when I'm on my motorcycle, I end up getting distracted from the podcast and from the traffic while trying to work out what the fuck Tasty means when he says mash at 148 degrees F. Or ferment cold at 51. Could you give a guy a break and occasionally throw in some Celsius equivalents?
No. Next email.
Yeah. Israel can suck it.
Yeah. Hey, don't we support them? Right, JP? Doesn't the American Army support them?
Didn't we give you a country?
Yeah.
Is that now I got to give you Celsius?
We gave you tanks. What do you want?
Yeah. If that's the only thing you have to worry about is doing math in your head on a shitty moped, then life has gotten really great over there, and we should pull out.
Should all move to Israel.
Definitely pull out.
Now, all that being said, I do see your point.
You have a good point. We are trying to do better at that. And
we are. We're just honestly.
The problem is we're going to start pissing off the people that want to hear that it's 148 Fahrenheit.
Well, and that is the one problem because we'd have to do both. I'll give you the complete, honest answer. Noam, Shalev. That's that we're all Americans are too stupid to convert to Celsius. We were never taught to do it, and we're really slow when it comes to these things. Doc, who's actually pretty good at math, can't convert it on the fly when we're in the middle of the show. Right. And so the honest answer is we're just a little slow and dumb.
We can't even ride mopeds.
So we're not even good at moped. Schumann has fallen over 15 times on his motorcycle.
At least.
So if we could, we would,
Yeah, it's like multitasking.
Isn't 500 cc's like pretty big? Isn't that a pretty big unit for a friggin' moped?
Oh, for a moped,
for a weed eater, yeah. But.
Yeah. It's not bad actually for a moped. So the day we become a little less dumb is when you'll get your Celsius.
So not going to happen. Sorry.
That being said, don't hold your breath.
Right. Noam Shalev says on another note, a question about the mini topic that Tasty talked about in the last Sunday session. There was a mini topic last week, Tasty?
Yeah. By the way, we got to do those earlier in the show if you want me to.
We do?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was a micro topic.
It was more of a... Yeah.
I got to. It wasn't for you questioning me. I wouldn't have known what I was doing.
It was all right. Well, he asked a question actually that we did cover, but we'll cover it again just because maybe we weren't so clear. He says, could I make more beer in one brew day by brewing a high-gravity beer and then adding water to dilute it in the fermenter? Wouldn't that be similar to brewing a partial extract or a partial boil extract batch? Keep up the good work. That's from Noam Shaliv in Israel. I think that Tasty actually did cover that. That's one of the things he likes to do.
What I talked about was adding water to the fermented and carbonated beer. Again, to make a concentrated beer that you can add water to later. If you have extra fermenter space and want to boil less wort to fill those fermenters, then you could add water at flame out if you wanted to dilute it and ferment it that way, sure.
Right. Okay, there you go. JP, you sound like shit, by the way.
What?
You sound like shit.
I'll fuck shit. I don't even care.
Here's one from Japan this week, and it was to JP.
Oh, Ohio, my Japanese friends, Yakuza, Karoki.
Yakuza. Isn't that a gang?
What the? He just took all of that from whatever video game he's playing right now.
I'm sure that Australian dude is really stoked about what JP just did.
Yeah. He's playing isn't there like a Yakuza video game and you're just reading the subtitles right now?
Yeah, I watch a lot of anime,
So this was another I get feedback too from JP that he forwarded along to me. I guess it was a More Beer customer who JP wrote back to, and the kid got all excited. He goes, "By the way, are you JP from the Brewing Network?" I've been listening to that program for a year, so it's really exciting to see your name in email. I really love BN. Please tell Justin, Jamil, and everyone that I love their shows, and even in Japan, there are some listeners. Cheers, from Kiyohi Nakajima.
Yeah. I thought it was a pretty sweet email. Come on.
There's probably like 8 follow-ups to this email. I just got the first one, and JP's been bugging him since this one came through. Thank you, Kiyohi. What else do you like about me on the show?
I too enjoy Japanese things, like schoolgirl and cafes with no panties.
And squeezing onto Subway grab.
Maybe this is what he meant by racism.
Oh, you think so?
Oh, gee.
But did he not like it, or he did like it?
I don't know.
Yeah. He's a fan of it.
What else here? I got to get through this. Oh, some Australian brewers wanted us to give them a shout out. I'll do a shout out every now and then. Yeah. I'm down with the brothers.
Yeah.
Right?
Hell yeah.
Never say that again.
I am down with those guys.
Would it be?
What do you mean, those guys?
What do you mean, those people?
Hey, gang. Love the podcast and listen frequently. I wonder if we could have a spot on the shows, one of these days. No, probably not. But just they're a club, and just having a shout-out is good. They're in Perth, Western Australia. They are westcoastbrewers.com. I haven't looked at a map in a long time. Are they more west than we are? I guess it depends on how you look at the map, isn't it?
Yeah, because the world is a big circle. Yeah,
so. Anybody's west, really, aren't they? Who decides where's west? Just a shout-out would be good. westcoastbrewers.com. We're getting ready to head over to Melbourne for the 2nd annual ANHC, the Australian National Homebrewing Conference, which Jamil and Palmer went to last year. I guess this year, Randy Mosher and Gordon Strong's on today's show, by the way, are gracing us with their presence this year, and very much looking forward to it. Why don't a few of you guys come over one year?
Didn't invite us.
That's from Jake, president of West Coast Brewers. Jake, that's because the few of us guys don't get invited.
Exactly.
It could be because it could be because we're racist.
Could be.
Oh yeah, bigots. Yeah.
Or possibly because
you're assholes.
Yeah.
Could be that.
Kick us some of that Kiwi money, and then maybe we'll talk. Maybe that funny money. Maybe we'll talk some dollars.
Did they have like purple chickens on their currency or what?
I think so.
Yeah.
It's more likely that we're just too cheap and dumb to find good airline prices to get our ass over there.
We don't really bring anything of value to the table. So.
I don't know how to get there. They do Celsius in Australia.
Sure sounds like a lot of swimming.
How would I even communicate with the ladies? I don't know
I'll stay behind
Celsius.
and run the show.
JP was, yeah. JP can't even fly to Southern California. You think he's going to get on a 14-hour flight to Australia?
14 hours?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Dude, Chris Graham sent me my itinerary for the flight to Minnesota, and I'm sitting there reading it, and my palms start sweating.
Are you going to bail
I
on?
get nervous.
Are you going to bail on NHC?
No.
Are you sure?
No.
Are you going to take medication?
No, I should be good, but it's just I was even just reading when I take off and land. I was like, oh fuck, I don't want to do this.
Can I convince you to at least put a Xanax, and I'm being serious, at least put a Xanax in your pocket so that just in case it comes down to it and you're freaking out, it'd be worth a shot, right? Like, what do you got to lose? You could take it, and if you still won't fly, then fine, I'm wrong, and you're right, and everybody's happy, right? But at least have it like ready.
It'll be like a worry stone where I'll just be sitting and rubbing it in my pocket for good luck.
Yeah. What time is your flight out on Sunday when you come home?
I think it's at like 2 or 3 or something like that.
Okay. So we can hang out and see you sweating on Sunday during the day.
If he makes it out there.
If he makes it, yeah.
If I make it out there.
Tell you what, use your palm sweat as lubricant. Go into the airline bathroom and join the Mile High Club yourself.
Right.
And that'll take off a lot of edge.
Well, I might be like that bra on your plane, Schumann, where I need an EMT because I'll be hyperventilating.
Oh.
You're not that good.
Yeah.
Oh. Is it still called the Mile High Club if you're doing it yourself?
I consider it. I'm part of that club.
So, Schumann, you consider yourself a member of the Mile High Club?
Fuck yeah.
You've spanked in the bathroom before?
Have you?
In an airline bathroom? Why wouldn't I?
I don't know.
But I can't sleep on a plane. What else am I going to do?
I guess. I've thought about it, but, sometimes it's a long flight. You wake up with a stiffy like you do at home.
Yeah, what are you going to do with it?
I thought about it, but I can't really stand up straight in the airline bathroom. I'm usually too short, and I don't want to be like the hunched over guy.
I mean, you could press the...
that's creepy.
You got to hold on with 2 hands.
Yeah.
You need a third hand in there.
I need a third hand.
They got the flight attendant buttons, but now you got women's rights, and they won't do that shit for you anymore. So what the
You
fuck
used to
else
be
are you
able
going
to
to
call
do?
for help.
You can't even ask.
Yeah. Now you're a bigot.
Yeah. Now if you join the Mile High Club yourself, you're a bigot.
Yeah.
It's all fucked up.
It's kind of disappointing that I can't do that because the smell of that blue water really turns me on. But, I feel weird about going in there, so.
Right. All right. Well, that was our feedback for today, JP. Thank you for joining us. It was, let me tell you, very valuable to have you on the line.
It wasn't, because I heard maybe every other word, and it's all mushy, and I'm guessing at what you guys are saying, so it's been fun for me.
All right. Very good, then.
I feel like I'm learning how to talk all over again.
Thanks, Chipper. Feel better, brother.
Hey, I love everybody in that room except Bevo.
All right.
Whatever.
Yeah, there you go.
Almost the new JP. Thanks, brother.
Can I give a shout out? Also, it's not really actually that gay.
All right.
It's to somebody named Mick Sager. He was in Washington when I was there, and he tried really, really hard for
to
us.
get in your pants?
No, like for us to get together. He had some homebrew set aside for me and my girlfriends to try. And,
a listener. Oh.
And I totally effed up our flight home and had to leave 4 hours earlier than I had originally planned, so we didn't actually get to make it. But he did direct me to a really great brew pub where I had some 10.5% barley wine and got myself good and crunk. So thank you, and it was nice talking to you.
All right. Good shout out.
Did you love him?
I do. I love everybody.
All right, I'll talk about our New York City trip when we come back from the break. Thank you to JP and new JP for a wonderful 45-minute segment there.
I feel like I should be thanking you, sir.
In which I got absolutely nothing done except for the feedback. None of our announcements. All right. Today's topic, by the way, is homebrew clubs. It's going to be a good show. We've got Gordon Strong coming up and Drew Beecham helping us out. It's a really good topic. Hang in there. It's The Session. We'll be right back.
You're listening to the Brewcasters. Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
Hey, Push, the new brewery's looking good.
Thanks, Finn. Piece by piece.
Well, let's fire her up. Whoa! Is that a new kettle?
Yeah, just got it brand new, but paid half price.
What? And that blade scale?
40% off.
The new tap handle?
$5 instead of 13. Got a new regulator for the brew stand, too, but $5 instead of 25.
Dude, where are you stealing all this stuff from?
Where else? The More Beer deal of the day.
Announcing the Beer, Beer, and More Beer deal of the day. Every day, a new fantastic deal from big items to small that will blow you away. Boil kettles, carboy carriers, sterile siphon starters, digital timers. Watch morebeer.com every day for a new deal, and you just might find the item you've been waiting for at a price you cannot believe. Hurry, because stock is limited on most items.
And that sweet Guinness cap, let me guess. The More Beer deal of the day. Yeah, I knew it. Come on, let's brew something. Find the More Beer deal of the day at morebeer.com. Celebrity voices impersonated.
Nico, listen, our lawyers said that we had to do this for 1 hour, and after this, we don't have to talk to each other for 3 more months to the next meeting.
Kids, come on, let's get out of here.
I'm supposed to have more lines. I'm the professional. Hey, it's Sully.
And I'm Nico.
And we opened the 21st Amendment 10 years ago at 563 2nd Street in San Francisco, just 2 blocks from Giants Park, to make great beer and have a great time doing it.
That's right, because to us, the 21st Amendment is more than just the right to make beer. It's the right to experiment, to be innovative, and just do things differently. And so now, we're putting our craft beer in cans.
That's right, cans. You can find our world-famous Hell or High Watermelon Wheat Beer at Brew for Your Die IPA in the Northeast, Northwest, parts of the Midwest, and Alaska, in cans and on draft. So next time you're at your local neighborhood pub or good beer store, be sure to ask for 21st Amendment in cans.
Because everyone likes it in a can.
Tasty crack cans.
Tasty crack can.
Hey, what are you doing, man?
Writing a review of WLP 400.
What? You're reviewing yeast?
Yeah. White Labs has home brewer reviews of all their strains. Are you new to these interwebs? Check it out.
That's awesome.
White Labs, your source for great yeast, invites all brewers to visit whitelabs.com to read and write your own reviews of all their yeast strains. Get real-world tips and tricks from other brewers who have made the most of their vials and post your own experiences. It's another way White Labs brings you closer to the best yeast on the planet.
And send. There you go.
You misspelled flocculate, dude.
What? Mother...
White Labs. It's all in the vial.
What's up, BN Army? Jake and Mike here from Brewing TV.
Brewing TV is homebrew culture in video. Asking the big questions. Who and why. We leave the how to the tubby know-it-alls.
Check us out at brewingtv.com.
The first webisode drops May 7th.
Like Crosley's pants in a Louisiana jail cell.
This is www.thebrewingnetwork.com.
Sit down next to it, grab yourself a paper towel, and watch those yeast have sex.
You're listening to the Brewing Network.
All right, welcome back to the program. If you've been listening for any period of time, you know that cued music means that Gordon Strong's on the program with us. That's his theme. You with us, brother?
Oh,
yeah.
There he
Any
is.
tool heads out there?
Gordon won't let me book him on the show unless I play the music. If I don't play it, he'll just sit there quiet. He won't say anything. How are you, man?
That's great, thanks.
It's good to have you on the show. Thanks for doing the show short notice, too. You and Drew both came through at the last minute here. Drew, do I got you on the line there?
I'm here.
All right. Look at that. Everything working.
But I don't have intro music. I don't know.
The problem is that I thought about intro music for you, but anything I would have played after Tool would have made you sound gay. And it's just too tough of a song that Gordon has. So I figured I'd just let you come in without it. That way your voice can represent you.
Well, hey, my voice sounds gay enough anyway.
Yeah, I could have put it in like, Baby He Got Back or something, and I don't know. At least it would have made you sound hetero.
It's Raining Men, Hallelujah. That one was vetoed.
That one was vetoed. All right, so Drew Beecham and Gordon Strong both on the program with us now. I didn't even do all the things I was supposed to do in the beginning of the program, but what we're talking about today is homebrew clubs. And, kind of everything around homebrew clubs. The idea here today is to understand why you would start a homebrew club, how to start a homebrew club, how to make it the best club it can be. We're going to talk about government issues in terms of do you need to have a formal government within your, or committee within your homebrew club or not, and then different ideas to make a successful homebrew club, events and promotions and raising money and dues and kind of everything you need to know to start your own homebrew club. Or maybe some of you are in a local homebrew club that's not really cutting it for you and you'd like to make some improvements. And that was why I called up Drew and Gordon, because they've both been involved in clubs for a long time, and very successful clubs for that matter, with a lot of numbers and just people involved. So I thought they'd be perfect to talk to us about the whole thing, and they came through at the last minute. So thanks, guys, for being on the show.
Hey, no problem.
No worries.
We're
also all on the AHA committee together. I don't know if you knew.
Ooh, that's a lot of governing power.
Wait, hold on. You're not on the AHA governing committee yet.
Oh, shit, that's right. I'm not on until next month. The 16th, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you didn't even know the secret handshake or anything.
Is there going to be some sort of initiation? Like, should I make sure I wear clean underwear? What happens at my first meeting?
You don't have an aversion to cherries, do you?
No.
Good. Then you're fine.
No, Jay. Just like everybody else,
Commando. Got it. All right. I'm looking forward to the governing committee meeting. Aside from the fact that it's going to last 8 hours, I think we're going to get a lot done, and looking forward to seeing how it kind of goes. Now, you two, you've done it for a few years now, right? How many times have you been to this meeting I'm about to go to in Minnesota?
This will be number 4 for me.
All right.
I started in Chicago, so that would be 2003.
Okay. You got a few.
So forever.
Forever, yeah. I don't even think Schumann's that old, actually. That's you've been going for a long time.
Certainly not the women I date.
Yeah, it's not since 2003. I'm looking forward to it. It'll be a good time. All right, so we've got Drew and Gordon on now, like I said, to talk about building a homebrew club. And I just kind of want to get right to it and start talking about why have a homebrew club at all. A lot of our listeners don't have homebrew clubs. They're not involved in one. And we'll start one at a time. Gordon, what do you get out of having a homebrew club? Why should somebody get involved?
Well, everybody has their own reasons. I look for being able to, sort of like you guys do on the show. I mean, you're really looking to share knowledge and find other people you can talk to brewing about that know something. But a lot of clubs are different, and a lot of people have different goals. So some people think of it as just an organized drinking club. So, my first recommendation is if you're scoping out a new club, you have to figure out what they're all about before you settle in, because they might have different goals than you do.
Okay. That's a good point, and I've heard that criticism a lot from people, some who find them too formal and others who find them not formal enough. If they want to sit around a drink, they could just invite their buddies over. How about you, Drew? What do you get out of being in a homebrew club?
A good excuse to get drunk.
See, Drew's the other side. Drew's with me.
No, seriously, for me, what I really get out of it is it's that moment to kind of feel not so much like a beer geek, even though I obviously am. Just kind of it's kind of that period of time when you know that you're in like company and you can talk all this beer stuff, and you're not going to get the glazed eye look. You're going to get somebody who's actually kind of engaged with you and can actually offer you something back.
Okay. Now, Tasty, that seems to me kind of why you like homebrew clubs too, because you go out to the beer bars with us all the time and you can talk to beer guys, but to really be a nerd about your homebrew and talk about that's what you get out of your club, right?
Yeah, that's what, in any assemblage of homebrewers, whether it be a club, a national conference, any sort of homebrewing event where I can be one-on-one with a brewer especially if he has his beer in his hand.
Yeah.
It's just a special thing.
Right. Yeah. All right. And Chad, you've only, since you've been living here in California, when did you start going to Doe's meetings?
Probably, right around 3.5, maybe 4 years ago. So
okay.
Yeah.
So I think it's a good question for you because you were a guy who was surrounded by homebrewers and beer guys. You had Doc coming over to your house every week, and you got Tasty coming every week. You sit through the show, and you get to listen to homebrewing all week. Why did you start going to homebrew club meetings, given you were surrounded by all that?
It was just I wanted to see what everybody was about. What were people up to, and I don't know. I just wanted to find out who the homebrewers were.
Okay.
And what the big deal is, because all that I heard was Doe's this and Doe's that, and
right.
So yeah.
Okay.
He went looking for dates.
He did.
Sure. Yeah.
Trolling for cock.
Now, Drew, your club is the Maltose Falcons, right?
Yes.
And isn't that the oldest club in America or something like that?
As far as we know, we're the oldest club in the universe.
In the universe?
Yeah.
Well, come on, Drew. You and I both know
they're making
that you've
better
not
beer.
Inspected the whole universe.
Yeah, they're making better beer someplace else, I think.
No, hey, I'm sticking by the whole ruling of the universe until somebody proves me wrong.
Right. It's like when it's like in baseball, the World Series, when obviously it's Canada and the U.S. are the only countries in baseball, but we still call it the World Champion Baseball Team.
We should call it the Universe Series, really.
Yeah, we should. Yeah. If we're like Drew.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
hey, I'm just being American. I'm just claiming what's mine.
Yeah, that's right. And I'm also claiming what is everybody else's as mine.
Right.
Yeah. How many members do you approximately in the Maltose Falcons? Do you know?
Yeah. Last time I checked, we were running at about 280.
Okay. So, how does that compare, guys? Like, that's a really big homebrew club, right? 280 members.
Yeah, it seems huge. Yeah, right. I think Doe's is like 50 or something like that.
I mean, I bet the Brewing Network has you beat, but
yeah,
that's pretty big.
Yeah. But I mean, I'll be honest about it. I mean, we have 280 members, but a good number of those people are people who just joined to be able to get like the discount at our local homebrew shop.
Yeah, yeah.
Core-wise, we have probably about 100 core members.
Okay.
And our monthly meetings range from about 40 to nearly 70 people.
Okay. And that's an important part that I think we'll get into because some people sign up for clubs for different reasons, and I kind of want to talk to you guys about how to get your members involved because there's a lot of clubs like that. Even Doe's, I think, has a lot more members than actually show up for meetings, right?
Oh, absolutely,
Casey?
yeah. I think that's pretty common. Not everybody can commit that much time.
Yeah.
Not everybody has a need to go every month or to cover every topic. Maybe they're just there to have people try their beer and don't care about the topics in the meeting.
Right. Now, how about St. Paul, Gordon? That's a fairly large club, too, right?
I think it's somewhere around 80
okay.
members. But when I go to meetings, it seems like there might be 30 or 40 people there.
Okay.
So, I mean, I certainly agree with the total members and the core members. And then when you do something serious, it's an even smaller number of people that will actually step up and organize events and, bring it when it needs to be brung.
Right.
Yeah. The rule of thumb I always talk about is about 10% of your membership are the people who you can actually depend upon to do those things.
The go-to people.
Okay. Yeah, I only show up at Doe's at the Christmas party because it's catered by a really good place, and they give out gifts and stuff. And
they comp the BN. They comp the BN or something.
And I think they comp me every time. Yeah, it's actually pretty nice. That's when I am that guy. I'm the other 90% of your homebrew clubs, literally. I think even at the Brewing Network events now, I'm like the other 90%. I show up just when I can.
No, he's not coming.
Yeah. Well, so I guess my question is, if you're going to start up, so not everybody has a club in their area, and I think this show could help them in that way. We have a lot of BNers who claim the BN is their club just for that reason. We're their weekly meeting, and they don't have a local club. But what does it take to start up a local club? Can it be 3 of you, or is that stupid? Is that just a couple of guys hanging out? And how do you recruit people to get in? So what do you guys think about that? Go ahead.
On the basis of how many people you have to start, I mean, for years here in California, we had the Anchor Homebrew Club of the Year award thingy.
Yeah.
Yeah, and of course, one of the prizes of that is you get a big dinner at Anchor and all the Anchor beer you can drink.
And there was actually a group of people who founded a club that was restricted to exactly the number of members that they could invite as guests, no matter if you won or lost, to the Anchor event every year, just so they had guaranteed tickets to go to it.
Nice.
So, to my mind, in order for it to be a homebrew club, it doesn't have to be that large. I mean, it could be you and your brother-in-law. You know? And what matters is that you're trying to provide yourself, at least, with a forum to sit down and talk about this stuff, drink this stuff, celebrate the whole idea of homebrewing, and, you know, really kind of put the love of it out there.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, you can be a real club with a small number of people, and you can also be a phony club with a large number of people. Depends on how serious you are.
Yeah.
You know, if you're all basically a bunch of posers, you know, you're not really accomplishing anything.
Right.
So, and you know, when you go around other beer people, you know which people are faking it and which people know what they're doing.
So what does that mean, Gordon?
You want to go hang out where you can learn something.
Okay.
What's that?
Yeah.
Well, I just want to what does that mean? You know, that means just whether it's just a hang out and drink club or we're going to hang out and actually talk about what we're doing club.
Right. I mean, the poser clubs are the ones that you know, people brew, but all their beers suck, and if they ask you how to fix them and you tell them, then you go back 3 months later and the beer still sucks.
Right.
And they ask you what, you know, so if they don't actually follow up when they ask for advice, then you just wonder what they're doing.
Okay, yeah.
So, you know, they're making kits and fooling themselves or something. I don't know.
I like that description, actually. That's pretty fair. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, even here in L.A., I mean, we've got at least one club that I can think of immediately that, I mean, they're a homebrew club, but I mean, really it's a drinking club.
Okay.
You know, they've got a handful of people who brew, and it's that exact thing. You know, we brew because, hey, we can brew. But there doesn't seem to be, like, any sort of, like, interconnected exploration, any sort of, like, review of it, any sort of, like, you know, okay, what am I doing right, what am I doing wrong? And that may just be the formalist in my mind, but...
In bigger cities, you often wind up with the clubs with the different themes. Like, I just got back from Chicago they had the long shot this weekend, and the Bourbon Knaves Grain out in the western suburbs, they're known as a brewing club. They got Joe Formanek and a lot of people that, you know, really know how to compete. In the Chicago Beer Society, you know, they don't act like a homebrew club. So I don't consider, you know, it's not like the people have to all be brewers. It's just they have to be true about what they're doing. You know, they say they're an enjoyment and event club. You know, so if you belong to the Chicago Beer Society, you're going to look for, you know, the events they do year round. But they're not trying to pretend that they're a hardcore brewing club when they're not.
Right.
So I call the posers the one who's like, yeah, we're the badass brewers, and you go there, and, you know, they're making sucky kits.
Okay.
You know, so
yeah.
You know,
so that makes
be real with who you are.
Okay. Well, and that's what I was going to say. So you could be any kind of club you want, just state clearly what kind of club you are.
Well, it becomes obvious really quick.
Right.
I mean, if you go to a few meetings, you'll find out whether they're, advancing the craft or they're just, drinking the craft. It becomes pretty clear. And then those clubs, if that's the way they're structured or that's the way they're led, that's who it's going to attract. When their 50 members show up, there's 50 members looking to drink. That's just the way they are. If the club it turns and it's oriented towards more knowledge and advancement of the craft, then those 50 sort of like stop coming, and another 50 come back and go, oh yeah, this is great.
Yeah.
So it's just whatever you're looking for. Just be aware that there's a lot of different varieties out there.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's actually
for a club to
final
be
point.
successful, they really have to be clear about it. I mean, they have to, they don't have to really have a formal mission statement. But if somebody says, hey, I want to check out your club, tell me what you're about. I mean, they ought to be able to tell them in 2 or 3 sentences what they're about.
Yeah.
If they're fooled with what they're told, they're just going to wind up being pissed off and go off in a huff.
Right.
So you don't really want that.
Drew?
Yeah, I mean, it's completely vital that people realize. I mean, because it's not just the dichotomy is not just between are you a brewing club or are you a drinking club? Because I mean, even within that, there's subcategories. Because like amongst the clubs that are serious about brewing, you have clubs that are dedicated to the idea of, hey, we're really serious about brewing and we're going to compete. And then you have other clubs, like the Falcons, for instance. I mean, we're very serious about brewing, but we're not very serious about competing.
Okay.
We're much more serious about hey, let's share the beer, let's figure out what's right, what's wrong, and let's go forth from there. And that's actually important to know when you're getting involved in the club, and that's part of what Gordon's saying is, clubs should be clear about it. But the other thing is that people who are expecting to join clubs or people who are looking to join clubs, if you have several in your area, go and explore them, because they'll all have different personalities, and one of them will probably fit what you're interested in. And if you're really, truly nuts or, maybe a little bit of a brew slut, you'll join multiple clubs.
Right. Chad.
What?
I think Chad's a brew slut.
I go to them all.
Do you? Actually, yeah, Tasty's more of a
bad thing.
Yeah, Tasty's more of a brew slut than anyone. You go
I
to
love
like 13 club meetings a month, I think, right?
One's fun, 2 and 3 are fun. I've been known to go to 3 in 1 month.
Yeah.
Then he's got AA at the end of them.
Yeah, then there's the other meeting.
Oh, yeah.
The quitter meeting.
Yeah, that's right. We got to deal with that problem eventually.
Now, how about encouraging members? Is there like a recruitment isn't the right word, but are you guys actively out there trying to bring people into your meetings, or do you just go by word of mouth, just let it happen?
If you run into people that are good, you probably want to talk to them about joining. If you think there's a compatible match, and if you know what your club's about and you run into sort of fellow travelers, you'll say, hey, you should come hang out with us. You'll enjoy it.
Yeah. So
likewise, if you run into an asshat, you'll be like telling them to join the other club.
Mm-hmm.
That's why Gordon told me to go to the other club. What a dick!
So he wouldn't go to his club.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was out there. I gave him one of my beers, and he was like, "Oh, you would like Doe's." No, he didn't do that.
Yeah, and from my point of view, at least with the Falcons, we have guys who are out there. They're talking to people. It's not really active recruitment so much, but I mean, we all have business cards, like at least the board members.
Okay.
So, like, if I'm out and about and I'm talking to somebody and they seem interested in homebrewing, I'll give them a card and I'll say, hey, contact me, email me. I'm on email until about 4 o'clock in the morning. If you email me at 4 o'clock, you might just get a response.
Right.
And what we really do is we try and seek. We basically put our names out there to try and draw people in, teach people how to brew. And it's not so much about, hey, we're going to do this because we can get members. It's we're going to do this because we can keep the hobby strong in our area.
Right.
And if the hobby's strong in our area, then we'll get membership from that. Yeah, and we get payback from that, and hopefully also the beer scene improves.
Okay.
So,
yeah, I agree with that. I mean, if you're built around local stores or bars or some other beer related establishment, if you're affiliated with that, and people go to events, or if you're at some beer festival, or if you hold some club specific public brew out, or anything like that, and people just show up because they're curious and they want to know. I mean, that's how you have outreach to other than the simple word of mouth to the people that you run across in some other setting.
Okay. Now, I haven't been to a Doe's meeting in a while, but what Drew is saying is similar to what I remember and how Doe's treated me and treated other brewers. It was about beer education, bringing people in who wanted to learn about beer, and it was really, it seemed to me, much more about enhancing our local beer scene than about anything else. Now, you guys were competing at the time, and everyone was interested in doing well at the NHC, but my whole feeling about meetings and talking to people was about learning how to brew better and promoting our own local scene. Would you say that's accurate, Tasty?
Yeah. Well, that's our objective, is to gain knowledge and appreciation of beer, and to also include a fair number of social events that where you can share beer and share the joys of making your own home brew, and appreciation of that home brew. With those goals, and we just keep that in mind, and then and we also have we're a little unique. I think we find that our beer is better because we sort of have put down that veil of not talking directly about a beer.
Yeah,
we pretty much have a covenant that you just tell the person what you're tasting, and if it's something's not right, then you tell them, and tell them what you think they need to do about it. And it's amazing how we have good beer in our club because we really don't have any bad brewers. Those guys get taken care of really quick. We get them going.
Right. Well, and Gordon, now that's maybe a question I have for you too, because you're pretty serious about brewing, and a lot of your answers about your club are about people who are serious about brewing. Well, do I need to be intimidated about walking into a club like yours? I don't mean I'd walk in and act like a buffoon, but maybe I don't know enough about brewing. I'm a new guy, and I found your club. Is yours the kind of club that I can't go into as a new guy?
I think you can. There are often groups of people with different interests within the club. So, I mean, you might be sort of guided to the people that are more into outreach for new brewers versus the people who are sort of plotting how to win Club of the Year.
Right.
So it's not like everybody in the club has to do the same thing all the time. You can have, you can break into groups with similar interests within meetings, when you're not having a program, and talk about the things that are interesting to you. I mean, if you go to a party or something, you don't have to talk to everybody there. You're going to talk to, people with similar interests. So as long as you can find people in that room that, have something of interest to you, you're likely to get along.
So for Schumann, anybody under 17?
Yeah, I'll talk about beer with them.
Yeah, that'd be fine.
I mean, and I'll say right now, just something that is actually hard for some of the bigger clubs like us is particularly you have the core people who kind of end up running everything, right? I mean, we've had a fairly core board of directors for a long period of time in the Falcons, and it is hard for a neophyte brewer to kind of break into the whole scene. Yeah, because, I mean, anytime you get that many people together, you get cliques and everything else, and then it's kind of like a little bit like being back in high school. So it is a challenge for larger homebrew clubs to figure out a way to make that not so much of a problem, make that not so intimidating. We try to do it by holding very basic brewing sessions, like, here's how you make your extract batch with grains. And we use that as kind of a bridge to get people comfortable with kind of the bigger names in the club and get the bigger names in the club comfortable with them, give them a leverage, give them a way in, and let them kind of get integrated into the structure.
Okay. Doc just joined us, by the way.
I've been listening on the way. I got my new app from my iPhone.
You bought the iPhone app.
Oh, yeah.
It's online.
I owe Doc $2.
Well, actually, I got $2. All right.
Yeah, I went for it.
So I'm up to speed.
Good. So Doc, of course, was the president of DOES for how many years?
8.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Long time.
8 years. Okay. So
was there a military coup or what?
No, I just I picked my brother to take over. No.
Yeah.
It just kind of got, as Drew has said before, it can get a little stale if one person is running the show the whole time. But when I started, nobody was running the show. That was the problem. It was just a clusterfuck.
Yeah.
You go to a meeting and nobody knew what was going on or anything else, and so someone needed to take the reins. So me and another guy, Bob, we decided to, hey, let's take this and make it serious.
Yeah. Well, and so I'll be honest about this. We have the same problem with this show as that I'm sure club meetings have. How do you keep a club, a group of guys, people focused when you're passing around beer the whole time? I mean, everybody's sharing beer and passing it around, and I mean, really, because it's a fine line between enjoying your time there and getting stupid and not being able to focus anymore. So I don't know. You have a lot of people showing up, Drew, to the Maltose Falcons. How do you guys deal with that? Do you cut people off? Do you?
Actually, it's kind of surprising. We typically, it seems like our membership has a fairly good gauge at self-regulation. It also happens that it seems like our election for president happens on who has the loudest voice.
Okay. All right.
So, yeah, I mean, I'm generally a fairly soft-spoken person until you get me in front of a club meeting, and then suddenly, I sound like I should be announcer man.
Yeah.
And our current president, who I know you guys met down at Casitas, Steve, he's just loud as hell.
Yeah.
And so he, it takes a little bit, but we kind of have controlled it via formalizing the tasting a little bit. We always have, like, kegs have taps on them. People can go out and they can get a beer. But really, the crux of the meeting, like the whole drive of the meeting, is we get to a point in time where everybody who's brought a beer to that meeting to taste gets to have it poured out to the club and stand up in front of them, tell them what you did, and get feedback. This is what you did right. This is what you did. This is what I think you did wrong. This is maybe something that you might want to change in order to really kind of improve the beer.
Nice.
And by kind of putting that little formal structure around it, it seems to have kind of made people be aware, oh, no, there's an expectation behind what you're supposed to be doing as you're drinking this.
Okay.
And now that's not to say that we don't have the alcohol-soluble volume effect.
Yeah.
Where as we go on later and later in the meeting, it gets louder and louder and louder, and you have to get louder and louder and louder yourself in order to be able to kind of keep a hand on it.
Okay.
That's kind of the idea.
Doc, did you have to tackle that as president, or did
we-
you structure it in such a way?
I had a very structured meeting, and what you guys were talking about before, there's a core of people that can, are the crux of the whole place.
Yeah.
And I would always run a beginning of the year core people meeting. Anybody could go if they wanted to, but it was always the same 10 people, and the club would buy them lunch, and we'd plan out the year. And one of the things that came up was just people standing in the back drinking. And so we came up with a better idea. Is we have hoppy hour, or our social hour, half an hour before the meeting starts. So
Okay.
you show up meeting starts at 7. Everybody shows up at 6:30. They'll passing each other's beers around, talking to everybody, and the highs, how are you, is out of the way, and then we start having the meeting.
Okay.
Then we get through a bunch of stuff meeting wise, and then I could always tell when people are getting a little antsy, a little tired, and then we'd have a break in the middle, and a little mini social hour, and kind of you try my beer, try this beer, and that would. And then everybody would settle back down to the second half of the meeting. It really worked out well that way.
So a little bit of recess helped
Yeah,
out,
exactly. A little bit of recess. Get it out of the way.
Yeah.
Because, there's people that want to socialize. They haven't seen anybody, these people, in a month or so. And they want to, hey, how's it going? How'd that beer go? And that kind of thing.
Justin, that's basically the format of your show.
Good point. We're about to do that in a minute here.
You guys get in, you hang out, you warm up, you have the social hour, you have some content.
Yeah.
You take a couple of breaks, and then you have the meltdown at the end.
Right.
He's right, except for the content part. He's right.
Arguably. With the Falcons meeting, we tell everybody the meeting starts at noon. Pretty much we start the meeting at 12:30 just so everybody has time to hang out.
Okay.
We take lunch in the middle. We actually have a catered lunch at every meeting, and then we go back in and we finish the meeting up and keep going. So you absolutely have to, when you're dealing with any sort of club situation, if you want to have some structure behind it, you have to build in that steam blow-off period.
Right.
If nothing else, people need a pee break.
Yeah.
That's true.
Which I need in a minute.
Yeah, and I think, just to incorporate, I find interesting are like the style talks. So you're passing around the beer you're talking about. So if you're doing like a style talk every week, everyone's still drinking beer and you're still enjoying having a good time, but you're a little more focused on what you're doing still.
Right.
And I think that works great with us. I know that for sure.
Okay. All right, well, I just wanted to get some ideas out there because I do know that, on the show, it's always a challenge because I would never say we're coming in here and not having beer during the show. What a stupid show that would be. But it is always kind of a thing that we like to try to balance, having a good time and getting information out there. And I think a club meeting is no different, like, of Gordon was making the comparison. So, all right, I do actually need to take a break so we can pay some sponsors. But, when we come back, I want to back up a little bit and talk a little more about structure. And if you guys could think just for a minute while we're on the break about what you have to do to sign up your club. So assume that one of our listeners out there has no idea what to do. He's got a couple of guys around him in the neighborhood. They brew together all the time. They want to become a formal club. What do they need to do? Where do they sign up as a club? What do they need to pay for? Do they become a nonprofit? A couple things like that. Do they need to have a government? And those are the kind of things we're going to talk about when we come back from the break. It'll be just a couple minutes. I've got Gordon Strong and Drew Beecham hanging out with us. And then, of course, Doc just joined us, who's been president of Doe's for 8 years until this past year. So lots of information. 888-401-BEER or join the Beeve in the chat room. Hang in there. It's the session.
You're listening to the Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
Hi, this is Push from the Brewing Network, and I want to tell you about the Brewmaster's Warehouse and how you can get 10% off your next order. I'm a pretty techie guy, but I've never seen an online store like this. It's awesome. Go to brewmasterswarehouse.com and click on Brew Builder. You can whip up a custom recipe so easily even Sven could do it. Seriously, it's slick. You can share your recipe with your own logo and notes to the Brewmaster's database if you want. And the best part, it keeps a running tally of the beer you're building while you're doing it. Then, bam, click Buy Recipe, and your cart is filled and ready to go with helpful suggestions in case you forgot something. This thing is amazing. Brewmaster's Warehouse is run the way a home brewer would do it, with great service, fast turnaround, and $6.99 flat rate shipping. Brewmaster's Warehouse and the Brew Builder blew me away. Check it out today at brewmasterswarehouse.com. I'm serious. And don't forget to put BNARMY in the discount code box for 10% off your order. Check out brewmasterswarehouse.com. Cheers.
BN Army members, are you looking for a discount on hops? Keep listening. Nico's Homebrew Supply at nicobrew.com has hops by the ounce and by the pound. Choose from varieties like Amarillo, Centennial, East Kent Goldings, Hallertauer, Simcoe, Summit, Tomahawk, Warrior, Willamette, and more. And adding new varieties all the time, many for less than $20 a pound. Whether a couple ounces at a time or an 11-pound bag, all hops are shipped vacuum sealed and frozen straight to you. Nico's Homebrew Supply offers store-wide $5 flat rate shipping and won't waste your money on unnecessary overhead or advertising. They're going bare bones and passing the savings on to you. The staff at Nico's Homebrew Supply loves to brew and is committed to keeping homebrewing affordable and accessible to anyone who wants to join in this great hobby. And for a limited time, use coupon code BNARMY at checkout for a Brewing Network discount. Visit nicobrew.com. That's Niko brew.com for your hops and more. nicobrew.com, your bare bones buddy in the brewing business.
Do you support the Brewing Network? Do you brew your own? Are you looking for an economical, fun, and legal way to do both? Subscribe to Brew Your Own magazine and do just that. All year long, Brew Your Own will surprise you, entertain you, and educate you with articles on beer and brewing from authors like the Brewing Network's very own Jamel Zalashev and John Palmer. Each issue is a full pint of brewing techniques, homebrew stories, tips and photos, projects to make yourself, and recipes for the avid home brewer. Get your tough questions answered by Mr. Wizard and polish your style accuracy with Jamel. A portion of every subscription goes to the Brewing Network, so subscribe today at byo.com/Brewing Network, or just click the BYO logo on the Brewing Network homepage and support a fantastic hobby and your favorite broadcaster. Brew Your Own, the how-to homebrew beer magazine.
And now, Northern Brewer brings you another installment of The Time Brewers. When last we left our heroes, they found themselves in 19th century Burton-upon-Trent.
Ah, merry England! Something is amiss, my friends. Be on guard.
These casks of white Zinfandel will stand the Queen's men in good stead and for Bangalore.
Oh, hell no! Blush wine out of Britain be worse than microwaving a kitten. Maharaja Dodgers drinking pink be vomiting predominant on the subcontinent.
Oh, dear, you can't drink blush with Vindaloo.
Oi, what should I do? Ship hogsheads of this high carbonate water?
No, sir. Please, wait. Just a moment.
Well, bless me. A parcel from the future.
from one northern brewer.
Use this Marie Sauter, my good man.
EKG at a high rate per barrel make ladies wet like Colin Farrell. Now quit Burton ruining the Burton Union and get Burton brewing.
Forgettest thou not the bog myrtle?
Northern Brewer is your one-stop homebrew supplier throughout the entire fermento chronosphere. The widest selection of quality malt, hops, yeast, $7.99 flat rate shipping, and keep that nasty-ass bog myrtle inside your sackcloth, Brother Abelard.
My stars, but this India Pale Ale is better than wine. Thanks, Time Brewers. Thanks, Northern Brewer.
Our work here is done, my friends. Now, to wherever we are next needed.
Tune in next time for the continuing adventures of the Time Brewers.
Hilo, what's it feel like?
Take awesome and multiply it by 2.
Yeah!
Spraying live beer radio all over your face.
Can't get any better than this, baby.
It's the Brewing Network.
You're listening to the Brewing Network. Because like beer, radio shouldn't suck.
All right, welcome back to the program, everybody. Still talking to Gordon Strong and Drew Beecham, and we are talking about homebrew clubs. Hanging out here, try to cover everything. I've got a few questions coming in already, but listeners, you can hit the chat now button on the homepage and join Bevo in the chat to get your questions over to me. I did tell you could use the phone, but you can't because I have Drew on the phone, so you can't call in. But you can hit the chat now button and get your questions over through Bevo, and then once we get rid of Drew later on,
Would you dump Drew?
Once we dump Drew, then the phone line will be clear.
Yeah, I was going to say, the way to activate the Catholic guilt complex.
Yeah. I just want to point out, so the webcam is working intermittently. It's justin.tv/brewing network. The laptop keeps failing on me. But if you have been watching the webcam, you might notice that Tasty's trying to get me drunk today. Every about 5 minutes or so, he hands me another beer that he brought over. And at one point, I had 5 pretty full glasses of beer in front of me. I'm down to 4 now.
I'll give you shorter pours, that's all.
Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, I'll give it. No, I just got a variety.
That doesn't help. We put beers in front of you all the time. And
I have some listener beer here today, too, from Timmy in O'Fallon, Illinois.
I see.
I remember once I was on a webcam and a bunch of dudes were feeding me beer.
Yeah, whole different thing.
Yeah, never mind, it's different
thing.
then.
Yeah.
Justin, I think that just means you need to drink faster.
Maybe so. Yes, Gordon?
Well, you know the tagline for our club, right?
No.
Slam that, try this.
I think that's the tagline for the show, Esmond. We might steal that from you.
It's my motto for my life.
What's the first part of that? What was the first part?
Slam that, try this.
Here's some more of that Firestone Walker clone that we all like.
Is that the Union Jack?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was first. First was the DBA clone. Next to the DBA commercial version. Right. So that was 2. And then I got the Union Jack clone, which, by the way, good Lord, is that a good beer, Tasty. Nice work, man.
Then we got the DVDA clone.
Now I've got the, is this your Dort?
The Dortmunder, yeah.
Which is always good from Tasty, the Dort. I've got my Mirror Pond over here on the right, which has been sitting since since Tasty's been giving me beer. My beer's just sitting there.
Just give us some love here.
Yeah, it's like a redheaded stepchild, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be like 95 degrees by the time I finish that.
Hey, now I would like to say, if that's the same Mirror Pond that you poured down at Casitas?
Yeah, that's the one.
That was not a bad beer.
Yeah, thanks, Drew.
It wasn't a great beer.
Yeah, right. No, that's good. I appreciate that, Drew, because that's true. I did have other people say, no, it's great, and I was like, listen, you don't got to do that to me. It's not great. It's okay.
But you know, Drew, you're one button away, man.
Oh, Doc, though, you missed out on Drew's beer down there. And not just his beer, his mead. Good Lord. What was that mead, Drew?
Oh, that was the sparkling sour cherry Tupelo mead.
Ooh. Fuck's sake, was this good. And did you say to me that you did not enter that into NHC? You were too late or something?
No, actually, I didn't enter into NHC because that mead was not in existence.
Fail.
Like 6 days before Casitas.
I see. epic fail. You should have done that earlier because that was a mead champion right there. Oh, so good. Very, very nice.
Yeah, I mean, but this is one of those things that kills me. Is like, everybody's all hyped up on the medal thing. Like, hey, how many medals do you have? How many? And people always look at me funny because I don't really have that many medals. Just because, I'm too lazy and too fucking greedy to enter my beer.
Yeah, I get the same thing. I got to get this done. And then it's going to be done by Friday. It's Thursday night, and
yeah,
I don't get it done. And then I'm thinking, this is really good beer. Or this is really like a mead. You only have so much of it.
Well, and this is a good point about the homebrew clubs too. Like Drew said, the Maltose Falcons are a serious club. And they're very into promoting their beer and the homebrew culture, but they're not big on competition brewing. And that is, everybody's different about that stuff. I had, maybe it was the Mirror Pond or something else ready in time for NHC, and Chad said, enter it. And you know what, for me, it wasn't worth the rushing around to put it in a bottle and
the embarrassment.
And the embarrassment, let's be honest. I encourage people to enter because they get can get feedback, but I get enough goddamn feedback out of you shitheads all the time. I don't need to send it off to the NHC.
Hey, that's honest feedback.
Well, I was going to say, and it's cheaper.
Right.
Sound like a judge.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny, but like I spend so much of my brewing season getting ready for things like Southern California Homebrewers Festival that I just can't be asked to break out the bottles.
Right. Whereas Gordon, on the other hand, I don't think Gordon ever pours a beer for anybody. It all goes straight from the keg to the bottle to NHC.
He just has a half a liter. If he gave you some, he wouldn't have an entry.
Right.
Yeah. All right. Hey, can I just say, how long did it take? I'm surprised at how long it took for me to ever actually have a beer from Jameel.
Right.
Oh, those are hard to get.
He's another one. And see, this. I see a trend here. Vinkasi winning means don't share beer.
Yes.
Well, when you get that half-gallon system going.
Yeah.
Because people seem to be mistakenly confused if you give them a beer that you want their comments on it.
Good point. See, Gordon is he's on the other side of the fence. He's giving you beer so you can enjoy it, not because he wants to hear what you have to say.
He doesn't want your crap at all.
Yeah.
I ask people that. Do you want me to drink this, or do you want my feedback?
Well, and that's valid. And I think it's valid at a club, too.
It is. It is. I mean, Doc, I'm with you on that.
Oh, yeah.
No, it's totally true. Like, because people will hand you a beer. Like, if they have any sort of expectation about their opinion of who you are as a brewer, they'll hand you a beer, and sometimes if you've gauged them wrong and you're just brutally honest about the beer,
yeah.
You suddenly see this look in their eyes, and you're like,
Oops.
"Oh, I just did the wrong thing."
Yeah,
I've been there.
I just kicked Bambi.
Right.
Well, yeah.
It's a good point, and it's a good point at your club. It's a good point when you go to NHC next week, when it's all homebrewers sharing beer too, because there is a difference between, yes, I'm giving you this so you can tell me, or I'm giving you this because I'm proud and I want to share it with you. And I don't, by the way, value either one over the other. I think it's one. If you're proud of your beer and you want to share it with me, good enough. That's fine.
Absolutely. I mean, you have guys out there, and you most of the time you can tell, right?
Yeah.
You can tell in their approach. You can tell in how they're presenting it to you, and you can tell when it's like, I'm really super happy about this beer.
Right.
Because we've all been there. I mean, we've all had that beer where suddenly it was like, the little light dings off in the back of your head, and you go, oh damn,
Right.
And you just want to share it with people to get to see if they have that same reaction, and if they're giving you this, if it's going that way, then it's great. And yes, most of the time it's like, don't give them the double barrels. Unless you can tell they want it.
Yeah. All right. Well, like I said before the break, one thing I'd like to do is talk to the guy who might be starting a club in his area, because there isn't one for him. He's got some guys together, and he wants to do it. And I don't know who can answer this best first, Doc, Gordon, or Drew, but I want to talk about the formalities of starting a club.
Okay.
So let's say he's got, Joe out there has 6 or 8 guys together, and they want to become a club. They've got a name. They're ready to do it. They want to meet regularly.
Right.
What's their first step to becoming a formal club?
First step is to go onto the HA website register your club. And actually, really, the first step is find the document that says, hey, you want to start a homebrew club? Great. And gives you all the steps that you need.
Where that document is on the AHA site?
It's on the homebrewersassociation.org.
Okay.
Get that document and then give
Homebrewersassociation.org.
Okay.
Yeah, it gives you a lot of great tips. But once you're there, once you have the club, then the first step is to get your club registered with the AHA. It doesn't cost you anything. All right.
Right.
Really, what it gets you is formal recognition from above.
If you want an official club.
Right.
Right. And so what that means is that means now your club can enter the club-only competitions. Your club can get X, Y, and Z recognition for a lot of different things. And it's good because it also gives the HA kind of a sense of where people are that are trying to start clubs. And it also means that people can find you when they search in their area for a club.
All right. And before we go on to the other formalities, too, let me just point out, that's all the Brewing Network ever did. We got emails for a year and a half, people who didn't have local clubs just asking us, would you please become a club because I put you down in all my competitions, you're my club. And all we did was go to the AHA site and sign up as a formal club.
Yep.
So before we get into other ways to formalize, that's all we did, and it's all we've ever done, and it's worked quite well. Now we are an official club. Obviously, we've done well in the points because people have signed up with us as their club, and every time they enter that way, instead of just putting the Brewing Network before we ever signed up at the AHA, where those names just went into the ether, now they go someplace, and we do accrue points.
They're going to fix that.
And it's formal.
They're going to fix that.
Yeah, they're going to tell
Yeah. They're going to delete that record, by the way.
But I just want to point out that it did formalize us, and we did nothing more. Our listeners asked us to do it. We did, and that was that. So, okay, go on, Drew.
That's the bare minimum, and that's what you have to do. I mean, that is, like, if you really kind of want to just be like a homebrew club, that's the bare minimum thing that you have to do.
Okay.
And if really what you're doing is you're starting a club in your area, and it's you and your brother-in-law and two of your coworkers, or two of the other customers that you found at your local homebrew shop who are really kind of interested in doing this, that's absolutely what you need.
Okay. Now, what about when it comes to cash money? Because some of you guys, like Doe's, for example, although I've never paid them, requires dues. So where does this money go, and how is that acceptable? Do you become a non-profit at that point when you start collecting money from your members? BN doesn't do anything like that.
No, it depends. Some small clubs, they basically appoint one super-duper-duperly trusted guy to become the official repository of money.
I'll be that for every club who needs that guy, by the way.
Yeah, sometimes that bites you in the ass.
Oh, it does.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, I've looked back through the Falcon. We have an archive going back to about 1976 for our newsletters.
Okay.
And I've scanned through them all, and we have them all digitally ready to go up on the web and to everybody else. And the reading through the old ones are really fascinating because you get a good sense of history, like when homebrewing was becoming legal and what it took. But one of the other things that I noticed is that at least twice during the club's history, we had treasurers who out and out stealed money from us.
Wow.
Yeah, money, buy, done. Wouldn't turn over the books, and
that's amazing.
There were a couple times when somebody just in the chat room just mentioned Bill Slack with the BJSP, and that's the exact same thing that happened there.
Oh wow, us too. The first guy with Doe's, I barely knew him, and who's the treasurer, and I'm president. I got to know this guy, and he would show up for a meeting or two here or there, and then I found out he's in jail.
Wow.
Yeah.
Seems like such a difficult way to steal. There's easier ways to make a few $100.
Yeah, it wasn't that much.
It wasn't much money.
Well, and I'm always convinced that with embezzling, it's always the crime of opportunity of the fact that, hey, there's a couple $100 here that I could borrow without anybody noticing.
Okay.
Yeah, I can get it back before they.
So
notice.
often we're not talking about premeditation here. They just saw it and said, "Fuck it."
Yeah, they should raise their ambition, don't you think?
Yeah. So now, if you have that guy, that's all you need. You need a guy who can open up a bank account or at the very least segment off a segment of his bank account and be able to pay things. And there have been a number of fairly large homebrew organizations with very rigorous accounting that have run that way for years.
Okay.
Yep. And the guy's got to show up at every meeting, because a lot of times you need somebody to write a check for something, and if it's the guy that doesn't show up for every meeting, it's a pain in the butt. I need somebody paid. I always needed somebody paid for somebody that shelled out some money for something for the club. Either it was commercial examples for a style talk or whatever, and the guy was never there.
Right.
Yeah.
Not a bad idea to have a couple people kind of in on that.
Well, have the president or another officer get a copy of the bank statement every month.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So now, when you start thinking about collecting dues, like when you actually are getting really serious, like for the most part, the treasurer thing, who takes in the money, works well if you've got one guy who's willing to take in money and pay out money for various events where you don't have some sort of real kind of writing balance. Like you don't actually really have a club treasurer. You just have this one guy paid for all the stuff for this big brew event, and now everybody's effectively paying him back. Or we went and rented a bus, and we got all the money into him ahead of time, and he paid the bus company.
Okay.
When you start to get to the point where you have dues and you have kind of a rolling bank account, that's when you actually need to start to think about incorporation.
Okay. So
it is possible.
Even before you incorporate, though, don't you need like a does business as account, a name? Do you have to do any of these things?
You can get a basic like business account without like all the incorporation stuff, but
Okay.
there's advantages to doing incorporation stuff before you get there.
All right.
With the Falcons, we like I said, we had for years just an account in the name of the Maltose Falcons with like Bank of America or somebody.
Yeah, us too.
Just something simple. Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, and that served us pretty well for a while. So if you're going that way, you need to get that account set up. And what we always did was what Bank of America wanted to see from us, and it's the same for other major banks. They want to see a set of membership meeting minutes, right? So this is where you suddenly have to become formal. You need minutes saying who the officers of your club are, and you need a charter that spells out what those officers are and what they need to do, and who has signature authority.
Okay.
So, for instance, with the Falcons, the president, the vice president, and the treasurer of our club all have signature authority. And every year when we do elections, the old guys have to go into the bank along with the new guys, and they all have to change the card over and change the signatures.
Okay.
And we just happen to be very lucky that our bank is right across the street from our homebrew shop that we're headquartered out of. So
Got it.
Pretty easy.
So you can stumble over there at 3 p.m.
Exactly. But you got to make sure you got minutes printed on official letterhead.
Right.
So yeah, I mean, that's kind of the basics that you have to do.
Okay. What is this I hear about clubs going for non-profit status? Is that something that anybody needs to do? Because you're not making money, are you? You're just taking in money and spending it on events.
Well, yeah, except for, the IRS has a funny definition that says if you're taking in money, that's income.
Okay.
So, to a certain extent, if you're 5 guys in a garage or, 20 guys or something like that, you probably don't have to worry about it because, really the IRS does have better things to deal with. The second that you start to get any kind of size and scope to, you need to start worrying about your 501c7 IRS status.
Oh, that.
And 501c7 status is the IRS tax code for a not-for-profit.
Okay.
And it's different. It's slightly different than a non-profit. Non-profit means, you are not making a profit. There's no expectation of making a profit, and your donations to that organization are tax deductible.
Okay.
A 501c7 is a not-for-profit educational society, which means that you're 501c3/7 something or other is the formal code for it, but it means that you are not going to take in a huge profit, and you are not none of your monies are being dispersed to anybody.
Okay.
And you have an income below a certain level, and that income level is something like $25,000 per year.
Does anybody else wonder how the hell Drew knows this stuff off at the top of his head?
He's had to do it before.
I see.
Yeah, and actually, there's an online article that's going to appear later on this year on Zymer for the Zymergy magazine that I'm writing at the moment.
Perfect.
So, so as long as you're not making more than $25,000 per year, if you're, and by making, I mean you're not drawing in more than $25,000 per year, you can file a little form with the IRS after you get all this paperwork signed that says, hey, by the way, we didn't make more than $25,000 per year, so we'd like to keep it all. And the government goes, okay.
Okay.
The problem and the reason why you kind of need to do this and why you need to think about it is that if you don't do this, at some point in time, the IRS may finally wake up and go, wait, you're bringing in money. We must now see every receipt that you've ever generated, and we must know that you do qualify for this not-for-profit status. Otherwise, you owe us back taxes and interest and everything else and fines and fees. And
so in some ways, it's easier just to be incorporated then?
Absolutely.
Okay.
There are times when, and it really does become when you stop being, the 20 guys who are kind of meeting on the side to talk about homebrewing.
Okay.
You have to
when you start to get like a competition running that's bringing in money, when you're starting to do any sorts of stuff that's real and it's going to get you noticed, you need to kind of start thinking about it.
Okay.
It costs money to be a corporation too, so you have to be
put that in
generating
your dues.
Yeah, you have to be generating enough dues to cover that.
But in reality, being a not-for-profit corporation doesn't actually really cost you that much.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's mostly about that initial filing, figuring out exactly what the hell it is you need to do, and then beyond that, you're fine.
What if you smoke doobies before your meeting? Do you put that in the minutes, or do you leave that out if you're incorporated?
No, that's
not before the
extra,
meeting, during the meeting.
Oh.
Yeah. That would be considered extra club business.
Okay.
Not necessarily to the actual function of the business. So
Good.
It doesn't need to be in the minutes.
And leave that alone.
They must have a lot of members with glaucoma.
Yeah. Our dues went up 20% this year because of increased glaucoma. Yeah, it'd be perfect.
Yeah,
it happens.
That's kind of when that's the whole story behind a corporation.
Okay.
The other bit, if you're actually if you're worried about liability stuff.
Otherwise they can sue the board members and things.
So the whole idea behind a corporation to begin with is it's a fictitious legal person that serves as kind of the buffer.
Okay.
So you got some a protection layer for the board members.
Umbrella.
Somebody goes home and rams his car through somebody's fence and
exactly.
stuff.
Yeah, you've got a meeting. Somebody leaves drunk. They wrap their car around a light pole, and somebody else. Modern legal practices go as deep as you can to find as many pockets as you can to sue as many people as you can in order to generate something out of a lawsuit.
I wonder if. Go ahead.
The theory behind a corporation is that as long as the individual board members and members of the corporation are not being personally negligent, they are not liable for somebody. They are not directly capitally liable for somebody's bad behavior. So, in other words, unless I'm sitting there forcing you to do a beer funnel when I know you're drunk,
right,
and then letting you go drive off, I, as an officer of my homebrew club, am not putting my house and my bank account on the line for your stupid behavior.
Right.
Unless you're in California.
Then you're covered with everything.
Actually, even in California.
Wow.
California, you're kind of covered by host laws.
I wonder
At least according
if
to-
the fact that I just gave like exact instructions to one of our listeners of how to kill himself before LA traffic tomorrow morning, if I might want to consider becoming incorporated. Do you think I'm covered under the umbrella of I didn't No,
you were directly negligent.
Yeah,
I was pretty much directly negligent.
Yes.
Yeah, the corporation of the Brewing Network might not be responsible, but the fact that you were so directly negligent probably still puts you responsible.
The fact that I said, "Listen to me, I'm going to give you instructions right now."
Yeah, start with one.
Now, by the way, I know this is going to sound silly to say, but the important part to realize for everybody who's out there, not a lawyer, engineer.
Sure,
This is the law as I understand it. So.
Good. Now you're covered too.
Yeah.
Great. Everybody's covered but me. This is perfect.
Yeah, that's great. Maybe they'll just rule you're an asshole, Justin.
Yeah. Don't send him to jail. He's just a shithead.
Yeah, we can testify to that.
Yeah, I have lots of witnesses.
I will be your witness.
Yeah. All right, and now that we've put Gordon to sleep with all of our legal mumbo jumbo, why don't we move on?
Yeah, I find that only slightly less interesting than talking about residual alkalinity.
Yes, thank you. You and me both, Gordon.
We're getting to that later.
Yeah, that's coming up. Don't worry. In our mini topic, we're going to make you endure residual alkalinity, Gordon. Gordon only cares about winning the Ninkasi. If it's not about that, he's not listening.
Bling, baby, bling.
Yeah, there's that, and then there's everything else.
Right.
Have you decided who you're going to give all your prizes to? I want to be in that.
Doc wants in.
Well, you coming?
No.
Doc's not going this year. He just bailed on us
I
this
had
week.
to bail. I was close, but I had to bail.
Yeah.
All right.
Before we make too much fun of him, I will just point out that it is for serious family reasons. There's a sickness in the family that's a bummer, big bummer. So,
what? You're gay, Doc?
Otherwise,
I'm good.
Otherwise, I'd be ripping you apart, Doc.
Yeah, I figured that.
It is a bummer, though. We're going to miss you out there.
It would stretch me too thin.
So, no, you don't get shit from Gordon. Now, you got to show up to get Gordon's prizes.
I should have before. I ain't got shit.
Yeah. All right. I want to talk a little bit before we go to the break, and then when we come back, we're going to talk about having an exciting club. What makes you guys interested and want to go each week, and what can we do to make the club more than just a meeting place?
Yeah.
Strippers.
Aside from the obvious.
Okay.
Aside from the obvious. So before we do that, just real quickly while we're still on organization, what about meeting places?
That's tough.
Okay. Let's talk about that and how
Depends on
you
the
guys...
laws in your state.
Yeah.
Oh, how so, Gordon?
Rest stops.
Because some states don't let you to bring unlicensed homebrew into a place with a liquor license, for instance. So if you meet at a brew pub, in some states that's fine, in other states it's not.
Okay.
So you have to understand how you can transport beer in your state and where you can take it.
Yeah,
because you're taking beer and giving it to people.
Okay.
In some states they don't let you even transport your homebrew.
Right.
Yeah, right. Like for instance,
California,
Washington. The guys, Tom Schmidlin and Waha and those guys, just recently got their laws changed to be able to transport homebrew.
A lot of places they won't let you have. You should find a meeting place at the convalescent hospital or whatever. They got that. The main lodge or whatever. A lot of times it's they want an exorbitant amount for insurance just to have you serve homebrew or serve alcohol there.
Okay.
And we looked and we wanted to get out of B3 where we were having our meetings because we had just basically outgrown it.
Yeah.
And we looked and looked. We had moose lodges and we tried everything and it was just costs ineffective a lot of times because as soon as they heard that you were going to have a club meeting, you're going to serve beer?
Then no.
And it was no, we want you to have this big rider on the insurance and it would cost $500 a meeting.
Okay.
Something crazy like that. So
you guys scored it's a museum, a local wildlife museum that actually has a meeting area.
Yes.
How did they charge you?
No, they don't.
Why was that the exception? What happened?
I think it's more of a public meeting place, and in fact, we really scored because we rent out the small room, and they give us the big room because it's a Monday night.
Okay, yeah.
But we looked for well over a year at a lot of different places.
Okay.
Sometimes you can find, check with club members to see if they're members of some private club, even if it has absolutely nothing to do with beer,
right,
where they're allowed to bring guests. We did that one year, and we met, for several years in a club in Dayton, met in this canoe club. You know, it was the stupid thing where people ride around in canoes. You know,
they didn't even
But they had a nice, they had a nice big building, and you could go outside and sit outdoors, by the river in these comfy chairs and have some beer, and it was a great place.
Okay.
But somebody always had to be a member because all of you were their guests.
Right.
The fact that you were having a homebrew club meeting was totally incidental. Otherwise, it was just a bunch of guys drinking their beer, which is what the rest of the club members did as far as we could tell.
Okay.
Yeah,
So, check with people to see if they're members, because maybe they have access to some facility where you could work something out.
That's what we did. We scoured all the members, and do you know of any place, a community center by you? Are you a member of this? We looked long and hard.
Okay. Drew, where do you guys meet?
Well, I was going to say, now that Gordon's actually pissed off all the canoeing people off.
Yeah.
We lost those guys.
The canoeing network is going to be pissed.
We actually, the Falcons are very, very lucky.
Yes, they are.
We have a very dedicated homebrew shop. The guy absolutely loves us because he realizes we keep him in business. And he took a segment of the back of house of the store that he would normally have used for inventory storage, and allowed us to turn it into an air-conditioned clubhouse with whiteboards and everything else.
Nice.
So we are super, 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 super lucky to have that space. We don't have to deal with any sort of meeting issues. We don't have to, liability. What? Huh?
Yeah.
It's our little space. We share it actually with our sister wine club, the Cellar Masters. And in fact, the Cellar Masters, by the way, keep the place dirtier than we do, which is ironic.
Damn wine guys. Great people.
Yeah.
Yeah, great people.
Grapes.
People.
They're like farmers.
Yeah.
But now with a lot of clubs, the real trick and what they normally end up doing is they end up meeting at people's houses.
Yeah.
And they kind of get covered by, most states have hospitality/dram laws, right? So most states will not hold a host responsible for their guest behavior. Now, the problem, of course, is that means that you have to have accommodating hosts, and generally that means you have to have an accommodating spouse.
Yes.
And
like
so
that ever happens.
It'll happen once. One time.
Yeah, I mean, it does happen, but it is kind of the big trick, and that's really how most clubs go. Most clubs cannot meet in their brew shop, which is unfortunate because it's great for the brew shop, it's great for the club.
Yeah.
So most clubs end up going back and forth between different people's houses, or if they have people who are religiously minded in their club, they go. A lot of churches will have a nice meeting room. I don't know how many homebrew competitions actually end up happening at churches.
Right.
If you're clever about it, you got people who are deacons in the church or whatever. You could
Don't the people in San Diego do that?
Huh? Yeah,
I think the people in San Diego run their competitions at an Episcopal church.
They run them at St. Dunstan's. We run our competitions at St. Martin's in the Fields, and I will tell you right now, I am a big fat dirty atheist, and they still allow me in there. So
I thought all this church beer stuff was all left to the Midwest guys. I know.
No, out here too. Bevo, can we have the Brewing Network's annual meeting at your church? Will that be acceptable, you think?
I don't know. I can check with my pastor.
I was wearing, just on a side note, in New York last week, I was wearing my Ninkasi shirt, Ninkasi Brewing Company, and on the back it says Jesus was a home brewer. It's my first day there. I just got off the airplane. I'm on the subway on my way to Brooklyn. This guy is following me up the stairs, and I can hear him behind me. Hey. I just keep walking. I'm in the subway. Say hey to, hey. I turn around. Yeah. What does your shirt mean? What does that say? Well, it says Jesus was a homebrewer. What does that mean, though? I don't know. It means he turned water into wine. He basically was a homebrewer. You know, what is that? What is homebrewing? It's like when you make beer at home, or in Jesus' case, you make some wine at home. You know. And they look on. He was going to kick my ass. This guy. He was about to beat the shit out of me. Go ahead, Drew. I
always wanted to have shirts that said WWJD, or actually WWJB. What would Jesus brew?
Right. Have people ask you, what does that mean?
Yeah, I just always figured if I wore those anywhere near back home, I'd get my ass handed to me in about 20 seconds.
Well, and you just, like, I wear that shirt all the time. It's the first time I'd been confronted about it. Here I am in the New York subway.
In New York, the biggest city in the...
Yeah.
States.
And I was like, great, Jesus is going to stab me in New York. This is perfect.
I have a shirt that says, Jesus hates the Yankees. But,
that would have gotten me stabbed. Yeah.
Several times.
I brought it with me to New York, and I just chickened out.
You fuzzy. That would have been really funny. Yeah,
I'd like that shirt.
Yeah, definitely.
Says the Red Sox fan.
It's the first time I was actually pretty creeped out. The whole time I was in New York was fine, but this guy staring at me about Jesus, I was creeped out, man.
You don't fuck with the Jesus, man.
Yeah. Listen.
Not in New York, man.
You can have your homebrew club meetings at church, but do not say that Jesus is a homebrewer.
Well, hey, this is the way I look at it. You know, my homebrew club meetings, those are my church.
Okay. Well, that's fair enough. Homebrew church.
So you think you're playing God by brewing beer?
No, here we go.
Jesus.
All right, that's enough.
No, he sees.
No.
He sees God. He sees God.
I am getting people together to celebrate the holy creations of the universe.
Oh, there you go.
We happen to be manifesting.
Which, by the way, they are the oldest club in the universe, if you didn't remember.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm a little bit upset.
Yeah, she was upset. All right. Why don't we do this? We're going to take another break.
Another one?
When we come back, and here's the goods. Because what I want to talk about, like I said, is I've got some listener questions in front of me. But I want to talk about what makes a good club and a bad club. And I want to get a little personal here. I want you guys to tell me what you don't like about your clubs. I want you to tell me what doesn't make a good meeting. And I want you to tell me ideas about good meetings, too, because I think this will help all the clubs out there, and it'll help new clubs. So don't puss out. If you don't have to, call out anybody in your club. I don't mean that. I just mean tell me what you don't like about how things are, because everybody can learn from this, and every club can get better. So hang in there. A quick break. We'll come back with Drew Beecham and Gordon Strong. We'll talk about what makes a great club and a great meeting. We've got some successful clubs on the line here, not to mention Doe's in studio. So I think we'll get some good information. Hit Bevo in the chat room with your questions, and we'll get everything answered that we can. Hang in there. It's The Session. We'll be right back.
You're listening to the Brewcasters. On the Brewing Network.
Williams Brewing is your online resource for prompt delivery of quality home brewing supplies. Since 1979, Williams Brewing has offered the finest equipment and freshest ingredients and the best customer service in the business. Cut hours off your brewing sessions by using one of our 11 varieties of famous Williams malt extract. Our Williams Belgian Pale Extract is mashed with pure Belgian two-row malt and a small percentage of Belgian wheat malt for an authentic Belgian character you just can't get from other extracts. Or check out our unique fermenters, 2.5-gallon kegs, paintball tank-based draft beer equipment, bottling aids, and much more. We even have our own line of precision hydrometers. Go to WilliamsBrewing.com to browse our vast selection. That's WilliamsBrewing.com. Orders placed by 3:30 p.m. Pacific Time ship the same day. Brewing is easy. The Williams way. Downtown Joe's, located in the historic Oberon building in beautiful downtown Napa, California, offers an award-winning brew pub experience from 8:30 a.m. to 1 a.m. every day. For 15 years at the corner of 2nd and Main, Downtown Joe's has been voted Best Night Spot 7 times and Best Brew Pub for the last 4 years in a row. Brewmaster Colin Kaminsky's handcrafted ales, like his Tail Wagon Amber Ale and Double Secret Probation IPA, are the perfect accent to riverside dining, live music, and a relaxing outdoor patio. Don't miss the Beer of the Month, special rotating taps, and the BN Army Member Special. Wear your BN gear, get 10% off your beer. Visit downtownjoes.com to make reservations, peruse their extensive calendar of events, or just read more about their fantastic beers. Come enjoy the fine beer, food, and music. Downtown Joe's, the award-winning brew pub where you'll feel at home.
The cutting-edge equipment from Blickman Engineering is designed by brewers to make your brew day shorter, more enjoyable, and to give you a sense of pride in your equipment. At Blickman, they know what makes brewing a pain and build gear that makes it fun. Like the intuitive beer gun, a completely different approach to filling bottles. The Therminator Wort Chiller, a new take on a plate chiller that's sized for flow, performance, and the high groundwater temps homebrewers face every day. The Brewmometer, a brilliant weldless thermometer design with brewing parameters right on the dial. The Autosparge, ultimate simplicity for preventing an overflow or running your mash tun dry. And much more, like the modular top-tier brewing stand, conical fermenters, and their Boilermaker brew pots. With more cutting-edge equipment coming soon, keep up with the latest from Blickman at blickmanengineering.com and stay on the cutting edge. Organic ingredients. Fresh, clean, good for you, good for the planet. Seven Bridges has the best selection of organic ingredients, including over 27 varieties of organic hops at breworganic.com. Join their mailing list for special deals and regular updates. They've been brewing organic and serving organic brewers for 13 years. They can help you brew great organic beer. And Seven Bridges is the proud host of the 4th Annual National Organic Brewing Challenge, the only BJCP-sanctioned nationwide brewing competition just for organic beers. Take the challenge this fall for a chance to win great prizes, including stainless steel brew kettles and organic brewing ingredients. This year, the challenge will be judged in 2 locations: on the East Coast at Capital City Brewing in Arlington, Virginia, and on the West Coast at Gordon Biersch in San Jose, California. For complete details, visit breworganic.com/competition. Seven Bridges is cooperatively owned in awesome Santa Cruz, California. Everyone there is dedicated to great beer and people-friendly business practices. They offer environmentally friendly, free trade, and fair wage brewing products whenever possible. Seven Bridges, breworganic.com.
Wait till you can pour it out of your own kegerator.
Yeah. I mean, your friends will look at you with awe.
And it's just hot.
It is?
It's so super hot.
The home of live beer radio.
TheBrewingNetwork.com. Because like beer, radio shouldn't suck. You're listening to The Session. Keeping the ass out of Brewcast. This is the Brewing Network.
All right, welcome back to the program, everybody. You're tuned into The Session, and we are talking about homebrew clubs. And as I'm trying to talk about homebrew clubs, there's a 17-year-old girl in short shorts running around Tasty's truck outside. Pull back your... they're like, she's just running circles around. I'm not making this up. Her boyfriend's chasing her around your truck. You guys were all away at the break, and I was in here working. And
so tell Schumann to get back in the house.
I know, Schumann, put on some long shorts, by the way.
You know what? She's making out with a 14-year-old neighbor, and I know I'm bigger than he is.
You mean like height?
Yeah.
No.
Well, it's not that cold out, too, so...
I don't know what it is about your truck, though, Tasty. They kept circling around your truck.
I don't know.
It's probably the smell of...
There's nothing in there of any interest, I'm sure.
It's the smell of hops coming from it.
I do have some hops there from Australia.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, Peter Simon, who rolled in on Friday, brought me some Galaxy hops.
Organic?
I don't know if they're organic or not.
I guess it's New Zealand that does
I think
all
these might be New Zealand hops. No, I think these are actually Australian hops.
Interesting. All right. Well, now we're going to get to the good part of the homebrew club stuff. The stuff that if you're already in a club or if you're going to plan a club, we're going to help you try to get some content. Because that is one of the difficult parts. You meet every month, and you could just hang out and drink beer, like we've said. Or you could really get something done and kind of improve your homebrew community. So What are the kind of things that you guys, Gordon? What do you're involved in St. Paul, and is that just because you guys are such a competition oriented, or are there other events that interest you about the club?
Well, I went to that club a lot because I was working up there at the time, and I knew the guys from the Nationals. So I go up there a few times a year now. But I like the guys, whether they have club meetings or not, I'd still go up there. But I do go to club meetings of a lot of different clubs as I travel around. If I'm in a town for some reason or another, I try to see if there's a homebrew club that's doing something. So I've seen a lot of different ways that people run meetings. The ones that I like going to are the ones that obviously had some planning put into it.
Okay.
It's just a bunch of guys that are sitting around saying, I don't know, what do you want to do? Then, that's pretty lame.
Yeah, that's
that
never
anywhere.
much fun.
Yeah.
Justin's seen me. I'm pretty much a Nazi up there.
Yeah. So organization.
But
yeah, it is the organization.
Yeah, and some clubs have multi-meeting schemes set up where they say, we want to do this style thing, so we're going to go through these styles, and we're going to do one every meeting for 3 years or something. So different clubs can have different things that they're trying to accomplish that can take a whole range of meetings, and some people like that and some people hate it. But you pretty much decide as a club that you want to do that and then stick to it.
Okay.
But have something at a meeting for people to do that sort of fits why the people are there.
So what's a something? Anybody, Drew? What's a something at a meeting that makes you want to show up?
Spin the bottle.
That would make me want to show up.
Yeah, but
given our membership, I don't think I'd want to show up for Spin the Bottle.
Yeah, Schumann would though.
Yeah, no, I just that's so not much my bag.
Yeah, but what's a something? Yeah, ideas for folks at home.
Okay, I'll tell you. Like Gordon, I've been to a number of different homebrew club meetings, and I always think that's actually important because there is no one group that has completely the right answer.
Okay.
So it's nice to see. It's nice to see what other people are doing. To me, one of the things that I absolutely love, and this is from the Falcons, is the fact that we really do. If you bring beer to a meeting that you want to share with people, you have that opportunity to stand up in front of everybody, say, "Hey, this is what I did for my beer. I used 10 pounds of Maris Otter and this many hops. I mashed at this. I fermented at that. This is the beer. This is what I was trying to do. What do you guys think? Tell me." And what I like about it is I like the fact that it is a moment for every member of the homebrew club to actually kind of get a chance to shine, right?
Yeah.
It's not just because you got guys who bring just incredible beer every time they bring a beer. I don't know if they're self-selecting, they're only going to bring the great ones, or if they really just only do great beer. And those are great because great, you get an example of what's a really awesome thing to do, kind of like Can You Brew It or the Jamil Show or anything like that, right? Where you hear from people who are experts and yay. The thing that's great about seeing the people who aren't in that condition is that you get to learn from their mistakes. They get to learn from their mistakes, and they get to do it in a fairly comfortable environment, right? And these are their friends who are telling them what they did or didn't do right.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you also get to see the range of opinions, so you know that there is no universal truth to this shit.
Okay.
And it's just great to see because, if nothing else, the moment where it really pays off is you got the guy who's just been bringing terrible beer to your club meetings, and we all have it.
We all know that guy.
Yeah.
Shut up.
And we all and everybody humors him because everybody wants to be the good guy. Everybody wants to be nice to them, right? You don't want to just beat the crap.
Yeah, you don't want to discourage them so they never brew again.
No, that would be mean.
Yeah. So it's really, really nice when you see that guy who's just been doing crap beer
does better,
suddenly pops into the club meeting and drops something on you that's like, whoa, what?
I think I think Gordon does like to shame bad brewers into not brewing anymore. That's what kind of guy I think he is.
Thins out the herd.
Yeah.
The world needs ditch diggers too.
Yes, that's right.
Gordon just doesn't want the competition.
Yeah. Now, Gordon, obviously a great brewer. You've done very well. I'm sure that there are things for you to learn. But what makes you show up at it? What's an event that would make you show up at a club meeting? What would excite you about showing up?
Well, yeah. What's your favorite part of a meeting?
Yeah.
Well, I like going to meetings that actually have some advanced content. I hate clubs that assume that everybody's a new brewer and want to go over the same tired stuff over and over.
Okay.
I mean, the field of brewing, continues to advance. There are new things coming out, and if somebody's got something that they've worked on, and particularly if it's experimental, if they said, I ran this experiment, I wanted to see the impact of these new hop varieties and these styles, or I read about this technique that somebody described online, and I wanted to see if it worked. So I did an experiment and I did a control. So I find that interesting because then I don't have to go do that. I probably found the same article interesting, but haven't gotten around to wasting a couple of batches of beer to see is this something I want to think about. So if somebody else has done that work, I would love to hear about it.
Great point.
So that's what does it for me. I go to a homebrew club meeting to, interact with peers and to learn. And if you don't have something for me to learn, I'm just going to sit around and drink and, be angry when you give me a crappy beer.
Right.
So,
a really excellent point, though, is that we don't all have time to try everything.
Yep.
So showing up at a club where everybody's kind of a very active brewer, in a sense, you do get to try everything. At least you get to hear about people trying everything.
We'll have people come up with experimental things. One of our members, Aaron Porter, he wanted to see how fast he could make a beer.
Okay.
Fast mash, fast boil, fast fermentation, drinking the thing. And what did he go?
Oh, I forget.
48 hours, maybe.
Oh yeah,
something really quick. Yeah, he brewed the beer really quick.
72 hours, something like that. And he goes, "It's not great. I'm not really proud of it, but you know what? It's drinkable."
And I found out what it was like.
And he found out what it was like. Yeah.
Doc, what was the style that he was doing?
It was probably.
It was a barley wine.
No, it was. It was. I think it was just a standard ale. Really, I don't think it was going to be, like a Hefeweizen or something that we could pump out really quick. But he wanted to see how fast he could push the envelope on it.
That's fun to listen to, if nothing else.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now, and there's something to that, because, one of the most interesting topics I've seen recently online was a guy who wanted to try and turn around a double IPA in 5 days.
Right, wow.
Yeah.
I tell Chad to do that every fucking week.
Yeah.
He won't listen.
But it's something new, something you'll glean something from it.
Yeah.
Turn around.
Not reach around.
Wow. Damn it. Now, let me ask you, Doc, because you had so Gordon wants to be challenged at a brew club. He wants to hear some more advanced content. Your brewers at Doe's, when I was going, they really ran the gamut.
Yeah.
So, what kind of things did you do to cover everybody? Because you don't want Gordon sitting over there bored to death, but you don't want me pissed off at you because I don't understand a word you're saying.
Yeah.
What did you do?
Well, I tried to break up the meeting in a lot of different things. I would usually have somebody doing a style talk. They would bring in some standard commercial things and maybe one of their own.
Okay.
And the thing was trying to get people to do it. People, I don't know anything about that. Well, you know what? You got a month to learn about it and tell us about it. It's your book report.
Getting members to do it, yeah.
And they would, and actually they would come out and they would do some pretty cool stuff. And some of these members had never tasted that style of beer before, and that was pretty good. I'd like to have a gadget corner. We got inventors in the mix in there, and people would really like to invent things more than actually brew.
Nice.
So they would bring in their stuff that they made. Oh, my God. We had just all kinds of stuff come in here, from full-on electronical engineer things.
Yeah. My stir plate came from a Doe's meeting, right?
Right.
Yeah, one of the guys came and showed you how he made it.
Right.
And then you made it.
Yep. And then we had somebody go into a Brewzilla kind of thing. We've had one of the guys, he used to make those cabinets for roadies, for speakers and amps and things.
Yeah.
And that's what he did. He made a rolling bar out of one of those things.
Nice.
And it was all, armored around the corners and everything. You'll glean something from somebody. So a lot of these guys maybe they're not such good brewers, but they like the gadget part of it.
Okay.
So
and that engages everybody.
Yeah, we would try that.
There's something to Oxford that I wanted to pick up with. You said the word corner, and some meetings that I've been to, they'll sort of give an overview of what people are there to talk about what, but rather than doing it as the whole full group lecture where you're sort of forced to listen and participate,
Yeah.
you just sort of describe what that person's shtick is, and if you want to go over there and talk to the person, you can go do it. You can go interact one-on-one rather than forcing everybody to go through it like you're in school.
Okay,
and that's a little breakout session. That's what
I like that.
Self-paced.
Yeah, we would have the meat of the meeting beforehand before the middle break, and especially if it's a style talk or gadget thing or something like that, and then
give an overview.
Yeah, and you would go talk to the person at the break.
Okay,
trying his beer and just picking their brain for stuff.
Yeah. Just present the opportunity,
right,
rather than force it down anybody.
And you don't need a hour-and-a-half lecture on something.
Right. How long were your style talks, for example?
20 minutes, maybe.
Okay. Keep it
half
short.
an hour.
Yeah, 20, 30 minutes. Depending on how much beer they had.
Depending on how much beer they had, and it's being poured for you. So it was kind of nice, and everybody would have a talk on it. And then we started getting into, instead of just kind of the lecture and listening portion, we would turn it into almost a round robin kind of thing where anybody that had something to say about it, you could. And people up on the board, people up in the audience, we would all talk about, what about this and what about that, until everybody could actually participate.
Okay.
And that really brought everybody into it.
All right. Now, Chad and Tasty, and now I don't want to turn you guys into the negative Nancys. It's not what I mean to do. But you guys go to a lot of club meetings, so I want some examples out of you guys. What's not very fun about a homebrew club? What do you go to and you end up kind of disappointed that you spent your time going to learn about beer and you didn't? Tell me what's just a couple examples of what doesn't work at a homebrew club.
Well, for me, I think, use technology. Everyone's got these email lists and things of that nature, a calendar of events. You don't have to go over every event at every meeting,
Okay.
They keep talking about that. So maybe, an email list with a calendar or something. That's kind of one of my things that sticks out.
So like a handout of announcements and stuff, rather than taking up club time to give you every single announcement.
Right. I mean, if you're running a competition or something and you're trying to nail down details, that's a different thing.
Okay.
But just like, hey, the extract beer comp's coming up. Okay, well, we've been talking about it for like months now, and just kind of move on and hand that stuff out. So that's one of my kind of things. I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay. You want to get on to the next thing.
Yeah.
You don't want to show up and hear the same thing every week.
Exactly.
All right.
And that's a very valid point. I think my problem is that, at least from my own experiences, it's difficult to actually get people to pay attention and realize all that stuff is happening, unless you actually talk about it at the meeting.
Yeah.
Like, I swear to God, I've talked back when I was president of the Falcons. I would talk about things like, 3-4 months. 3 or 4 months per row, like, hey, here's 15 minutes on this particular topic, and then it would come time for it, and people who I knew had been there for every single one of those meetings would go, what?
Yeah. Right.
Like, I am about to drive my head into the desk, you dumb
Right.
brewer.
Right. Well, in that case, maybe Chad's right about having a handout or an email then, because at least you could say, when someone says, duh, you can go, well, just check your email. How about that?
Having a website's a big key, too, and I'm really envious of the Falcons website. I've been trying for 10 years to get Doe's to have a decent website, and trying to get somebody to commit to actually do a good website and keep
maintain.
it up. And
That's
maintain
the tough part.
It.
It's
we're lucky we have the thing we do have.
Yeah.
And
Well,
Drew, you do your website, right?
Yeah, I'm the webmaster for the Falcons. That's been my job now for 10 years.
Okay.
But
Nice
here's
job,
the thing
by
is
the
that-
way. Really
Thank you.
nice job.
Well, but I'll tell you, the thing is that one of the things that clubs out there who are actually looking to establish good web presence should do is find somebody in the club who seems to be like hovering around the edges, who has that knowledge, who knows how to do that stuff, and utilize them.
Yeah, I was picking who has that kind of savvy to do that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And you're right, and pull them in from the phrase.
Yeah, well, because it does a couple things for the club. It strengthens the club by kind of building another person in the club who is kind of one of those core members, right?
Yeah.
And that has a kind of a waterfall effect. But the other thing is, it gives at least one person that ability to break on through. And if you've got one person who can break on through and actually be able to do that, then suddenly you have great benefit to everybody else in your club. When I first joined the Falcons, whatever it was now, 11 years ago, it took me about a half a year, and then suddenly it was like, oh, hey, we need a website. Well, I know how to do that. And so I started to set up the club's website, and the next thing I know, I was in the board, and I was deeply integrated and started down the primrose path of folly to where I am now.
But people need to step up and maybe not become over involved. You don't want to get in over your head, but the people in your those, and you guys talked about it. Your core people need to step up and provide what their skills are.
Well, no, it's more important than the core people because a lot of times with something new that you're wanting to develop, you actually want to find somebody who's on the fringes.
Right.
You want to feel them out, and you want to kind of get, because what you can do is if they're on the fringes, you can use this project to get them involved.
Right. What do you think we could use Schumann for, Drew? Any idea?
I make a great paperweight.
He does make a good paperweight.
Woman magnet.
Yeah, that would be good.
I could.
Bar harpy magnet.
That's good.
Yeah.
All right, now, Tasty, I want to go to you and talk. Another guy who goes to a lot of club meetings, and you get good and bad. What are some things that you don't like about clubs that could be changed?
Yeah, I do go to several different clubs, so certainly not speaking to any one of them at this point.
Yeah.
The thing that I do actually get bothered by people that actually drink too much at club meetings.
Okay.
And club events. I just think that as homebrewers, we have we should be the guys that know how to handle ourselves, know when to reach a certain point and not to stop. Of course, by some standards, I'm sure a lot of people think we all drink. All of us homebrewers are drinking too much, but I'm talking about excessive drinking. Where you're asking for big pours, when really it's just a tasting, and pretty much. Making it pretty clear you're there for a beer and a lot of it.
Right.
Or what you were saying before, it's a club meeting and they're bringing commercial beers.
Yeah, commercial beers.
We had that
some
trouble.
clubs that's fine.
That entirely.
Does that bother you too, Gordon? Yeah.
Homebrew meeting with no homebrew.
Right.
Yeah, I always ask him because I move around in the tasting portion. I move around the room and offer people tastes of beer, and I usually want to drink their beer, and they don't have any. I said, If it's the same person, most of the time, then I might say, well, are you just unhappy with your beer? Are you not brewing? Or you're looking for some ideas on what to brew? I mean, how can we get you brewing kind of thing?
Yeah.
And then if they still, don't bring beer, you might escalate that to it's a homebrew club meeting. It's just, you're really going to get a lot more out of this if you try some of the stuff that we're talking about.
So I can show up without beer,
yeah,
but if week after week after week.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I see. Yeah.
Right. A lot of times, go ahead, Gordon.
Well, I was going to say, one of the things I think is actually a big misconception for a lot of people and a hard thing for homebrew clubs to break into is the idea that you've got people who are going, oh, I've got to bring beer in order to be able to the meeting. And you got to really kind of break through on people to go, no, you don't have to do that.
Right. It's okay to show up, but Tasty does make a good point, right?
Just occasionally.
That if week after week you're imbibing other people's samples and and you're at home brewing, but never bring in a sample, that's a bit odd.
Yeah, well, I always ask them, too, are you just intimidated?
You might be a mooch if...
right.
Well, they might be a mooch, but yeah, I swear, most of the time it's people going, my beer's not good enough. I'm like,
I think you're right. I agree with Drew. Most of the time, it's not malicious.
Fix it if you don't bring it in and let people tell you what's wrong.
Right, exactly. So I extend to them the offer of, just bring it and let me taste it. I won't, just bring it to me. We'll taste it.
Right.
And if if I have a few recommendations, great. You go off, make that or another beer again. And at one point, after you bring it to me, I'll say, hey, let's just have somebody else here that I know has a good palate try this beer.
Right.
And maybe they can take that beer to another level, but the guy won't be embarrassed about what he'd accomplished so far because the beer is getting better.
Yeah, see, Tasty's much nicer than I am. I just give him shit for not bringing the beer in. I'm like going, really? You've seen the people around here? You've seen the feedback they give? You're really honestly afraid of giving this beer to them?
Right.
Well, it's intimidating.
Well, I can agree.
When you're new, we're going to give your beer decent feedback without actually beating the living crap out of you.
Yeah. Even still, people are very shy and very intimidated. And I will say that what Tasty just said is my favorite thing about homebrew clubs in general. And it's why I ended up getting along with Doc so well in the beginning, other than the fact that we like the same sort of debauchery. But that Tasty said, why don't you just bring it to me and let me taste it, and I'll talk to you about it. It was the one guy who kind of looked at me face to face, and I knew, I don't care what this... He's going to just be honest with me, and he doesn't care about my beer other than to tell me what it's like. And after a couple of meetings, I brought Doc my beer that I knew had a problem. I didn't share it with the club. I didn't stand up and say, I brought you all beer. After the meeting, I went over to Doc, and I gave him my beer that wouldn't carbonate in the cupboard, and he told me why it wouldn't carbonate. But he did the same thing Tasty just said, where a guy came up to me and he just said, why don't you bring it to me and we'll taste it and I'll let you know. And you don't got to share it with everybody. Because people do get really shy. So just another cool thing about having 20 people at a club, you end up meeting the one person who you're comfortable with sharing a beer with.
But you can tell the difference between the shy person and the true mooch.
You're right, Gordon.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You're right.
Absolutely.
So you got to separate them. You want to get rid of the baggage.
That's why Doc kicked me out.
If they're, I mean, those are the kind of people that are going to give your club a bad name. You know, they're the amateur hour people. They're the people that are like nicking your meads after the competition when you go around looking for them. It's like, where did all the half-filled bottles go?
Right.
They're like sneaking out the back. You know, so
you're right, Gordon.
But if you notice, we get a lot of the guys that you get a good couple of members, and they bring the douchebag friend in,
right?
Who brews with them sometimes, and it's like, oh.
I have a listener question about that for you guys too. I'll let you guys finish, but
that's one of the things that does actually drive me nuts. Is in the Falcons, I've known guys who have been in the club for 10, 20 years, and they may have started off as brewers, like, way back when, but they don't brew anymore.
Right.
And
those are called
now,
judges.
I mean, like, they just come in and they drink everybody's beer. I like them. I like them as people, but at the same time, I'm kind of like going, can't you brew something on your own?
Yeah.
It's a brew club.
Yeah.
It's not like you're in a fishing club, you don't fish. I mean, you're in a fishing club because you fish, you know?
Right.
It's the fun part. You know, try your beer. I mean, try other people's beer. That's the fun part of it.
It's true. It's a great point. And I love how straightforward Gordon is about it, too. The whole show, he's been like, yeah, if you don't brew, fuck off. Or if you don't have anything to contribute, piss off. Like the whole time, he doesn't have any indulgence for people who are just hanging out to mooch or that they're not that interested in brewing. They're just interested in drinking. And I actually, I'm joking about it, but I have a lot of respect for that.
Yep.
You know, I'll ask you a question, Jay.
Go
who
ahead.
said, "Thou shalt not bring it weak"?
Right. I agree. And this is what I'm saying, and I like this.
At a homebrew club meeting, bring homebrew.
And be honest with people. I love all of this. It's perfect. Because, there's only so much, and we've all had to do it, there's only so much you can indulge that guy. Yeah. Before a couple weeks go by and you're just like, come on already. Get rid of this kid,
Hey, but the best guy in the club, seriously, the best guy in the club is the mooch who will drink anything.
I thought that at the beginning of the show, Drew, but I'll tell you, my bad beer from Jameel has really tapered off. I don't know that I'm still the best guy.
No, I'm telling you, we've had a couple guys in the past who who have become legendary in the club. None of them are with the same are active in the club anymore.
Right.
But it was always that guy of give it to Mikey. He likes anything.
Right.
And absolutely useful for just the purpose of, I have this beer, I don't like it, so hey, Dave.
Right.
What do you think? Yeah.
That's why we have drains.
Speaking of mooching, Tasty, I saw that full cooler of beer over there when I walked out of the break.
And now you're complaining I'm not giving you enough beer.
Yeah, because
you're a hard guy to please.
Listen, just because I was complaining doesn't mean I didn't want it.
I think you're living in a dry county over there.
I'm not happy if I can't complain.
Good wife. It's too hot. It's too cold. I got too much beer. I don't have enough beer.
Exactly.
Where?
I live with them. Welcome to my life.
Right. Schumann has to listen to this every day. All right, a listener question, kind of on the topic that we were just talking about kind of bringing that guy.
Kind
of. Phil Brazil, one of our Brazilian listeners. How funny would it be, by the way?
That rhymes, by the way.
How funny would it be if my dad is dating Phil Brazil's mother?
Is she a full Brazilian?
Well, yeah. You didn't hear the very beginning?
No, I didn't.
You do have to mention the hot Brazilian exception to bringing people to club meetings.
That's true. That, by the way, you bring a hot Brazilian chick, she can do whatever the fuck she wants.
Whatever. You get a pass.
Any hot chick.
Yeah, she can mooch, whatever else. Yeah, my old man's dating a Brazilian chick who doesn't even speak English now. He's a genius, right? All right. Phil Brazil wrote in. Pass this question along to the guest, please. What do you think about participation from non-members? Like friends, wives, girlfriends. Do you think that meetings should be members only? Or is there a place for friends and or significant others? I think that's a good question about clubs.
Bring them.
There's always a place.
Yeah, bring them.
Even at
as long as they're not going to sit there and bitch the whole time.
Okay.
You never want to bring the guys going, hey, this doesn't taste like Bud Light, or you don't want to bring the girlfriend. But I mean, the thing is that half of the point of homebrew clubs is really to educate people on beer.
Okay.
Yeah. So hey, great. You know beer. You got somebody in your circle who doesn't know beer, or somebody that you want to get involved in beer. Maybe you want to get your girlfriend involved, so it's a little bit easier for you. I don't know, but bring them.
And once people start bringing their wives with their girlfriends, and other people bring them, then that gives them something to do. It's not like they're sitting around saying, "Oh, I'm the only girl here. This is going to be horrible." So that works too.
Plus, a couple non-penises in the room never hurts. I just want to point out, I don't care whether it's a homebrew event or something else. Even Bevo is like chiming in on it. She's waving to me, yes, please. A couple of vaginas would be fine.
Right. So that's why you always bring meads to the meeting. So you got to right.
Yeah, even if you have a friend who you semi-suspect of being a douchebag, it's probably a good thing to bring them at least once.
I don't know about that.
Well, no, because it turns out sometimes that people who are douchebags share the same sort of obsessive qualities that make up homebrewers.
Right. In other words, Drew relates to douchebags.
Nice. So I can show up with some wine coolers and it'll be fine.
Me and my name being attached to douchebag, not the first time that's ever happened here on the show.
Let me give an example.
We hear what you're
Doc
saying.
and I have never invited Schumann to a homebrew club meeting. He's a nice guy. We like to hang out with him. We've never invited him to a homebrew club meeting. Now
that's messed up.
And being serious for a second, I think there's a difference between inviting everybody to a homebrew club event and to a homebrew club meeting, right? Because the meetings are really, and that's why I thought it was a good
purpose.
Yeah, and that's just why I thought it was a good question from Phil, because it is a different purpose.
Yeah. It can geek out pretty bad.
No, that's a great question.
If whoever you're taking isn't going to be into beer geekdom, they're going to be bored as hell.
Yeah.
But if they're supportive of it, they watch their boyfriend, husband brew. They maybe help him here. They like his beer. Yeah, they probably want to show up,
and they'll deal with being bored as hell.
Right? Oh, you guys are all beer geeks, and they laugh about it. And they, I like that coconut porter or whatever.
Yeah, but have a nice time.
And they have
anyway.
a nice time.
Yeah.
I always think that festivals are better for new for people who are not involved, because then they just have the whole variety to try.
Right.
And it's not so focused, and everybody's just milling around having some beer, yada, yada, yada.
So I'm inclined to say, yes, bring the significant other, bring the friend, but be a little selective. I disagree with Drew where you go ahead and bring the douche. I think you be a little selective.
As long as it brings something to the meeting. And not bring the meeting down.
Right. So if I bring crystal meth and wine coolers, then
you're in.
I'm totally in. Yeah, and in Justin's defense, I mean,
don't bust him out to the second.
I'll
break,
shit in my hand and throw it at people. So it's probably a
never-
bad idea for me to show these things.
The point of view should always be, if I'm going to bring this person here, does it have benefit to me, and does it have benefit to the club?
Yeah.
And does it have benefit to homebrewing in general?
And benefit them. Obviously, you're bringing them.
They're going to enjoy
know,
it. You want to,
but you.
Big tits.
You just
big tits.
And if they have big tits, they're in.
Yeah,
There's
it benefits
never
a
any
lot
question.
of people that way.
If there are big tits, they're invited.
That's bringing something.
I don't mean tasty big tits. Right? I'm talking about real tits here.
Oh, ma'ams.
No. Those are moves.
Yeah, let's talk about ma'ams. Right.
Yeah. Justin, the rule is no moves.
No moves. Right. Well, yeah. I mean, if you're already in the club, we can't kick you out. But you don't bring a friend with moves. You know.
No, it's got to benefit other people.
Girlfriend.
All right. I've got another question. This one is from Blowmax, who actually started up started up a small homebrew club in Joplin, Missouri, and it's the Joplin, Missouri Homebrew Club. He says, what's the best way to get the word out? We've been a club now for over a year, and we've got 3 members. Our local homebrew shop is 2 hours away. These are kind of the Brewing Network club guys, right?
Yeah.
Their homebrew shop's far away. He's got 3 members. Any suggestions about how a guy like this gets the word out?
Flyers at your local courthouse.
Well, outreach. I think Gordon.
Yeah, that's a good
bikini
idea,
car
Chad.
washes.
Actually.
Seriously, something I've learned over the years is your local press is absolutely dying for stories.
Okay.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Dying. So if you can get in touch with your local media via a little press release or actually calling up and saying, hey, la la la, yeah, odds are pretty goddamn good they will come out and find you.
Yeah,
do a story.
They'll take pictures of your brew house. They'll make a big deal out of it. You know.
I know very few homebrewers that weren't previously craft beer drinkers. So wherever you find craft beer drinkers, you're going to find this large pool of potential home brewers. So putting up like an information booth at a craft beer festival, getting the press to come out and interview there at that site or that kind of thing, that would work.
Flyers at the homebrew shop work really well too, and it's got to be someplace up front where they see it.
Yeah,
it can't be like obscure on the board. You got to have something they can take home with them. We made up some really good trifold flyers, and it worked like a charm. Our membership shot right up.
And this guy's is 2 hours away, but you got to assume
they're driving 2 hours from somewhere,
just like you are, just like this guy is, right?
And the truth of the matter, always get your nearest homebrew shop involved, because your locals are still going to be going there probably periodically at least.
Right.
Get the word out that way. Get the word into the press. Get the word up on the web. You know, even just starting a little simple website with like your town name and home brewing.
Right.
Yeah, can really help you out there. Even
See
if
if you can see if you can find places that sell propane refills and ask if you can put a flyer up there.
Yeah.
Great idea, Gordon.
We'll track them down that way.
Got to have propane.
Yeah.
Just hang around there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so or wherever, but don't be afraid to sort of chat up people wherever you are. You know, when people ask you what you do, don't talk about your job. Talk about homebrewing.
Right.
You know, so
and if you've got
you're not going to meet them in just beer places. You'll meet homebrewers wherever.
Yeah.
Well, but
church.
Don't just limit yourself.
To that point,
yeah, definitely church.
Yeah, but to that point, you will meet them in good beer places too. So if you've got a good beer place somewhere near you, leverage them.
Yeah.
Odds are at some point you're going to want to meet there, and if nothing else, you may want to like set up special events there. So use them too to draw people in, because you may find like the guy who goes, hey, this craft beer is pretty good. I wonder, and then they see something about homebrew and go, maybe I could do that.
Right.
Buy some ads in the Brewing Network.
Right.
Hold some sort of. I like the idea of holding some sort of public event. A club event and getting some media attention, or if there's anything beer festival related, or any sort of beer related tie-in you can piggyback on. Use the draw that somebody else has. Try to find out where beer people go.
Yeah.
It's going to be different for every area. It's hard to imagine what it's like in some rural area that doesn't really have anybody nearby. I imagine that is a lot of the audience.
It's not just beer things, though. The Falcons actually, over the years, have drawn a number of members from, virtually every community at some point has, hey, this is our food festival.
Right.
Right? So if you have something that has a food festival, show up there, get a booth. Stick your face in front of people, because, hey, guess what? Beer's food. We know that. And the people who are going to show up at a food festival because, hey, these are tasty things, are people who are interested in taste.
Yeah, it's kind of what I was going to say too. Anything kind of do it yourself fits into the homebrew thing. Right. Barbecue places. So my brother lives in this tiny town outside of Austin now. Real small town, actually. It looks like they film a lot of movies there because it looks like an Old West type of town. And he started going to every Saturday they have a farmer's market. And anybody's allowed to put up a table at the farmer's market. You could be selling used books. It doesn't matter at their local farmer's market. And a lot of places have that if it's your local swap meet or whatever else. And in your small communities, I think this is a perfect way to just set up a table, put out some grains and some hops, and people walking by will kind of walk up and go, "What the hell are you doing?"
Have a kettle there and some grain, kind of show them, because a lot of people are going to ask, "Well, what is this homebrew and how do you do it?"
Yeah,
be nice to let them know that it's something you can do in a couple hours and make an interesting beer.
Yeah,
maybe have a little beer under the table.
Right. Exactly on the down.
So here's some I made. Well, here's some more. Oh, well, now we're In fact,
have a banner made up so you have some signage that people can see from a distance. So they'll walk up and talk to you about it.
Yeah, because they're going to want to know who are you guys and what are you doing here. So make that as obvious as possible.
And Tasty's absolutely right. You may have to battle for it. You may have to do it via a little bit of subterfuge. But if you can have beer available for people to taste, the whole prospect becomes a hell of a lot more attractive.
It changes their whole attitude.
But you might have to do it on the down low, like Tasty said. But
it's there for you to drink.
Drew's right. Having that helps a bunch, especially if your beer tastes like Tasty's. Then you're in really good shape. You really bring some people around. But I think Drew is right that you look a little outside the box. You go to your local food places or food events, and not just. It doesn't have to be a beer thing too. So.
Yeah, you have to
county fairs, small festivals. Anything like that.
Right. Okay, and just to plug the club for Blow Max, it's the Joplin Homebrew Club in Joplin, Missouri. He didn't give me contact info since there's only 2 of them. They might not have a web page yet, but if you're in Joplin, Missouri. Go onto the forum and look for Blowmax and PM him. I bet you could join his club. And
I'd like to change the name of it.
And then there'll be 3 of you. You don't like the Joplin?
It's not very creative.
Well, maybe it could be the Janice Joplin home.
Okay. Well, okay. That's what I'm thinking. Let's just get some spice in here.
You must be sober, Tasty. It depends on how you think about it.
The Rose.
There you go. Yeah.
I would think a Janice Joplin club would need more Jack Daniels.
Yeah, that's true. And a bit of acid. Yeah,
and a lot of sex,
and a big ugly face.
Yeah, I could join that club.
Sounds like my other club.
Come on, we all were thinking that.
So, Gordon, are you going to have any beer at the hospitality suite there in Minneapolis?
Yeah, but I'll be gone before we get there.
I was planning on bringing up the beer we made at Sierra Nevada.
Okay, great. Love to try that.
Yeah, I gotta check it out. It's been hanging out in the cooler for months.
Wait a minute.
Make sure it's okay before driving it 12 hours in the back of my car.
What? You're only bringing 1 beer and you're driving? Gordon, this is unacceptable.
In commercial beer?
Come on.
How about some 2-liter bottles?
I made it.
All he's got is 2-liter bottles. What are you talking about?
I hate to call you out here, but what the fuck? Come on, bring us some beer.
Did I say that was all?
Oh, no, I guess not. All right.
I'll have to go through and see what I have.
All right, that a boy.
Well, the point I'm making is we'd love to try some, so bring
Yeah,
what you
man.
can.
Absolutely, yeah.
Let me know when it's available. I'll be there.
And you coming Wednesday, Gordon?
I'm coming on Saturday.
No, but I mean, are you coming to the party on Wednesday?
I gotta go to the BJCP thing first.
Okay, that's
But
fair.
I am just like last year.
All right.
So I'll plan on being over there for the second half.
Atta boy. All right, good.
Pretty much
good.
a yes or no question.
Drew, what are you doing? Are you going to BJCP first?
Nah, I'm going straight to the BNA.
There you go. Nice.
Wait, but hold on. I do have a question for you, Justin. I mean, as an incoming member of the GC,
Yeah.
you are required to supply beer to us.
I will be bringing lots of Chad's beer with me to. I don't know. I better shake the keg of the Mirror Pond. I bet it's about empty. I've been drinking the crap out of it. Can I brew a beer in the next week? I can brew you a Hefeweizen or something. Seriously, I'll tell you what. I will shake the keg, and if there's enough to put a few bottles, I'll ask Chad to help me bottle up some beers tomorrow, and I'll do that.
That's probably a good plan. And if Chad has anything, that would be more than welcome, I think.
What a douchey incoming member of the AHIM. And here is my roommate's beer, everybody.
It's better than mine.
What an asshole I am.
He should probably be the board member, not me.
I know. I love it. I'm good with that, actually. I'm totally comfortable with that. I'll totally bring the board Chad's beer. That'll be fun.
People come over the house here
again.
Yeah.
I helped pay the water bill.
Yeah. Yeah. Listen,
There you go.
it's not the first time I've been a douche.
Some
I'm
truth to that.
completely comfortable with that.
Were you stopped sometime?
All right. I have some more questions
Okay.
here in front of me.
Question.
Here's a question for both of your clubs from Film Lab Rat. Have any famous brewers come out of Drew's or Gordon's clubs?
Well, Drew's, yeah.
Who's come out of Drew's?
I'd say Gordon's
Charlie
pretty fucking
Papazian.
famous.
Yeah, Gordon's famous. Gordon's like, I came out of my club. Yeah. All right, we'll start with Drew. Who came out of the Falcons? Probably a bunch, huh?
Yeah, we kind of got involved in the whole thing early, so arguably the most famous would be the Grossman brothers.
Oh, yeah.
With Sierra Nevada.
Yeah.
And then right in behind them would be John Mayer with Rogue.
Oh, very nice. That's a good claim to fame right there. That's a mile.
Those right there are probably like the two biggest ones.
Not that John Mayer, Bevo.
I know, I'm just kidding.
By the way, can I say I hate the new John Mayer, because every time I say John Mayer from Rogue, people who are not beer people look at me and go, "What, the guitar player?" I'm like, "No, shut up."
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah, but when their eyes start tearing up and stuff.
You mean the sissy boy? No, the brewer.
I hate that guy.
So
come on, you do him.
But
yeah,
I mean, we've had those guys. We've had
Sam.
AleSmith Brewing Company was founded by a Falcon.
Okay.
There have been a whole slew of little microbreweries founded by Falcons over the years.
Good.
Including the first microbrewery actually in LA City since
In the
Prohibition.
universe. Oh.
No, actually, just this past year, a friend of mine, you guys had him on, I think, Brew Strong, Jeremy from Eagle Rock Brewing Company.
Oh, yeah.
They founded the first actual microbrewery in the city of LA since Prohibition.
Yeah, we haven't had them on yet, but I did go and hang out with them a little bit when I was down there last. Nice guy.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're awesome. I'm brewing with them next week, so.
Cool. And Gordon, anybody but you out of the St. Paul?
Kurt?
Good answer.
No, there's a lot of people that have achieved homebrew recognition. I mean,
Okay.
There's a lot of mead makers of the year out of that club. I mean, they're going to have a whole panel discussion with like mead makers of the year that came from that club. No, there's a lot of strong brewers there.
I love this brewing and fame bullshit.
I don't know about people going on to
Such bullshit.
be professional brewers or something.
My family
I don't
now.
know that people want to do that.
Right.
Yeah, Drew, wasn't
I
Augie
know,
Bush
I don't.
a falconer?
Well, it's just weird. Like, you're like famous among 800 people or something. Like, it's so stupid.
So are we. So shut up.
That's why it's
same for us.
even us. It's stupid. This is what I'm talking
but they're
about.
the right 800 people.
Yeah, I guess so. But this whole like, oh, that person's famous. Like, You know, like, so Vinny, right? He's a perfect example. Or Sam. Any one of these guys. They walk through a room, right? And brewers go, oh my God, that's Vinny. That's Sam. You know, if you walked right up to that guy and went, hey, Vin, what's happening? Like your beer? He'd look at, it's not like he's fucking Brad Pitt. You know?
He'd say, yeah, let's walk on by you.
Then you go up to Doc, he'll treat you like he's Brad Pitt. But this whole, like, beer and fame thing, it kind of bugs me. Like, you know what I mean? It's just a bit stupid.
It's not quite that big a deal.
It's not that big a deal. You know.
No, but it's a good key to free beer.
Yeah.
Now, I'll give you that. That's true. Yeah, some good free beer will help you out. That's right. I'll give you that. Speaking of being famous, I had a question come in from the chat asking me when I'm going to carry your book in my store, Drew.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll try to get a bunch of signed copies from Drew.
Well, they got to be special.
Who's doing your book? It's not the Brewers Publications, is it?
No, it's Adams Media.
See, because books only sell from my store if they're signed by the author. That's kind of our shtick, right? Like we're famous.
We're in the know. We're in the inner circle.
We know that 800.
So we're connected to the famous brewers, and I can usually get the book signed. That's the only thing. That's the only way I sell books. Maybe I got to try to get some signed books from you, Drew.
Well, I mean, I think I could probably find a Sharpie.
And I could maybe.
Have you learned to spell your name?
Maybe I'll drive the Volkswagen down to Drew's.
Actually, the only time I can ever remember to spell my name is after about 2.5 beers.
Right. I think you signed my book after 7 beers. It was pretty good.
Yeah, I think you and Doc and everybody else.
Jamil driving back for you.
I see. I could do that. That's true. Maybe I'll have them delivered out there. I'll figure something out because that's the only way I sell books. It's got to be signed. What else did I have here? Gordon, when are you going to have a book anyway? You need a book about some.
Next spring.
Oh yeah, what's that going to be about?
It's going to be an all grain only book.
Oh, see,
tentatively called Brew Better Beer.
I knew it. Gordon's such an elitist.
Forward by Mufasa.
Yeah. Oh, you should have Mufasa
that would,
write the forward, Gordon.
I thought about that.
He'd be perfect.
Extract brewing is for bitches.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we got a subtitle. Yeah, good,
yeah.
Man up, bitches.
I like this book, though, Gordon. I think it's a good idea.
Sounds like a good
I talked about it on the forum a long time ago when I was pitching the idea.
Yeah.
But it'll be a Brewers publication book.
Okay. Next spring, huh?
Yeah, I'm still working on it right now. So they're talking about next spring. I don't have a tentative date, but that's the plan.
It's tough to write a book. You got to type a bunch. You got to
be literate.
You got to know a bunch of words.
You got to research.
Actually, I'll tell you right now from my own experience writing a book, research is very minimal.
See, good.
Pull that shit right out of your ass, and people go, "Hey, it's in a book."
Yeah,
it's written down.
You know it or you don't.
What's that rapper's name, Schumann?
Which? Kanye West.
In the great words of Kanye West, books be too wordy.
Novels be too wordy.
He wrote that about his own book. He wrote a different type of book because he thought novels be too wordy.
Too wordy.
Yeah. His book was entitled "Thank You and You're Welcome," and I recommend it to everybody.
It's really good. All right.
Cute.
Okay, my last question. It is a serious question, and we'll let you guys go. Just in a couple of words. So don't tell me your life story, Drew. What makes a successful club? Because there's 3 clubs represented on the show: Doe's, St. Paul, and the Falcons. And all of you guys have been successful in a lot of different ways, both in competitions, in size, in longevity, in recognition. There are names that have been at the top of the list quite a bit. What's the difference between your clubs and some of these guys? You know, there's, I don't know how many hundreds of clubs there are that we never hear about. What makes a successful club like this? Go ahead, Drew.
To me, I think you have to have fun, you have to learn, and you have to kind of constantly be looking for what's next. And that really largely involves listening to the membership as well.
Okay.
I think you get, particularly with a club like ours when it's so large, if you can stop listening to the membership and you just get kind of hidebound and it kind of dies. So that goes into that whole having fun. And you have to make the brewing fun. If you don't make the brewing fun, why is anybody going to stick with you?
Good point. Good point. All right.
To me, that's kind of the key.
Gordon, St. Paul, very successful homebrew club. You guys have how many years have you won the homebrew club of the year now at NHC?
3.
3 in a row. Knocked off Quaff from their throne. What do you think makes a successful homebrew club?
Big enough core group. Kind of people you would hang out with, even if you weren't a homebrew club.
Good
so,
point.
I mean, there's some compatible, on a personal level, people that you want to spend time with. But people you can learn from. People that share common goals. People that want the same thing that you do. I think that's fairly useful.
Yeah.
And it has to be really centered around homebrewing. Because when I've seen clubs stray from that, then why is it that and not something else? Why isn't it just a drinking club? So,
right.
Staying true to the original purpose, I think, is pretty important. But continuing to offer people something new. Don't just be doing the same tired stuff over and over again. Stay up with the times, look at new things, and keep giving some people a reason to come back.
Okay. That's a good point, too. Same with this show, to be honest. People thought we'd be done in a couple of years. What else are you going to talk about?
Yeah.
You have to be out there looking at what brewers are talking about and what's new in order to keep running a meeting, to keep having fresh content. That's a good point. And I also just want to reiterate, Gordon makes an excellent point about people that you want to hang out with outside of the club. I mean, how many of us want to go to things where you think that the people that you have to sit next to are douchebags? Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, you want them to be people that you have at a barbecue, right? So, yeah, find a club that really suits you. Tasty, you were laughing at me just a little bit when I was asking the questions. Anything to add about?
You didn't ask Doc if we had any famous members in Dose.
No, I did.
That's what I'm laughing about.
Is Doc the famous member in Dose, or are you?
I don't know. I don't know if we have any that are really famous.
The listener didn't ask. He didn't want to know.
He didn't want to know
Dose.
that.
No.
I see. He didn't care.
He didn't care about your Dose.
We've had a couple of members go on to be pro brewers.
Yeah.
Chad doesn't count. He's not pro yet.
EJ was a member.
And Phil Sutton.
Yeah, Phil. Yeah.
He's down in
Skyscraper Brewing.
Down in L.A.
I'm a pro something.
Prime pro everything. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I just want to say that Doze is, believe it or not, we're not a competition club. We never
It really only comes up for like a few months out of the year.
It comes up. We don't strategize. We don't do any of that. The main thing was
we obviously don't make any mead.
I said that in the beginning. You guys weren't. You find it important, but you're not a comp club.
No, we don't strategize or anything like that. It comes down to, I just recognized that we just had some awesome brewers that were really shy. Oh, they didn't think that their beers would even compete in the club, let alone get outside it.
Yeah.
And I just really pushed people to enter that. We had a competition committee that just would put it out there. This competition's coming up. This one's that. This is what it takes. We'd have some meetings on how to pack for a home brew, what it takes, 3 bottles, how to fill out your forms, and it was just a matter of just encouraging our members to do the competition thing.
Yeah.
And it just kind of blossomed from there. And once they got their feet wet with that one, a lot of confidence came with that. A lot of upbeat in the meetings. It was great.
Yeah. So did you guys work on publicizing?
Publicizing? No. No. We're just. It's always about making better beer with us. What it takes to make better beer. Who's making better beer. I always go to the meeting to. Someone's coming up with some beer that I haven't tasted before. I remember I was getting into that pale ale, stout rut kind of thing, and someone gave me an English brown ale, and just the light went off in my head, and wow, it's a whole different genre on that one, and I took that one and ran with it.
Okay.
So that's what I look for. It's just something new at a meeting. So one thing I can take home with it.
All right.
And there's a lot of things in a meeting that can do it. You can't do one thing and all the time. It just gets stale.
Okay. Chad, anything to add? What makes a homebrew club successful or exciting?
You know, yeah, I don't know. I think it's the makeup of the people. I think Gordon kind of hit it.
Yeah.
To me, that's why I go. To say that I'm getting all kinds of great information, yeah, probably not. But at the same time, I love going there. I love trying different beers, and I love seeing guys go, "Hey, this is another batch that I brewed. What do you think?"
Yeah.
And I listen to what Doc told me, and this person told me. What do you think? That's just the coolest part.
Right. Okay. All right. Tasty?
Well, I think success has a lot to do with the leadership of the club. It's amazing how much they can direct the activities and the type of people that are attracted to your club.
Yeah.
If you keep it pretty much on a lot of constructive things, make it so it's a person that's trying to get more beer knowledge. You're making it worth their time. When they leave, they sense they've learned something or made a brewing friend and shared a brewing experience that was received by somebody else. I think if they have those kind of experiences, I think the club's really going to be successful.
Yeah. That's a good point. Actually, I thought Doc was really good at that. I thought he was an asshole when I went to the meetings, but I'm a different style. I actually think he was really good at strong leadership.
Yeah.
This is where we're going. We need to do something here. We're not just standing around and patting each other on the back.
Everybody feels like they didn't waste their time.
It's a good point, Tasty.
They can drink at some bar if they want to drink.
Yeah. So a good, strong leadership. And maybe that's some advocacy for having a structured club with some government, with a bit of committee, so that you really can elect the people that you want to run your club. And you'll find them quickly, won't you? A couple of meetings and you figure out who the guys are that can do that sort of thing.
Well, yeah, for somebody in charge of the meeting that's not organized, invariably somebody in the audience is going to start organizing it like on a de facto, like they say, well, you're going to talk about this next, or what about this? Does this, pretty soon you realize who can really run your club.
Right.
And I mean, those guys that are thinking about going to a homebrew club meeting and being intimidated, just listen. Just go and listen. You'll hear Doc talking to somebody and being, real honest about the beer, not beating anybody up. And you'll hear another guy across the room just going, "Oh my God, you did something wrong." I mean, just listen.
Not having
Get
anything
comfortable
to say.
around maybe one person, like Tasty said, and just go up to him and give him a beer or slip it in on the table without it being marked or something like that. Because there's a lot of people out there. I was a little intimidated when I first started bringing beer and stuff. But you just got to let that go.
Yeah.
Put your pride aside.
Well, you do that by finding, like you're saying,
Someone
people that you're comfortable letting go.
Yeah.
You didn't ask me what I thought was important about
Shimon, nobody cares what you think.
Yeah, just fucking forget it.
All right. Well, Gordon and Drew, anything to add as we wrap up here? I think you guys did a great job.
Thanks. It was fun. It was nice to do this kind of subject, especially leading into the NHC.
Yeah.
It's the best, for all the people going out there. The highlight of the event is usually club night. So when you start thinking about, what's important of the camaraderie of homebrewers, it sort of starts with the club. So anything you can do to have a better club experience is just going to help the hobby. So glad to be part of it, and look forward to seeing everybody in a week and a half.
And NHC is kind of like the ultimate club meeting, if you think about it. It's all clubs coming together for one big-ass club meeting, and you're going to see a little bit of everything.
The club jamboree.
It is. It's club jamboree.
Yeah.
And you're going to see a bit of everything that we talked about. You're going to see the guys that are just there to drink. I'll be in the hospitality suite. And you're going to see the guys that are there to learn. They go to every seminar. And you're going to see the guys that are there just to learn about other brewers. You'll see everything we talked about today at NHC, and you pretty much find what you like if you don't already have a club.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah. All right, Drew, you too, man. Thanks, brother. And you guys both showing up on short notice this week. I always appreciate that. Good job.
No problem. But I will say one last thing. If you're the kind of person who thinks that you're not a joiner.
Yeah.
If you're not a club person, if you're sitting here and you're listening to the show, you've already kind of joined a homebrew club. So go and look around in your local area, or try and recreate it. If you don't have a homebrew club in your area, try and create it.
Good point.
Because there really is something about having a group of people that you can turn to and say, hey, I made this. Tell me what you think about it. And it's not going to be the kind of people who just nod politely.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
it really does teach you something.
That's right. Even I learned something. It's a good experience. All right, Drew, Gordon, thanks, brothers. I really appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
No problem.
We'll see you both in a week.
See you soon.
Absolutely.
All right.
Absolutely.
Gotcha.
See you there.
All right, bye-bye. Bye. There you go, Drew Beecham and Gordon Strong. Round of applause for those
Yeah,
guys.
you did a great job.
Coming through and just, real laid-back guys that have good opinions, too, about brewing. I love hearing Gordon, pretty black and white about what he likes and doesn't like, and I enjoy that. And Drew, just as always, full of knowledge. The guy knows a little bit something about everything. He might be able to fix your teeth, Doc. I wouldn't be surprised. This guy knows a little something about everything.
In theory, at least.
In theory, that's right. So just fun to have them both on, and I appreciate that, guys, for coming through and doing the club show with us. All right, we'll take a last break. When we come back, we'll let Schumann talk or something.
Okay.
Oh, this is going to be great.
She's really excited.
Thanks, guys.
No, I got some things to finish. I didn't get through any of our business in the beginning, so we're going to do Shat's announcements. And we got to do Drunk of the Week, of course.
Did I miss feedback?
You did miss feedback. That's gone, yeah. I know, you like it. I waited. I didn't do feedback till like 5:30.
I told you I wasn't leaving until 5:30.
Oh, is that what it was? Well, I had to get through some of it. And I'm going to talk about our New York City trip. Doc, you will enjoy hearing about this because you know some of these guys. They took care of you in New York City, and they took care of me. And I want to give I just want to talk about how much fun I had with the East Coast kids. Shat, you got to come next time. We'll just work it out that way. None of this. Cool. I don't know why we keep going to the East Coast separately. We got to not do this because they're so cool and want to hang out with us. So we'll talk about that when we come back and a couple other things. Beav, am I missing something? Is that why you're looking at me like I'm a creep, or just because I'm a creep?
Nope, you're just a creep.
Okay, perfect. And Shu, I don't need to hear anything from you.
Why would you not want to hear from me?
All right, hang in there. Drunk of the Week, give away some candy sugar. New York City, Shat's announcements, and we'll wrap things up. Hang in there. It's the session. We'll be right back.
You're listening to the Brewcasters. The Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
Hey, Push, the new brewery's looking good.
Thanks, Finn. Piece by piece.
Well, let's fire her up. Whoa! Is that a new kettle?
Yeah, just got it brand new, but paid half price.
What? And that blade scale?
40% off.
The new tap handle?
$5 instead of 13. Got a new regulator for the brew stand, too, but $5 instead of 25.
Dude, where are you stealing all this stuff from?
Where else? The more beer deal of the day.
Announcing the Beer, Beer, and More Beer Deal of the Day. Every day, a new fantastic deal from big items to small that will blow you away. Boil kettles, carboy carriers, sterile siphon starters, digital timers. Watch morebeer.com every day for a new deal, and you just might find the item you've been waiting for at a price you cannot believe. Hurry, because stock is limited on most items.
And that sweet Guinness cap, let me guess.
The More Beer Deal of the Day.
Yeah, I knew it. Come on, let's brew something. Find the More Beer Deal of the Day at morebeer.com. Celebrity voices impersonated.
What's up, dude? Why the long face?
Valentine's Day was awful. The World of Warcraft subscription was a strikeout.
Ooh, yeah, I hear ya. A couple of years ago, the new Hoover I got my wife was a bomb, too. But last year, I found PlayfulEvenings.com.
Why? What's that?
You know, Mrs. Badrock's store. It's awesome. Totally tasteful passion toys.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
What's a passion toy?
You know, it's central aid in the bedroom.
Ooh.
All kinds of stuff. Massage oils, couples games, lingerie, and books.
Books?
Yeah. Where do you think Ticklish Pickle came from?
Yeah, boy.
Seriously. Fun stuff, and Mrs. Badrock takes care of the BN Army with 10% off. Go to playfulevenings.com and click on Shop Online now. Put BN Army in the coupon code.
PlayfulEvenings.com. Thanks, Mrs. Badrock. You're a lifesaver.
BN Army, it's Valentine's Day all year long at PlayfulEvenings.com.
what's funny is brewers will say, "Yeah, I don't brew to style. I'm brewing my own beer, and it's like a German Pilsner, but it's black. Yeah, it's a sports beer. You know."
The home of live beer radio. TheBrewingNetwork.com.
Because like beer,
Radio shouldn't suck. You're listening to The Session.
you're listening to the Brewing Network. Because like beer,
Radio shouldn't suck.
All right, thanks for sticking with us. Thanks to Drew and Gordon once again for helping us out with our club show. I do appreciate that. And lots of stuff to do. I forgot about a couple things even. We're just getting to the goods now. So it's going to be good stuff in it.
I'm not leaving right away?
Last thing. No, Tasty, you're with us, man.
It's just like you find a whole bunch more knowledge in your brain.
I found a bunch of good stuff in there.
Just under the covers.
Yeah. Well, for one, I have a listener beer in front of me that is a version of Tasty APA.
Right. Done by Timmy from O'Fallon, Illinois.
Timmy from Illinois, and it looks to me like I've got two versions of the same APA, one with a 001 yeast and one with a 007. Is that right?
That's correct.
Although they appear to be an extremely different color from...
Yeah, I don't know. Every implication here is that it's just a split batch thing where he took one yeast and then the other.
It's interesting.
You don't know why it would be. It's.
I'm thinking that's not the case. I'm thinking it's two batches.
Yeah, I'm thinking
two batches,
it is. Just,
2 years.
Like 5 to 10% difference in color, I'd say.
Yeah, there's at least 4 Lovey Bond.
But he's got the tasty grain bill here with the 2-row and the Pilsner. Yeah, it's just pretty much it.
She's got it right. Okay.
It's I like the beer a lot. It's nice and hoppy. Yeah. I'm just wanted to compare the 7 yeast against the 1 to see how it would come out. And the problem is that 7 it's still giving that English flavor that I wasn't looking for. I was hoping that the 7 yeast would, have all the benefits of 7.
Because you use the 001.
I used the 1, but I've through doing some beers for Can You Brew It, in particular the Stone beers. I've become sort of a fan of the 007, the way where it works in the ferment.
Yeah. So you're hoping to find some good news here.
I'm just hoping. Yeah, I'm hoping that it would be.
I think the 07's a little more muted with the hops, the bitterness. A little more, it's not bad.
It brings out the malt a little bit more.
Yeah, it's just a little more muted. Where the 001, it just brings out the hops a little more sharp to it. Neither one of them bad in any way. It's just the difference in the two.
That might be good news for the Tasty APA. A little rounded flavor to it, right?
Yeah,
not that the APA isn't wonderful as it is, but
wunderbar.
Kind of muddies the hops a little bit, though.
Yeah.
Instead of giving away.
Would you think I would use more hops in that situation, or
Tasty? You're always looking for a reason to use more hops.
I mean, how would myself say I really wanted to make the Tasty APA with the 7 yeast? What would I do to 7?
I think it'd be the wrong choice of yeast then.
You guys would use it?
Yeah, I think you can't have everything.
Yeah, you can.
You think so?
Yeah, I'd up the sulfates in the water.
Okay.
To bring out the sharpness a little bit.
Yeah.
Let me see what temperature.
And I'd start with that and see how that comes out, because that'll bring out a little more crispness.
Yeah. I mean, we really don't know what he did though yet.
Yeah.
So
he pitched it. He cooled in at 60 Fahrenheit, fuckers. And
fuckers. Yeah.
And then he let it go to 68 within a day.
Mm-hmm.
And so he didn't do necessarily a restrained temperature fermentation. Maybe the 7 yeast that cool, like down at 64, 65 would lessen the ester production and give me something that might have a product more like a California 1.
I think I got Timmy on Skype right now.
Great.
All right.
Timmy, what's up, brother?
What's up?
How are you, man? Hey,
let me kill my audio.
Yeah, thanks.
Sorry.
Man. Just turn that radio down.
You better be sorry.
So we got your beer in front of us.
Nice.
So, is it 2 different batches or the same batch?
Negative. Same batch, same boil, 10-gallon batch, split between 2 carboys, split ferment. The only difference probably would have been the yeast starters. One kicked out was aerated with aquarium tanks aerator. The other one was stir plated.
Are
I
you
just
seeing
brewed it
this?
last weekend.
Are you seeing this color difference that we're seeing?
Both of them are gone.
Oh,
So we had the last remaining samples.
So Timmy's
Okay.
seeing
you guys
triple.
have
Is
the
what
end of
he's
it. Yeah, I saw the difference.
You know,
I tried to
mine's
clear 'em
gone
with
too.
So you noticed that? Can you explain that? Or is it the yeast must have done it, right? Or
Got nothing for you. I
Really?
have the
It's
second round of
fascinating,
it
actually.
in my fermenters right now,
Okay, all right.
and
Well,
I'll
I'd be
send those
curi-
out when they're done.
Well, if not, send them if you can. If nothing else, let us know if the color difference is the same again. Because what an interesting thing that would be if just the yeast made because we're not talking about one SRM here. We're talking about it's a difference. They look like two different beers.
yeah, one's almost a red beer, one's just orange. So
no,
Yeah, they were. I noticed they were really dark, which surprised me. And the Cal Ale version has done well in competition. The London Ale version, I did not particularly care for initially, and then it kicked out pretty good on the taps later. It seemed like it did okay over time, but still, I preferred the Cal Ale version. I decided to rebrew it and stir plate both starters this time. So we'll see. I might try and pack a couple in my bag for NHC.
Nice. Oh,
that'd
good.
be great. Love to try it there too.
Do you guys pick up a little apple juice in either of these?
Try that again.
And I don't know if that's a hop flavor that I'm picking up or it's something like acetaldehyde. I couldn't tell you. I just get a little apple juice. Mostly in the 001. Think I'm just picking up some hop flavor? Some fruity hop?
Maybe some grassiness from the hops.
Okay.
Yeah, it's all citrus, of course. So
Okay.
No,
I'll tell
not
you.
really.
Because you guys all said there's nothing wrong, so
I'm not
I'd
getting
be
that,
inclined to believe that. Yeah.
No, but it could be grassiness from the hops.
Okay.
For what it's worth, brew date's Valentine's Day, 14 Feb.
Okay.
So it's holding up really well.
Yeah.
And you're still together with your lady if you brewed on Valentine's Day?
And you said you did.
Yeah, I'm married with 2 kids, man. She's putting up with it.
Not a girl.
That's great.
Good girl.
Did you filter these beers or no?
Negative. I tried to gelatin them, but I didn't put enough gelatin in, so they didn't clear well.
Timmy, you're in the military, aren't you?
Yeah, I am.
That's what I'm getting from this negative stuff.
Negative, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Negative, sir.
That's
Negative,
good.
sir. I
We'll try to talk
discharge
like
that appropriately.
Since we're not bigots, we'll try to talk that way.
We need some acronyms.
Yeah.
Very nice.
I
got
gotta
lots
say,
of-
I'm liking the 007 tasty. I think.
Yeah,
you
No,
might
I
wanna-
think. Well, no, I'm not like. Yeah, I'm just. Yeah, I'd like.
no, I know you're not saying against it. I'm saying I would like you to
Well,
try the 007.
No, I
too.
see what you're saying. No,
Yeah.
no. Well, a lot of the recipes that I developed are really just taking the recipe in the wrong direction.
Right.
This direction they didn't want to go, but getting a better beer. So
Right.
what you're suggesting is maybe one of those like hard turns where, geez, maybe the beer's just going to be better with a 7. Why are you trying to make it taste like the 1?
But I still want you to have those crisp hops. So if Doc says you can have it all and maybe try some sulfates or something, because I still want that hop. Yeah.
Timmy, what did you do for the water? Was the same on both these beers? The water treatment?
Yeah, exactly the same. It was very, very close to your water treatment. I got to go. I can
Okay,
tell you
so
what it
something in
was.
that area. Okay, great.
Very close. It was about real close to your pale ale treatment. Real huge. What is it? Sulfate to chloride
Sulfates,
ratio.
yeah, right.
That's an affirmative on the sulfates. Tasty.
Affirmative, negative.
Yeah.
We got you.
Yeah.
The SO4.
Okay.
Suck it.
I'm here. I'll do it.
Yeah.
I like these beers.
They're both very good, Jim.
Yeah, they are
You should
very
probably-
good. And I like the fact that we're tasting them side by side because it'd be hard to pull something out of them if we didn't have them right next to each other. They're very similar.
I'm still creeped out by the color difference, though. Something happened there.
Yeah, we need to talk to some yeast guy about that one.
Yeah, maybe Chris can answer that for us because
Do
I
yeast
never.
piss different colors?
Well, it would make sense. Well, I guess I should say it could happen. Why not? I've just never heard anybody say when you see a color difference, oh, it's from the yeast. It's always, well, you added a little crystal, whatever you did,
Yeah, or you
right?
yeah, right.
It's never been somebody said, oh, I used a different yeast. That's why it's a different
probably
color.
more of a minor issue.
You know, once
That is how the gelatin took. I can't swear to you that the gelatin threw in, and it was all completely. I thought it was the same. I got pictures of the 2 beers probably a day after I gelatined them.
Get them framed?
Nope. They weren't award winners.
That's a negative on that.
They've got pictures like next to my kids.
Hey, you know, once I
They're
ate a
nice
bunch
and
of
clear.
Flintstone vitamins and my pee turned out like neon yellow.
Yeah. Really?
I don't know if
Yeah.
that helps our conversation.
Okay, we'll keep that. That might help. That might
Good
help.
effort, though, Schumann.
Thanks, man.
What SRM was that, Shu?
It is like having JP in the room, by the way.
It is. Wait a minute.
Are you pouring the same beer now, Tasty?
Yeah, I'm just topping mine off because I like it and you're not going to get any.
Stop, no. All right, Timmy. Well, good job, and I appreciate you sending them in. So you're coming to BNA 5 NHC?
Yep.
All right, good. Bring us some more beer, man. It's good stuff.
Yeah, I'll do it. Done.
All right, brother. Cheers.
I'll pack some bombers. Cheers. Thanks for putting them on the air.
Good. Thank you.
Out. See ya.
Out.
Over and out.
You know what I like about these military guys? They're fucking
snappy.
They're quick and to the point.
That's right.
They don't got to tell me their whole goddamn life before they talk about the beer.
Yeah.
They just go, "Sir, that was this, and this."
Yep.
I think I should have been in the military.
Yeah, well, yeah, that would have been good.
You need some organization. That might have been perfect for you.
Yeah, that's true.
And then you wouldn't have to get up. Okay.
What's the military prison around here?
You think I'd still be in military prison if I was in the military?
Yeah. You wouldn't ask and you wouldn't tell either.
So maybe I only like the no bullshit version of the military.
Yeah, probably.
Everything else required,
That's like the BN Army. You're good. It's perfect for you.
I'm good with the BN Army. No bullshit.
Yeah.
But we get to sleep in and be disorganized.
Exactly.
All right, you're right. You guys are right.
You were born for this, Justin.
Yeah, I was born. I don't know. That's a backhanded comment if I ever heard one. You were born for the BN Army.
Well, backhanded is better than no comment.
Okay. Perfect.
You got a face for radio. You were meant to do this fucking job.
Right. All right. So the other thing we have to do today, every week I apparently have a phone call.
Anybody important?
Oh, on the regular phone? I didn't see that.
You knew about him already? You put him on hold like 10 minutes ago?
Oh, really?
Who is it?
Pies?
Oh, it's Who Ate All the Pies, I think, calling from New York this time. Josh, what's up, brother?
Well, I wish you guys were in the fucking army because you would have got to me earlier. I'm on a fucking payphone with about so many fucking quarters in this machine. I don't know
Poor Josh is sitting there feeding the fucking payphone.
Payphone? They still have those?
I didn't know they still had those.
I'm sitting on 8th Avenue at 53rd Street. I'm waiting for you guys to talk. It's fucking freezing here. It's meant to be a heat wave. What's going on?
Josh has been ass fucked and he's freezing his ass off.
And he's paying for it.
On 8th Avenue in New York, waiting for this phone call.
Taking all his
My
quarters.
girlfriend was fucking complaining, so I sent her into the 24-hour convenience store. I said, wait in there.
Go shopping for some chips and shut up. I'm on the phone with the BN.
Yeah.
I'm a corporal, damn it.
Josh, what are you doing in New York City, you Aussie bastard?
Oh, I've been hanging out. I've been hanging out with, the other day I went out hanging out with Fritz and Ray. We went out for a few beers. We went to Feta Sour for some barbecue. then we went to Sprite and Driver, and then we went to Barcade. It was fucking amazing.
All right, I'm going to interpret for you guys all at home. I went to the place, and then we went to the other place, and the other place, beer.
Amazing.
Actually, the two things I did here was Spoit and Doivel, a great beer bar, and Barcade, which the boys took me to while I was out there, too, and two great beer bars.
You know, Josh, if you stick your dick in the coin return, you'll get better reception for the phone lines.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Hang on. A bit too big.
Carry on, soldier.
Yeah. And tonight we went to a comedy night, and they're like, last night we went to a comedy night as well, and they're like, they had 6 Budweisers for $45. I'm like, yeah, whatever.
I heard 6 Budweisers.
For $45.
Sure, he's not in Australia.
Last night I had 2 buckets of Bud for whatever, like $100 or something.
Where are you going that you're drinking a bunch of Bud and Bud Light, man?
Comedy bars, like
Comedy bars.
No.
Is it really funny to you coming from another country and all that?
Yeah. What's funny is you're paying $45 for a bunch of Bud.
Yeah, joke's on you.
Tonight we sat in the front row, so we got picked on, Australia.
Oh, yeah.
Whatever. So, tonight I had 8 Budweisers in an hour and a half.
8 Budweisers. Let me tell you, if he was anybody else, if he hadn't just been standing there feeding quarters to the payphone on 8th Avenue, I'd have hung up on him a long time ago. Listeners at home, bear with me. This awful connection. This poor bastard's been standing there.
Freezing his ass off.
Getting mugged. I'm sure
Losing his girlfriend.
His girlfriend's in the convenience store.
Who knows what's going on in there?
Oh, you're helping, Tasty.
Yeah, what's happening to her?
Yeah. Josh, what are you doing going to New York a week early? You could have waited a week and gone to Minnesota, land of the free or whatever, and hung out with us.
I'm in the States for 2 months, you idiot. I'm going to Minnesota.
He's going to Minnesota.
Oh.
Yeah, you idiot.
We didn't have to be such a dick about it.
Make sure you bring him some Budweiser.
So he's right.
Oh, it's going there. I've been emailing you about tickets to the BNA 5, you idiot.
I think he emailed me, too, like, hey, where's my tickets and everything. I am an
You were
idiot.
going to send out tickets in June, and I was already leaving home. Remember that?
Oh, if you didn't get your tickets, I can't help you, dude. I don't know.
Fucked.
You're fucked.
My name's on the door. I'm going.
I'll tell you what you can do. You can stand at the payphone outside of Northern Brewer, and you can call inside and see how things are going.
And Justin will get back to you in 30 minutes.
I went to this other bar. I went to House of Brews. And they've got like all this craft beer and Belgian stuff and heaps of different stuff.
Yeah.
And so after the comedy night, we're at whatever, however many Budweisers and half an hour and a half. And I had 3 pints for Angel Wings.
I think he might just be making sounds now.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure he's just saying, and then in the fucking idiot shit fuck.
Aye.
Is this phone working?
You know what? I bet if you put in another 50 cents, it would work.
Yeah. And then stick your balls in your coin return. See if that helps.
Yeah, have you got your dick in the coin return?
Put your balls in.
If I'm going to have to take my hand off the cord to put another quarter in, so I'm just hoping we stay on right. I don't want to let go of this cord because I'm like pushing it in to make sure it's working.
Yeah, so that's a good idea. Keep doing that.
All right, Josh. I have to, as much as I want to stay on, now it's unintelligible.
That means he can't understand.
Bad connection. Who knows where that handset's been either? Get rid of that thing.
And listen, go get your girlfriend back. Don't let her hang out in the convenience store. That's trouble.
No. You stay away from this Slurpee machine.
I think it's a 24-hour pharmacy.
Goodbye, Josh. We'll see you in a week.
Bye.
1 week. Later.
Bye.
I love the kid's tenacity, I got to tell you. He just spent his subway fare on the telephone waiting for us.
That's going to have to give a hand job to get a ride somewhere.
He's in the right spot.
Easy enough in New York.
What do you think Who Ate All the Pies looks like? If you had to guess. Let me go through a couple of symptoms. I mean, characteristics.
Skinny and Asian.
Nah.
He's called in screaming at me from Australia on several occasions. He gets very upset about how we run things around here, especially about whether or not Drunk of the Week is appropriately done. Also,
he's into fair play.
He's right.
Fair
So he's
play.
into fair play. Hardcore BNer. Now he's traveling. He has tailored his American trip around NHC and apparently calling into the BN.
Yes.
What do you guys think?
And he enjoys comedy clubs and expensive Budweiser.
What do you guys think that he looks like?
I'm saying he's got a body like Arnold Schwarzenegger via 1984, completely ripped.
You think he's ripped?
Yeah, and it looks like Sylvester Stallone's face.
No, I picture him as being tall,
Yeah.
blonde, kind of jolly, and by that I mean
round.
Yes.
Not You didn't mean standing at attention?
Well, let's look at his name. Who ate all the pies? And now, what kind of pies are we talking about?
I'm picturing Homer Simpson, but young.
I found out.
You're talking about fruit pies. I'm not talking about fruit.
I found out from another Aussie that Who Ate All the Pies is a television reference to a fat guy.
Okay.
It means you're a fat guy. So I'll give you that hint.
That's what I'm thinking. That's the obvious one.
He's a big fat load, right?
What's the obvious one?
But is he a short fat load or a tall fat
He
load?
has the voice of a tall
He's got
man.
a girlfriend that he brought all the way here. So
what does that mean?
It could be a different kind of pie.
She likes pies too?
That's what I'm saying.
Hair pies.
Different kind of pie.
I say whoever guesses closely to what Who Ate All the Pies looks like gets, I don't know. I'll give you something.
He's a short, balding, very intelligent guy.
I'll pay you for a week of work. How about that?
Doc, are you describing yourself right now?
Listen to Doc.
Does this guy something?
I think he's 5'11". Not short, but he's not too tall. But he's a big fat load, like a fat load. In a nice way. I mean this in a nice way.
What do you think his hobbies and interests are?
No, I don't think he's a super fat guy. I think
Take a guess, people. I'll go. You and I are going to go in competition about this. What's
Okay.
your guess? You think he's not that
You
fat?
say 5'11"? Okay.
I say 5'11", and I guess I got to give a weight, right? If I'm going to say big fat, I think
I'm not
5'11".
good.
I'm
Okay.
thinking 290, 300, 5'11",
Oh,
5'11", 300. That's what I think.
I'm thinking little less, maybe 5'10", but 2 bills.
250?
2 bills.
2 bills.
Where's my pen?
Which is
I think he's an even
which is-
6.
Yeah, 2 bills.
Put it on your
5'11" and 2 bills is
in your
that
computer.
fat.
No, I'm saying just a little bit.
That's too rational,
It's
Tasty.
just a little.
When's our next show
A little
date?
bit
Put it on
chunky,
that.
a little bit round.
All right, I'm
But
saying
not you know.
I'm saying 5'11", 300. Doc is saying what?
5'10", 2 bills, 200. He doesn't have need to buy those 2 seats in the airline. Come on.
Is 5'10", 2... Chet, how much do you weigh?
260.
How tall are you? You're 5'11", right?
6 foot.
You're 6 foot 260.
I picture a clone of Chad. And not that I'm calling you Johnny Chad.
I want to change mine. Then
I'm sorry.
You're 6 foot 260. I'm gonna say
And we'll rip your head off.
All right. I'm going 5'11", 320.
Oh man, you're going out there. Oh wow.
And you're saying 5'10", 200? That's where you're at?
Yeah, but kind of a rounded 200, not a chiseled
All right.
200.
I think he's the original Oz in my mind. I picture Oz. Remember?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, so that's
him.
That's fucking 6'5".
That's him.
That's 6'5", 360.
To me, that's him.
But he wasn't fat. He just was.
He sounds like
Oz
he
was
should be really angry.
built like a shit house.
Big and scary
You think
looking.
that?
Yeah.
You want me to put that down?
And
Are you in
bald.
on this?
Yeah.
Bald.
You know,
All right.
I
So
wanna
you're
go.
thinking 6'3". You want to go with that?
Yep.
And what? 360?
No,
Well,
not that
if
big.
you notice it, like
275.
nobody's fucking with him
6'3",
on
275.
that cell phone, on that payphone. Nobody's messing with him.
Good point. Good point.
Nobody's walking up
And he's
giving
in
him
New
shit.
York, and it's
And nobody's at a street
almost
corner
midnight.
and nobody's giving him shit.
Before, what are you in at?
6'1", 280.
All right.
See, I think you guys are being too nice. I want to go 5'7", 280.
Okay.
Scrunched him up a
That
bit.
is Sam with 280.
5'7", 280. Good Lord. You did scrunch him up a bit.
That's hard on the knees.
That's who ate all the pies, is what that is.
All right.
That way,
Hey,
the
Shu
pies.
might have some. He's the only one going different.
Schumann,
Somebody's got to go low.
If he looks like that, there's no question who ate all the pies.
Tasty, you want in on this?
I'll go big guy. I'm going to go 6'2", 320.
Ooh, big dude.
All right. 6'2", 320. Wow. That is a big dude.
Yeah.
All right.
Football size.
So now are we just going to go closest or closest without going over?
We'll just
go
bitch about
closest.
who won. Just put it in there. And we'll do it. When are we going to announce the results of the competition? That first show after we're back?
Well, we could do it at club night.
But you have to call me.
Because he's going to be at BNA 5, and then
All right.
we're off that Sunday, but our club night show
We'll
will
need
be
a scale.
we will need a scale. and
He'll just
I
tell
just
us.
got a picture.
Oh, you did?
I don't know. That's a picture of 3 men, but I don't know which one is him.
Is he sending it?
No.
From somebody else.
Code sent it to me.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Code. Now tell us.
Do you want to see it?
Well, it's not going to answer the question.
So,
I'll take a
Not
look
till
at
Code
it.
tells us which one's
All
him.
right, let me send it to you.
Yeah,
I want to
send
know
that
what
over.
secret archive that Code got this
We
from.
can't. Code is a crazy man.
He got into somebody's computer.
All right, doesn't change anything. All right, you guys all want to go in $10 on this?
No.
What the fuck? $10, Tasty.
nah.
Tasty, you're doing better than me. Come on, $10.
I hardly care, and $10 is not going to make me care any more or less.
Oh, you want to go $20?
Holy, now we're talking.
You got a problem.
Let me see
Tasty.
the list.
You have a problem.
Let me see the list here. No, just kidding. Whatever.
We got to make it something.
I don't know. Free pass to BNA 5.
Come on.
Okay,
I
I
don't have
sent
to
it
pay
to
this
you.
year. Oh, good.
You don't have to pay. Did I make you pay last year
I
like a
think so,
shithead?
yeah.
I wouldn't.
Security gave me a lot of trouble, so I
wouldn't
paid.
put it past me.
I'm just kidding.
Remember
I drove in with beer?
Probably
Set up
charge you
shop out
double.
there,
I'm
yeah.
probably like, oh, you got to pay for parking too.
Oh, yeah. No parking.
What a dick.
Did you send it to me?
Yes.
All right, let's see here. See if I can get a look at this fat load. No, you didn't send it right. Maybe I'll have to copy and paste it. Hang on.
Little C and P.
Yes, I love technology. But not as much as you see.
So while you're...
I kind of liked it. No, I'm just getting some girls tattooed back.
But I still
That's
love
not bad.
technology.
It's not bad.
Is,
except it's not
that
nice.
tattoo or is that carved in shit?
It's all right. I like the surprise anyway.
Yeah.
All right, we're all in for $10. I'm calling it.
All right.
Good?
We're all in for $10?
Was he guy in the left? You don't know which guy. Oh, I know it's the guy in the left because I know the other two. Oh, shit. We're not in for $10. No, it's cool. I called it. We're in for $10. I'll tell you what, he's closer to Chad than anybody. Like Chad's build. So Doc might be the closest one, I think, at the 5'10", 200. Actually, wait, what did you say, Beef? 6'1", 280. No, you're too high on the weight. I think Doc might have this one.
Well, Doc's got a bajillion. He's a doctor. Why do we got to pay him?
No, he's got a bajillion and 60.
Yeah.
Hey, Justin, can I borrow $10?
Sure. All right. Well, that'll be fun anyway. We'll get to look at this guy. Okay. What I was about to get to was, something we've been trying to do every week here is a little mini topic, something that takes a few minutes that helps you brew better in a concise and short manner, but we give you everything we've got. We give you all the knowledge in just a short time, and we're going to try to do that right now. This week's mini topic, I know you've all been waiting for it. It's Doc's time.
It's my turn
to do the mini topic. And by the way, if you want to send in requests for mini topics, you can send them to feedback@thebrewingnetwork.com or send them over to chad@thebrewingnetwork.com because we are rotating these every week. In fact, I think it's Chad's turn next week. I think
pick something easy for him.
I think it's back to you.
And if you wanted to hear about my life, you can write in that for a mini topic.
If you'd like to hear Schumann's life as a mini topic, some of them would, by the way, banging them broads in that room of yours. If you're having a good week, it'd probably make for a good mini topic.
I'll talk about it.
You might have to do some recordings, though.
A little mini cam?
Yeah, we'll do.
It's radio, we're going to have to hear something.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, Doc, what's our topic today?
I don't know.
They sounded tasty last week.
We're gonna do it on clarifying your beer. Basically, it's going to be about what causes the hazes. What can you do to fix them? Fining, filtering, myths, and stuff like that. So, let's get into that a little bit. People always are asking me, do I need to filter? Well, nobody needs to filter. A couple of reasons I like to do it is I can get my beer on tap a lot faster by filtering. If you ever tasted a really new beer, you're going to get that yeast bite to it. It just tastes like you're, munching on a lot of yeast, and it's got this weird flavor to it.
It's an off flavor.
It is. And if you can clear some of that faster, if you've got the time, you can let that, chill out. That's a biohaze. That's something that that it's going to be there. It's mostly because of the yeast. There's other reasons for haze. Bad brewing is one thing. Too much starch into the wort, things like that. You're going to get haze that you're not going to get rid of.
How do you get too much starch in the wort?
You can get a lot of different ways. In the mash, generally, too many long chain starches that aren't gonna.
They don't convert.
They don't convert, and they're not long chain sugars. They're just hazy things. And one of my things about making a wit is you can throw in a tablespoonful of just flour, and that'll give you haze.
Okay,
because it's got the starches and stuff in there.
So it's a grain makeup.
It's a grain makeup.
It's not something we did wrong.
Yeah. You can get hazes from bad brewing techniques. So you gotta brew a good beer. You gotta brew a clean beer. If you've got a infected beer, you can get ropey stuff. But you're probably gonna taste it before you see it.
Okay.
But the main two things I want to talk about are biohaze and non-biohaze. The biohaze is your yeast that's going to be suspended. Some yeast like to not flocculate really well. Other ones will flocculate really fast and clear your beer out. There's always the people that say, well, if you just wait long enough, your beer will clear.
I flocculated a girl once.
Flocculation. That's one way by waiting it out, but some yeast aren't going to do it.
Okay.
We'll talk about that in a minute. Other things are the non-biohaze ones, which is the temporary haze, which is more of a chill haze. You get it when the beer warms up, you got a clear beer. When you chill it, it gets hazy. That's because when it chills down, certain compounds like to bond together.
Okay.
And most of those it's a protein and tannin combination. And they're mostly from long chain polyphenols, tannins, and long chain complex proteins. So to get rid of those, you can attack them in two different ways: either on the tannin side, get rid of those, or on the protein side and get rid of those. One of the main ways is everybody seems to put Irish moss or Whirlfloc in there. That works on the protein side.
Okay.
It helps to coagulate these long chain big proteins and drop them out in the tube. So when you rack off your wort into the fermenter, you don't bring that in.
Okay.
So that's one way to knock down these one half of these combinations that get together.
What about the tannin side?
The tannin side on the other side, you're going to get that. You can get a lot more of those by over sparging. So that's another thing in bad brewing.
Mm-hmm.
Over sparging, you're going to get more tannins coming over. But these are the long chain ones. The downside to that is you can get rid of a lot of those, but there's also a lot of short chain polyphenols in the wort. And over time, those are going to chain up too. So when you talk about letting your beer settle out and get clear, that only works with the bio side. With the yeast are going to drop out, but you're not going to. The tannins are actually going to. The short chain tannins are going to chain up, and you're going to actually get more chill haze later on.
Oh,
so in the big scheme of things, as home brewers, we don't worry about that so much. But it's more for commercial guys that want to keep their beer with a good shelf life and looking good. So they have to do a lot of these things to keep them clear, because as time goes on, they're going to get worse.
Okay.
If they're handled with heat and light, they're going to get worse that way too.
And what is this thing that people call hop haze, which everybody seems to think is okay?
Because you have this big hoppy beer, right? And it's allowed to be cloudy. Is that what you mean?
Yeah. Why does it get a pass? Because it's hoppy.
Okay.
In terms of
it's the same thing. That's a biohaze. You're gonna get chunks of things in there. It's more of a permanent haze, where they call it temporary haze, which is the chill haze.
I got you.
We'll get into that when I talk about filtering. Okay. But let's talk about the fining agents. So if you're going to work on the tannin side,
okay,
that you're going to use PVCC, which is basically powdered plastic, and low dosages aren't going to work. You need about 10 grams for 5 gallons. Most of these things work on a plus-minus charge. They'll have a plus charge, and the tannins will have a minus charge. So they'll glue to this stuff, and then this stuff drops out, and then you rack off.
So the hippie organic douche in me wants to say, I'm putting some weird plastic in the beer. Is that okay?
It is, because it'll drop out, and then once you rack off, it stays out of it.
Okay.
Anyway.
All right.
And then working on the tannin side is a good thing, because when you drop those out, there's nothing left. You can have the large proteins in there. They don't have anything to bond to, so you're not going to get the haze. But if you work on the protein side and you take too much of those out, you're going to lose some of your head retention and some of your body. So you got to be careful on the protein side. So start with the protein side with your Irish moss, things like that. If you've really got to knock things out, you can use silica gel and the PVCC to work on both the protein side and the tannin side. Get those out of there. The silica gel is about a half an ounce or a teaspoon for 5 gallons. The PVCC is about, like I said, 10 grams per 5 gallons.
And where is this done?
This is usually in the secondary.
Okay.
With the Irish moss, it's in the boil.
Okay.
So these things will help take those out. But too much of a good thing, you're going to strip things out you don't want to. So trying to take too many of the proteins out, too much silica gel, too much Irish moss, you're going to strip things out of it that you want. So you got to watch that.
Okay.
Then we'll go on the bio side, which is mostly your yeasts. As you're going to get some yeast that won't want to flocculate out, and you get the question too. Well, what if I flocculate everything out and I want to bottle condition? Well, your beer's going to be more stable for longer if you're going to bottle condition by getting some of these things out of there anyway. So try to get them all out of there, then rack off, prime, and put in different yeast in there. Usually a high flocculating yeast for your bottle conditioning.
Okay.
That way it'll drop out, and you'll still have a clearer beer, and it'll be a lot more stable. You're going to have a beer that's going to last a lot longer and not have oxidative effects and things like that. There's a lot of ways. It's not just about being clear beer. It's about having a better beer for longer.
Were we saying that 007 was one of these high flocculating yeasts? Or? Yeah.
Like a ton of bricks.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Those are problems too about dropping out too soon and finish your beers, or they ride through. So you got to look at your fermentation temperatures and things with that kind of stuff. But it would be a good one probably to throw in there for bottle conditioning, because it's going to do its thing and then drop out and make a nice yeast sediment at the bottom.
Right.
And still have a clear beer, and you've knocked out a lot of these things. And when you're using gelatin for the bio things, it's going to take out some of the polyphenols too, because it's charged. So it's going to take a lot of that stuff out that you don't want in there.
Nice.
Gelatin works well. I like it because it's easy to use. I use about a half a package of unflavored Knox in 5 gallons. You want to let it bloom, put it in cold water, let it soak, and let it suck up all the water, and then heat it slowly, stirring it up to about a 140. Not higher than that, because you don't want to make Jell-O. And once it's at that point, you can cool it down and put it into the beer. And I really like to shake the keg around just to really mix it up, and then it'll drop out pretty well.
Okay.
The icing glass works a lot better because it's more pure. It's basically kind of the same thing. It's collagen, but it's a lot more pure form. But to use it, it's a little bit more testy. You really should mix it in an acid solution with tartaric or is it citric acid, but malic acid, to about 2.5 pH, and then mix that into the beer. And then once it gets mixed in there, the beer will take it back up to about a 4.5, and then really clear it.
Okay.
You can get instant icing glass, which is a lot easier to use. You don't really have to work with the pH and the different acids and stuff. There's a website that really is really good about this. It's called Boll Weevil Brewery Beer Clarifiers. BOLLWEEVIL brewery.com. Go there. It's got a lot of these things, and it tells you kind of how to mix them and what to mix them. There's even a couple other things in there to use. So how much to use, what the best one is for that one. But that'll work really well. You can use that also with filtering. One of the things I always hear from people about filtering is it strips things out of the beer. You got to look at what you're trying to do.
Yeah.
If you're trying to not pasteurize your beer and really strip it clean, sterilize it, you're going to really need to use a fine filter. You're going to strip a lot of stuff out of there. The filters are let's break them into coarse, medium, and fine. The coarse filter is about 3 to 5 microns. About 3 microns, you're going to strip all the yeast out of there, mostly all the yeast out of there, and not take much else out of there. You're pretty good at keeping the beer just what it is at 3 to 5 microns.
Okay.
If you really want to strip out all the yeast, you're going to have to go down to 1 micron. You're going to start stripping some proteins out of there, some color, a little bit, and and some of these lighter beers you're going to probably notice, or some of these really flavorful beers you're going to strip it out some. If you really don't want to pasteurize your beer and you really want to really sterile filter it, it's about a half a micron, but it really changes the beer at that point.
Okay.
So you're going to get a lot clearer beer at 3 to 5 microns. It's a rough filter, but it really does work, especially if you use it in conjunction with the finings. So fine them first and then filter them. You'll see a lot better lifespan in your beer. You get less of the oxidative effects. You're going to get a clearer beer, and you're going to be able to drink your beer faster. So kind of the take-home thing is just letting it sit doesn't necessarily mean it's gonna clear up either, because there's several things that cause haze.
Okay.
And with the chill haze and stuff, it gets worse over time.
All right.
Where the biohaze, your yeast is going to most of the time drop out. Don't get discouraged with the gelatin, because some yeast are actually more susceptible to being stripped out by the gelatin than other ones. It has to do with the positive and minus charges on the cell wall. So some have more than others. So it's kind of yeast strain dependent.
Okay.
On whether that works better for some of the others.
All right. Okay, so short recap. Werflock Irish Moss is in the boil.
Right.
And we all should be doing that with every batch,
Anyway,
right?
you should be doing that anyway. It just helps clarify everything.
Okay, and that's the kind of thing that drops out the long-chain sugars.
No, it's the large proteins. It coagulates. That makes it looks a lot like egg drop soup. You got those chunky things floating around in there. So it actually binds those together.
Okay. But the gelatin and the CP, give me that one.
PVCC.
Thank you. And there's a third one.
Silica gel.
Those all go into
the secondary. Right.
Okay.
So they work on two different things. The PVCC and the silica gel work on the two different halves of the chill haze. One's the protein side, the other one's the tannin side. And so, yes, you can mix the two together and it'll help drop that out.
Okay.
And then the other one is the gelatin or the icing glass that actually will work more on the biohaze or the yeast, and somewhat on the tannin side too.
And all of those finings side, you're saying don't pull out the flavor that say, or characteristics that say a filter would.
Right.
Okay. But then the other example is to use a filter, and you gave great examples of from a 3 all the way down to like a half micron.
The main ones are 3 to 5 microns, 1 micron, or a half a micron.
Okay.
And as home brewers, I really don't think we need to be stripping them sterile at all. I would stay more in the 3 to 5. It will clear your beer up fast. It'll make it drinkable a lot faster. It looks better.
Is that what you use, Tasty, the 3 to 5?
It's rated at 7. 7 micron.
Yeah. Even up above. Okay.
And it does just like Doc described, a 3 to 5.
Just pull the yeast.
It just makes the beer clear.
Yeah. You're not going to get all the bacteria out of there unless you go down to pretty small.
Okay.
But keeps the plenty of body at 7 micron.
You're not going to strip it. I've looked at charts.
Try this beer.
You're really not going to miss a lot on filtering, so don't be afraid of filtering. That's going to strip your beer of flavors and things. As long as you do a rough filter and not down to the half micron, 1 micron things.
See, now I have to stop yelling at you because Doc just said you don't strip
it's so
it
much
at that
more
high.
fun to yell at me. Let's just not ignore that.
I will
fact.
pretend I didn't hear the
exactly.
end. Good.
I think that was my thrust to this whole thing was to, hey, don't be afraid of filtering.
Okay, cool. Or fining.
Yeah. All right, and then how much? But go to that website. They really kind of tell you how much to use and how to prepare it.
Can you give it once more?
Boll Weevil Brewery.
Okay, with an I at the end. Boll Weevil.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Good. All right, check it out. Doc, great job. Thank you very much. That's our mini topic for today, how to clarify your beer so that even Schumann won't complain about it.
I'll complain.
He'll still complain. Yeah.
They complain if it's free.
I have a phone call.
Oh, boy.
Who would be calling?
Let's see.
Is it from a payphone?
Oh, I had questions for Doc, too. I'll do both. Okay. Dean from Reno, calling in for Drunk of the Week, apparently was hanging out with Jamil. Jamil started his road trip.
He's obviously made it that far.
Dino from Reno.
Jamil got him.
He definitely sounds drunk.
Dean's well gone. He's been, 20 minutes?
Dean probably got off the phone like 10 or 15 minutes ago.
I think I know Dean.
That's the way it goes.
Dean from Reno.
I got shit to do, man. You know? Dean, listen, what, I got to sit around and take your calls all night?
He's impotent.
No, I love your phone calls, but sometimes I just get sidetracked. With important stuff like the mini topic. Bike Foolery wanted me to ask Doc about Biofine. Biofine Clear. Have you heard of the Biofine?
Yeah, I just saw some of that. It's a proprietary name for, I don't know if it's polyclar or silica gel.
Okay.
I was looking at it today.
Same purpose as the gelatins, right?
Yeah, it's another fining agent. They kind of add some other stuff into it.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of trying to get two for the price of one kind of thing. There's I actually read a couple of abstract things from what's the professor over at Davis and stuff today.
Bamford.
Yeah, exactly, Bamford, and they did some comparisons on some of these things.
Yeah,
and you can find them on there. Basically, it seemed like you're fine just using the standard one.
Okay. Shitty, you've been hobnobbing with the pro brewers. You heard of this Biofine been thrown around?
Mm-hmm.
And
exactly what Doc's saying. It's a lot of pro brewers are using it now.
Okay.
So yeah, it's just a fining.
Yeah, it's a fining agent that they you got the basic ones, and then they're trying to make them one better, maybe combining some things together, trying to get a little bit more out of them.
I learned what DE is.
Boy.
Yeah,
you don't fuck with that.
It's respiratory.
Something you don't want to breathe.
No,
it's
you gotta
plankton skeletons.
Yeah. It's the stuff.
Really?
So it filters through the body.
The White Cliffs of Dover.
So why is it so dangerous to breathe?
It's such a fine dust.
It's a fine dust, and they're sharp.
Yeah.
Oh.
They cut you
They'll
up.
stay. It kind of like
So it's like
asbestos.
menthol.
Yeah,
I guess.
yeah, it cut you up.
It's like
They
cool.
cut you, man.
It's like cool cigarettes. You seen that board in Richmond, right?
Yeah.
With the cools?
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm talking about.
Cool.
Was that racist?
No.
Yeah, apparently Colin Kaminsky, Bike Foolery, says uses the Biofine. So next time we're at Downtown Joe's, we'll ask...
So, yeah, a lot of it's proprietary. The big boys are more going to use that stuff than we will.
Okay.
Those guys went and brewed with Colin. The guys from Reno. A bunch of them.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Ah. Colin's good like that. He'll brew with anybody. He's fun.
Yeah. Icky was with
come
him.
by.
He never brewed with me.
He did?
He never brewed with me.
Well, almost anybody. I apologize.
You called it brewing.
Beav, is that Dean on the line again? Is that what you told me?
Let's
Dean,
talk to him.
what's happening, brother?
What's up?
Sorry to keep you hanging, man.
You guys hung up on me when we were trying to find out what pies look like.
Oh, sorry.
My bad.
We never found out.
It happens.
I thought 5'11", 245, but I guess that was kind of a modest guess. But anyway, yeah, I hung out with Jamil tonight.
Is that right? You hung out with the Jizzer in Reno.
Oh, that time you got him good.
That wasn't me.
Your hands were even on the controls there.
That's your iPhone or something, man.
That was Bevo.
That was not me.
All right,
Beav, did
Dean.
you just hang up your phone over there?
No.
I think Jamil just
She's
hit
a
him over
professional, Doc, and I'm offended that you would accuse her.
There are only two people in this whole room that can touch the phone, and it's you and her, and you already said your hands didn't
And
touch
my hands
nothing.
were right here.
I saw they weren't
Exactly.
anywhere near.
But I'm still offended. Bevo is a I'm trying to...
She's behind the curtain. We don't even know what goes behind that.
That's right. You don't know what goes on behind this curtain.
I have
She's got butt
She's got a
beads
curtain.
and all
Boy,
sorts
would
of-
we like
A
to.
blanket, yeah. And Benoit beads.
Sorry, Dean. That wasn't me.
Did you say Benoit beads?
Balls.
Benoit balls.
Glow in the dark.
Man,
Benoit
you know,
beads.
and talk
I
about
believe they're
white
called
noise.
Thunder beads?
Yeah, tasty.
Thunder beads. Oh, well, I would know. I don't have any. Like
Thunder beads?
Thunder.
I'm just kidding. It's from a movie. I would never buy those.
Because that sounds fantastic.
Don't know anything about them.
We should find out
It's
about
not
it.
adding up.
Yeah.
I blame Schumann.
It's all about Schumann.
While the phone's probably ringing again, it's time for a very important segment.
Important.
It's Shat's announcements. Who? Let's see. Who are they?
That's important,
They're
too.
brought to you today by Brewmaster's Warehouse, who has that brew builder software. You know, you can go there and you can shop on their website at brewmasterswarehouse.com. And as you're shopping, everything you just hit the buttons.
People
and it
love
all
that.
goes in the brew builder, and then you build your recipe, and then when you're done, it shows up in the shopping cart, and let me tell you, it's something else. Brewmasterswarehouse.com. Check it out.
All right.
Chat, what do we got?
Well, most importantly, coming up in a week and a half is the Brewing Network's 5th anniversary party with Northern Brewer.
Oh, what a time.
On the 16th. Yeah, it's going to be a blast, so if you can make it, come on out. And then following that, of course, is the National Homebrewers Conference starting on the 17th. Club night we talked about. Pro Brewers Night looks pretty fucking awesome. So I don't know about tickets and stuff. I don't know if they're sold out, but anyway, we'll see y'all there.
See you there.
Another one.
Chat's inside waving to you from the outside.
Yeah, that's right.
He doesn't care if you're there or not, that dick.
In Australia is the ESB Challenge Cup.
Oh.
So if you go to AussieHomebrewer.com for all the details on this one, apparently whoever wins this competition gets to brew at the Lord Nelson, whatever that is. I guess it's a brewery down there.
Place you want to work?
Yeah.
Sounds very British.
Really?
Yeah. And then, let's see, AHA Rally's coming up in July on the 29th at Boston Beer Company. We just helped out with the Sam Adams Long Shot. That was a lot of fun this weekend. So go out and support those guys. They definitely love homebrewers. And July 30th is going to be at Goose Island Beer Company. That's an AH Rally. And go out there, support those guys. And last but not least, the 6th annual More Beer Forum competition.
Oh.
The entry deadline is on the 14th of August, so you have some time, but start brewing those beers now. Judging will take place on the 28th. That's all I got.
July?
All right.
August.
28th of August.
14th is the deadline of August.
So is Lord Nelson like Prince Albert?
I think it's similar.
I went to AussieHomebrew.com and everything's in Aussie, so I couldn't understand it.
It's not in English?
I don't know. I needed a password to log in and all this other crap.
That's all written on the left.
Which is not in English.
Yeah. It all, it's weird. It all goes down the drain the wrong way. You can't read it.
It's written on the left.
But our friend Peter Simons pointed that one out.
It's all in a big giant can. It's like an oil can that says Foster's. You can't even hold the thing.
Simon.
Yeah.
We just drawings.
All right, thank you, Shat. Shat's announcements are brought to you by Brewmaster's Warehouse. Go to brewmasterswarehouse.com and use their Brew Builder software. It'll help you shop with ease. All right. So I'm in New York City. Going out there to visit family in Connecticut.
Did the authorities know?
I didn't have to do anything except for say on this show. You know how this goes.
Oh, yeah.
I say on the show, I'm coming to New York. Oh, boy, do they come out of the woodworks. It was a good time. So a bunch of good guys. I had a guy who took like a train and a bus and a goat from Philadelphia or something. He came all the way in from like...
Up the seaboard.
We came up from Pennsylvania. And here was the funny part. I was like, oh, this guy's going to rage with us. No, he hung out for like an hour. He
had to get back.
He got to New York. Shat, how long does it take to get from Pennsylvania to New York City? It's a while, right?
Yeah, a little while.
2 hours.
Not too long. No, it's not too.
That's
that
not
long.
bad?
Depends on where you are.
I see.
Yeah. I mean, if he's coming from Pittsburgh, that's a long way.
I think
he's just
Philly,
from PA.
I think
not
very far.
DC, it took us 3.5.
I see.
Yeah, if he's from Philly, no, that's right around the corner.
This guy, good guy, comes in with his hop grenade shirt on. Hangs out for like an hour, and then it's like, all right, I got to be at work tomorrow. I'm out of here. See you later. We had 3 states represented in Brooklyn that night. It was a Thursday night.
It's Brooklyn
and,
State?
A bunch of people showed up, and I got a picture. I'll post a picture because at the end of that, we took a photo of everybody. Went to I think 3 locations, although I got real drunk by the end.
Yeah, it's tough. I know. I don't remember.
Did you go to the Pony Bar?
No, we went to... Where do we go? We went to...
Rattle and Hum?
Did you go to
I always get their
strip
Facebook
clubs?
thing.
Yeah, me too.
No, we didn't go to Rattle and Hum. I get their shit, too.
I know.
We went to It was all... We stayed in Williamsburg in Brooklyn. So we went to Radagast, which was really cool. It's a good German...
yeah, that's where they started. That's where they got me just told.
All right. But I'm going to point something out.
Nice.
The cooks... so at Radagast, you go there and you can get like a brat and a liter of beer for next to nothing. It's a good deal. But what happens is so the broad comes by your table and she takes your order and you order the brat and the beer special, and then you have to go up to where the shithead is cooking the brats.
Oh, yeah, in the back corner.
It's like in the back corner. And you go up there, and what the way that the waitress explains it is that you go up and you say what you want. You know, I want this on, I want that on it.
I want your tits on my face.
It's like that.
Yeah.
But you don't tell her because she doesn't need to know. The cook needs to know because he hands you the plate. So I don't. Once I sit down, I got my liter of beer. I don't need to eat. But Kate the Great's looking out for me, so she orders me the brat. She goes up to the cook. And she's got like 3 brats. She's picking up one for me, one for her, somebody else. Fucking guy. So I don't want sauerkraut and all that stuff. I don't. It kind of grosses me out. And so she starts to say, "Well, I wanted this one. I know what you want. Take it."
No soup for you.
It's kind of a strange thing to say to a woman.
Sausage Nazi.
There's a bit, and she's like, "Well, okay." And so the second one comes up, and she's like,
Not that
"But I
strange,
wanted,
you're in Brooklyn."
but I wanted." I know. So it was her first like New York experience.
Okay.
It's pretty typical.
But the guy was a motherfucker. So what? The reason I bring this up is, look. I give people free plugs from here to tomorrow. It happens all the time on the show. It's been happening for years. Radagast is good to get a big giant pint. But fuck that cook and fuck their food. Fuck them. So if you're looking for a nice experience with food and all that, fuck them. Don't go to Radagast. They can suck it. The guy was a dick, and he was a dick like 4 times over. Everybody who went up there, I don't care what you want. This is what you get.
Maybe that's part of their thing.
But it wasn't like that happens in like the small places, right? Like you go into the little deli or the hot dog guy in the corner. You expect that. No, this place charges you top dollar, the whole thing. Fuck them and fuck Radagast. Except that they had good, if you get a nice liter German beer. You
That
want
works,
That.
yeah.
All right. That and the crew that we were with was great.
Yeah.
So we went from there to... I think we went from there to, and I always pronounce it wrong, but Spoitenduivel, which is a tiny place in Williamsburg, but you can get great like Belgian beer and sour beer. They have a bunch of they have a good back patio.
I think we started there and then went there.
That's a good place. And so, a bunch of the crew came there. We had a good time. By now, we're feeling really nice. I think we went to 4 places, but I can't remember the 4th place for the life of me because they wouldn't let me buy a beer, Doc. This is how nice these New York guys are, these East Coast crew. I couldn't buy a beer. Then we went to Barcade. And Barcade would do great out here on the West Coast because it's like a bunch of like Pac-Man and like 80s Atari games, right?
Yeah,
hence the Barcade part of it.
Gotcha.
But then a bunch of really good beer. And that's where we finished the night. And I don't remember leaving very well. I was doing real well.
I remember getting stuffed into a cab.
Yeah.
And if Big Tim wasn't there, I would have been sleeping in Brooklyn.
Well, I heard that. It wasn't just Big Tim. It was another one of our listener friends who really looked out for you.
Oh, yeah.
Fritz was telling me about it, and I wish I could remember his name, but Fritz was like, one of our brothers, like Doc he was ready to rage. He was having a good time. And one of our brothers all night just made sure that Doc was cool. Like, somehow he knew that you needed that. Yeah. Like, apparently he's listened to the show before. And somehow this guy the whole night was like, you know what? I'm just going to I'm going to drink, but I'm going to hang out, and I'm going to keep an eye on Doc, and I'm going to make sure that fucker gets in a cab and gets home. And this is how cool the East Coast BN Army Division is. They look out.
Oh, yeah. I'm still thanking them to this day.
See, and I like that, because if any one of my friends doesn't look out for one of our friends, I'm, like, ready to write them off. That's the last straw for me. Like, there's a lot of things you can fuck up with, but looking out for a bro, that's one thing you can't fuck up. And the New York guys... They fucking do that. They look out for a bro.
Well, I figure, they intended to get me hammered.
They did.
And they needed to take care of me, too.
Yeah.
And they did. It was a full circle. It was awesome. It started out slow, too. They're sneaky.
It's kind of all I ask in the BN Army. You can do a lot of stupid things, but you got to look out for a bro. Whatever's happening, you always take care of a bro.
Yeah, like if you see another friend going home with an ugly chick, you gotta stop them.
Well, it depends on how
we
drunk
stop
they
you
are.
every night, man.
I know.
If they're
Well,
drunk
that's why
enough-
you're my bros.
If they're
you never get laid.
Yeah.
If they're drunk enough to think that she's hot, fuck it, let them go.
Yeah. Let them wake up in the morning with a creepy
But
feeling.
you don't let them go home with a dude that's dressed like a chick.
Yeah, which Doc has done with me before.
Yeah. Now that's where I draw the line. I don't care how drunk you are.
You're
You
a
don't let a
dick,
bro
Doc.
go home with a man dressed like a broad.
Yeah, you got to stop that, right?
You know that's a guy, right?
Yeah. Of course I know.
Yeah.
But he's really hot, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's really nice.
I'm getting
though.
head tonight. That's what you said.
But
I'm
he's
getting
really,
head.
but he's really sweet. He opened the door for me all night.
He's a musician too. We have a lot in common.
He's really polite. He said, "Could I push in your stool?"
Yeah. That was nice of him.
All right, so big thanks to East Coast BN Army.
Yeah, they showed up big. Nice.
Yeah.
Did you go to any Connecticut places?
No, I didn't have a chance.
Wow.
Your old man, though, I felt bad I didn't get to hook up with him.
Yeah. He's pissed. He won't even talk to me.
He's pissed.
Oh, really?
No.
You're so mad at me, he won't even talk to you?
No.
It's great. Yeah, it was all family all the time. I didn't
That's
get a
cool.
chance. Oh, there was that Brazilian broad around.
Yeah.
You know.
And then they're all being Italian.
Actually, the funny thing about your dad is, so I did go out with my family on Saturday night.
Mm-hmm.
But we went to this shitty bar in a place near Middletown, a city near Middletown, starts with a B.
Branford?
Something like that. It's close to that.
Definitely shitty.
Anyways, it's a shitty sports bar. It's a sports bar, a big sports bar but it's in a strip mall. By the way, you already know you know that the bar is bad if it's in a strip mall.
Yeah.
There's some exceptions.
It's
Is it
called
O'Bri-
rookies. But I call your old man up and I say, hey, I'm going out Saturday night with the family. Why don't you come meet us? It's not a beer bar or anything. Well, where are you going? We're going to this place called Rookies in wherever it was, Brantford or something. And he's like, oh, well, maybe I'll meet you. Like your dad was even like, I ain't going there. Fuck that. I had to go, the cousins and all that.
And the Brazilian broad.
And that broad who didn't say... But so she just stood in the corner making out with my dad the whole time.
So-
It was creepy.
Any edible problems for you?
Well, what do you mean?
You want to do your mom?
No.
Your new mom?
No, she's too creepy.
Yeah.
Like, they just sat there like... I'm telling you, it was like you were in junior high. Remember when you touched your first... toot-toot in junior high?
I remember the first time I touched a wiener. It was so great.
And you couldn't get enough of it. Like, you're at the dance and you just stood there in the corner trying to squeeze that thing all night.
Touching the dude's wiener. I remember
This
that.
is my old man right now with the... You know what I'm saying, Bevo? Well, you were at homeschool. You don't remember. Nobody touched your...
Unless she had a weird uncle or something.
Nobody was diddling your...
I was only homeschooled for 1 year, just for the record.
Yeah, that was enough.
What year was that?
Well, did you get laid that year?
8th grade.
What year?
And why did they decide, like, I could see first grade and then not doing it anymore, but, you made it all the way through 7th grade, let's make it 8th grade.
No,
You're gonna be homeschooled?
I went to private school, and then I went to public school. And then for junior high, I went to one of the crappy local public schools, and my mom wanted to put me in private school again. And they had a homeschool program because they didn't have any openings in the regular school, so I just had to stick it out a year of homeschool so I could take the next available spot in normal kids' school.
How old were you when someone first put their hand down your pants?
It's like a legitimate question. It's inappropriate.
Very inappropriate question.
Yeah, it's valid. You're old enough now.
I don't know.
16?
Way older than that.
Really?
Yeah.
What by way? You mean months or years?
Like illegally.
18 years.
Bevo,
19?
Bevo, let's say with permission.
Yeah. Well, are we talking 18 or 19 here?
19.
You were 19 years old
19
before
or 20.
So you had somebody like...
And it was Sam, wasn't
How
it?
old when I started dating Sam?
Are you saying that Sam's the only one to ever touch your goop boop?
This conversation's making me really uncomfortable.
Wow.
Yes,
Good.
I'm a good girl.
Sam's a good man, is what the deal
I call it an experience. I don't know about good.
Hey, Chad.
Well, that's good because now she doesn't know what's good.
Yeah, this is why. By the way, we just answered all the questions of why Sam.
Yeah, sometimes you got to get that out of your
She has
system.
no clue.
She has no clue. Yeah.
As if any of us are any good. We're a bunch of
Very
retards.
offended.
Yeah, so am
I
I.
shouldn't be offended. We're
We'll
just,
talk
just
to-
interested in your life.
We'll talk to Sam. We'll give him some tips.
Was it Bridgeport, by the way, where Rookies was?
No,
Not Bridgeport.
but there is one in Bridgeport too.
I just looked it up. Yeah, it's a little chain.
No, that's the crappy one. They went to the good one.
And there was a
Because that's not close to...
there was a UFC fight. It's real close. It's with a B.
Oh.
Berlin?
No,
Not New Britain.
no.
New Britain.
Hard hit New
Anyway,
Britain.
there was a UFC fight too. So every
Style fight.
douchebag in Connecticut was out there like rooting for their guy.
Oh,
They were a contender.
It was pretty bad. It was bad.
Can we talk about Bevo's hopes and dreams? I think we should.
You want to validate her?
Will she answer some more questions?
No.
Oh, sorry.
All right. It's good to know, though, Beef.
Thanks for that information.
Obviously, it's not that interesting.
Oh, it's interesting.
Yeah, I bet the chat room's lit up right now.
Just didn't know where to go from that. I went right for the gold. There was no other good question after that.
You need to soothe it a little bit, Justin.
I should have started with some smaller ones.
Yeah.
I didn't know she'd give it up right away. I just went right for the gold.
Clearly, you would think I wouldn't since I was almost 20. First time somebody put their hand down my pants.
That's insane.
Yeah.
What about your boob, though? You have that grabbed it. The black guy grabbed your boob, right?
Yeah, there was some boobage.
Yeah.
Of course, the black guy did, huh?
Gotta give him
What are you
something.
saying?
It wasn't fully black.
What doesn't matter?
You didn't
Well, they
give him
probably weren't fully boobs either.
Yeah, exactly. In his defense, Tasties are bigger right now than yours were at that age.
Tasties might be bigger now.
Oh, Jesus.
Right, B.
I'd rather touch yours.
So I'm splitting a room with Sam and Beeve at NXC. There's going to be some Eiffel Tower in that room.
Yeah.
I'll tell you right now. Hey, these things don't come for free.
Yeah.
You know?
It's true.
Yeah. Justin Eiffel touted me one time.
Oh yeah,
But I didn't have to pay for it.
Well, I can't wait
I
till
like how
Sam's in
Chad
the
just
middle.
looked at me and went like this.
Yeah, he knows. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I'm not. I got to give away candy sugar to Bevo. Bevo gets Belgian candy sugar this week. How
yay.
about that?
I
For
got-
answering
maybe I'll
tough
brew with them.
questions.
Because she
There
never
haven't
gave
been
up her
any
sugar
calls coming through.
earlier.
Is something wrong with the phone?
It looks like I have somebody on the phone. Did you give me somebody on the phone?
I don't think so.
Let's see.
Hello. Caller.
Well, that would explain that.
See, there's no dial tone or anything, though. It should be.
Oh, maybe they passed out.
Just had it locked up.
Oops.
I don't care. So this whole segment was brought to you by Belgian Candy Sugar, Dark Candy Inc., a great way to make a Belgian beer. How about- That was good, right?
Belgian
And make it better, yes.
Thank you. All right, so no Drunk of the Week this week, and we're out of here.
Belgian beer better.
It's a long-ass show, huh, Tasty?
Is it? What time is it?
It's not long for you. You came late.
Yeah, it's okay. I've been going all day. I got up at 6.
All right.
No, you did.
Oh, yeah, now the phone's ringing. I don't care. All right, next week, Summit Brewing Company. Is that right? Mm-hmm. All right. Summit Brewing Company. And then the week after that, we're at NHC. So come see us out there, BNA5. You can still get BNA5 tickets at Northern Brewer. Go to northernbrewer.com, get your tickets. And if you need VIP tickets, send me an email. I got a couple left, actually. So if you didn't get them and you want to come in an hour early, shoot me an email. We'll get you in there. What else? Thanks to our sponsor today, More Beer. You can go to morebeer.com and check it out. Always monthly discounts. Just picture this month it's Chris Graham's face right there on the homepage.
There you go.
Click that, and a whole bunch of discounts, including one on a More Beer sculpture. So check them out. Our sponsor, they bring you the show this week and every week.
So there's a sculpture of Chris Graham on the website?
I'd pay for that.
I would too.
He's a handsome man.
He's a handsome man.
All right. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you next week.
all over again. But don't you give me that American truth, boy, I want a real homebrew. Homebrew, don't you really love that homebrew? Can't get enough of it. Homebrew, it blows my mind. I love homebrew all of the time. Yeah, I think I'll have me, well, I'll have me one right now. Give me a wheat beer on a hot summer day. A bark will do me when the skies are gray. I'll take a Belgian brew anytime, and the women think the lambic's fine. But don't you give me that American crude, boys, I want a real homebrew. Homebrew, don't you really love that homebrew? Can't get enough of it. Homebrew, it blows my mind. I love homebrew all of the time. Yeah, I think I'll have me, well, I'm the one right now. Cherry stout, yeah, you know what I am talking about. So don't you give me that American crude, boys, I want a real home